The Disinformation Campaign 267. FBI against Los Angeles BPP leader Geronimo Pratt. Only a short time before, see Chapter 3. Redshirt, Broussard, and McNoys, the three individuals originally charged with killing Aird and against whom considerable evidence had been amassed, were then offered immunity from prosecution in exchange for their eyewitness testimony against the two AIM members, against whom there was otherwise no case. As Banks recalls, "For a year and a half, I would not give those guys support. Then one of the prosecution people told me, 'Dennis, if you repeat this I'll call you a liar,' but we gave immunity to the wrong people. I changed my mind about AIM support when I realized that they were going to nail Skyhorse and Mohawk not because they were guilty but because they were AIM." A defense team consisting of attorneys Wendy Eaton, Leonard Weinglass, Skip Glenn, Diane Orr, and Jack Swartz was finally put together. A $2 million civil rights suit was filed against the prosecution for having conspired to solicit perjured testimony from those originally charged in order to obtain convictions against Skyhorse and Mohawk. Although the suit did not ultimately result in an award of damages, it did lead to the dismissal of charges against the AIM members when Marvin Redshirt collapsed under cross-examination, admitting that he himself had struck the first blow against Aird and had participated in an orgy of stabbing which finally killed him. He also acknowledged lying about 1,000 times on the witness stand. In the end, Skyhorse and Mohawk had each been imprisoned some 31 months for a crime they'd never committed, and were left uncompensated for their ordeal. As to those who actually had participated in killing Aird, Redshirt was sentenced to 5 years probation while charges were dismissed against Holly Broussard and Marcella McNoys. Two other accomplices, known as Black Cloud and Rising Sun, were treated with similar leniency. Hookledock attorney Jack Swartz later summed up the case. The FBI urged the local sheriff's department to charge Skyhorse and Mohawk, and to let the three people found at the scene of the crime covered in blood go free. 2 weapons knives were recovered, but one was supposedly lost on the way to the police station and the other one supposedly melted in the police lab. One of the knives was traceable to Holly Broussard, the white little rich girl. The case was actually a media campaign, radical Indians, ritual murder, and all that, and it worked. But the defense strategy was that the case was a frame-up, to financially damage AIM. We proved it, it came across as a vendetta. Although the law doesn't actually recognize frame-ups, that is, the court judge Floyd Dodson would never officially accept the decision that the FBI framed somebody, the jury bought it, they understood. Swartz was undoubtedly correct in his analysis of the case. The initial publicity attending the Skyhorse/Mohawk travesty served to dry up an estimated 95% of the contributions to AIM in California, a major share of the funds which were then being used to underwrite the organization's national legal defense. F. 268. Fort. Nor is it coincidental that the portrayal of AIM as a gaggle of Manson-esque butchers was timed perfectly to place a tremendous damper on public scrutiny and criticism of the Bureau's introduction of a huge paramilitary force onto the Pine Ridge Reservation, see Chapter 9. The diversion and/or suppression of public dialogue in this connection was obtained via the disinformation stratagem sketched in the preceding section. Recognizing the success of their media COINTELPRO, the Bureau had every incentive to continue it for as long as possible, picking up residual press coverage which inevitably presented AIM in the worst possible light. The neutralization of AIM activists Skyhorse and Mohawk throughout the 3-year process, and thereafter, as both men seem to have been shattered by their experience, was no doubt seen by the FBI as a fringe benefit. In an effort to further drag things out, Douglas Durham, in his last known act as an outright provocateur, went into a California courtroom in February 1976, after he'd been unmasked, appearing at a pre-trial hearing in the guise of an Iowa psychotherapist, and testified that Skyhorse's mental instability made him a public menace, unworthy of bail. In the end, as Los Angeles AIM supporter Laura Cadenahe has observed, after the arrest of Skyhorse and Mohawk, things just fell apart for the movement in LA. We started to call the local chapter LAIM instead of La AIM, and said the area was a black hole into which organizers were sent, never to be seen again. And I think the trial had a lot to do with the demise of the movement everywhere. After that bust, the feds could do anything they wanted to aim, and people would just say so what? You guys asked for it. We've never recovered, in a lot of ways. Defense lawyer Leonard Weinglass has also pointed out. Something very important tends to get lost in the controversy over the Skyhorse/Mohawk case. This is that a human being, George Aird, was the victim of an incredibly brutal crime. George Aird, at the very least, had the right to expect that an honest effort be made to bring his killers to justice. But when the FBI decided to become involved, to accomplish political objectives having nothing whatever to do with the case itself, all that got lost in the shuffle. The death of George Aird, the horrible thing that happened to him, was converted into little more than a stage prop. Now, I never knew George Aird, but I am confident of one thing: whoever this man was, he deserved better than to have his fate used in such callous fashion by those who are sworn to serve and protect. Of bunkers and executions. Immediately after the June 26, 1975 firefight near Oglala, see Chapter 8, the FBI issued a series of field reports indicating that the Jumping Bull compound scene of the shooting was in fact a sophisticated AIM military complex featuring fixed defensive positions such as bunkers. The Bureau, by way of Tom Call, a media specialist dispatched to Rapid City from Quantico especially for this purpose, also claimed that slain agents Jack Kohler and Ron Williams had been ambushed and executed by the occupants of this AIM facility. Since the press was banned from the scene of the shooting for 2 days, the public had to accept the propaganda of the authorities, according to the FBI's public relations man Call, flown in with a plane load of 40 or 50 SWATs from Quantico on that first night to present the story in the right perspective to the American people. Agents Kohler and Williams had been murdered in a cold-blooded ambush by a large force of well-trained guerrillas in sophisticated bunkers and fortifications, but not before Williams had first pleaded for their lives for the sake of his companion's wife and children. How the Bureau developed this information about Williams' last words in the absence of anyone who could have heard them was not clear. Another FBI spokesman declared that the bodies had been riddled with bullets, their cars were also riddled by machine gun bullets. As a result, press coverage was spectacular. United Press International, UPI, reported the incident on its wire service, shortly after midnight on June 27. Oglala, S.D. CUPD-2 FBI agents were ambushed and killed with repeated blasts of gunfire Thursday in an outbreak of bloodshed appearing to stem from the 1973 occupation of Wounded Knee. The Office of South Dakota Gov. Richard Neep said that the agents, on the Oglala Sioux Reservation to serve a warrant, were sucked into an ambush, dragged from their cars, and shot up to 15 to 20 times with automatic weapons. The FBI confirmed the report. An agent said, "This is a regular coup de grace sick by 270. The Indians." The agents were taken from their cars, stripped to their waists, then shot repeatedly in their heads. The Associated Press, AP, report, issued shortly after that of UPI, was similar. Oglala, S.D., AP, 2 FBI agents were dragged out of their cars when they tried to serve warrants on people who were holed up in a house on the Pine Ridge Reservation. On that first day, the Rapid City Journal quoted local authorities and the FBI as stating that, the 2 men were lured into an ambush, as many as 30 persons were waiting in the house when the agents arrived. Banner headlines in the New York Post on June 27 record that South Dakota Indians kill 2 FBI agents. In the San Diego Union, the story was 2 FBI agents slain at Wounded Knee. The same principle held true in papers as diverse as the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Peoria, Illinois, Journal-Star, as well as on all 3 major television networks. Only the Minneapolis Tribune, intimately well-versed in AIM-FBI relations through 8 years of conscientious reporting on the subject, was wary enough to conduct a preliminary check of the story's accuracy. Its headline, in measured type, read, "Indians, FBI, exchange fire in SD, 3 dead." Minneapolis was thus the only city afforded the opportunity even of realizing that an Indian Joe stunts kills right, as well as 2 federal agents, had been killed. By June 29, the Rapid City Journal's headline read FBI deaths spark agent anger, and agents themselves were quoted as saying, "We'll stay here as long as it takes to round up the people who did this, and we lost 2 guys out there, and we're going to pull out all the plugs." They were joined by South Dakota Attorney General William Janklow, who, as was noted in Chapter 9, headed a group of prepositioned white vigilantes on June 26 who informed AP and UPI reporters that it looked like an execution, dubbed the killings of the agents M.O. kills right as assassinations, and announced that it was time to stop being soft on Indians just because they're a minority group. He also had considerable commentary to offer on sob sisters who were inclined to protect AIM murderers and others who have no respect for society. With the first public impression now firmly established, FBI Director Clarence Kelly was free to come forward to set the record straight. This he did in a press conference conducted at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles 5 days after the event, on July 1. Accompanied by SAC, Minneapolis, Joseph Trimbach, and SAJ Gary Adams, one of the field agents at Pine Ridge, the director clarified that the supposed bunkers on the Jumping Bull property were actually root cellars and broken-down cattle shelters of the sort common to any rural area, that neither agent had been shot more than 3 times, as opposed to the 15 to 20 times each, reported by Call, that neither agent had been stripped to the waist or dragged from his car, as reported by Call, although Williams had apparently ripped off his own shirt in a futile attempt to make a tourniquet for Kohler's arm. He also, the Disinformation Campaign 271, abandoned the contention that the agents had been ambushed, and lowered the official estimate of the number of Indians involved from 30 to 16. Needless to say, these corrections received far less media coverage than the original superbly distorted version. Even less attention was paid to, far more accurate, AIM statements, such as John Trudell's that FBI agents armed with M16s came onto the Pine Ridge Reservation to serve a warrant they didn't have, on someone who wasn't there. They were accompanied by over 50 highly trained military marksmen, also with high-powered automatic weapons. These agents opened fire on a small house in which men, women, and children were asleep. On that same day, in Washington, D.C., Dickie Wilson gave away 1/8 of the Pine Ridge Reservation to the U.S. government. Now, common sense tells us that something very unusual is going on. Few members of the press responded seriously to what had happened. Perhaps the most notable exception was Washington Post reporter Joel Weissmann, who had been barred from the firefight scene at gunpoint by an FBI agent on June 27. Incensed by this, and troubled by the way the story was being played by the Bureau in absence of any direct media coverage, Weissmann undertook an in-depth examination of FBI procedures. His conclusions, published in the Columbia Journalism Review that fall, were that the Bureau had to have been aware, even before the first press conference on the evening of June 26, that neither Kohler nor Williams had been riddled with bullets, as claimed by FBI spokesman. Further, with scores of agents having already examined the terrain of the firefight, it had to have been clear that there were no bunkers or other AIM defensive works in the Jumping Bull compound. The Bureau thus knew that the entire ambush thesis, and all the frills about last words and the like, were bogus before they were ever fed to the media. Weissmann therefore noted that the FBI's denial of press access was intended not to preserve crucial evidence but to conceal evidence from premature journalistic disclosure. In other words, Call and the Bureau had lied, straight-faced, deliberately and systematically, to the press and the public as a means of creating a completely false image of what had occurred. Weissmann's findings correlate with the observations of PBS reporter Kevin M. C. Kiernan, the sole journalist to gain access to the scene during the first 48 hours. Further, both accounts were validated in their impressions of the FBI's intentionally engaging in gross disinformation by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, which after its own investigation discovered that media representatives felt that the FBI had been unnecessarily restrictive in the kind and amount of information it provided. It is patently clear that many of the statements that have been released by the Bureau regarding the incident are either false, unsubstantiated, or directly misleading. The question, of course, is why. In this connection, there is likely a certain truth to the AIM contention, expressed above by John Trudell, that the June 25, 272 firefight had been deliberately provoked to divert attention from the simultaneous transfer of title to the Sheep Mountain Gunnery Range. To the extent that this is true, however, it is equally likely that the correlation is sheerly a matter of timing and convenience. More probably, the Bureau's real objective was the manufacture of an event which would serve to justify its introduction, again, of radically increased force levels on Pine Ridge, obtaining public approval for use of the horsepower needed to break the back of AIM, once and for all. In this sense, the cover provided to Dick Wilson's signing of the land transfer agreement was no doubt an afterthought, a service to other federal agencies. This is not to say that the FBI intended agents Kohler and Williams to die. To the contrary, all evidence points to the likelihood that they were simply to provoke an altercation which would quickly be wrapped up by the police and civilian paramilitary personnel prepositioned in the area. The AIM encampment near Oglala was to be destroyed, and the very nature of its destruction packaged in such a way as to fuel public sanction for similar destruction of other AIM centers across the reservation. From a Bureau perspective, June 26 must have been an incredibly botched operation. But, with 2 agents and 1 Indian dead, the FBI pulled itself together and followed through, putting the best face on things, barring the press and offering the sort of information which would absolutely mask the Bureau's culpability. Call and other FBI propagandists proved equal to their task, successfully shifting the onus of blame onto the victims before allowing contrary facts to emerge. Ironically, the unintended deaths of Kohler and Williams served to greatly strengthen the emotional appeal of the Bureau's disinformation campaign. The false image of AIM as a gang of executioners, which even the FBI had never been quite bold enough to project, had suddenly concretized. After Oglala, the Bureau could deal with AIM in any manner it chose, a situation which has continued through the present day. The Douglas Durbam Show. In April of 1975, FBI infiltrator/provocateur Douglas Durham appeared before Senator James Eastland's Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security Registered Trademark, then investigating what it called revolutionary activities within the United States. Although it was common knowledge, at that point, that Durham had played a highly suspicious role with regard to many of the events, activities, thinking and personalities about which he was to testify, he was the sole witness called by the subcommittee in relation to AIM. Senator Eastland himself was the only subcommittee member present to hear this testimony and/or examine the witness. A result of this rather odd arrangement was that Durham's many assertions concerning AIM, its organizational character and activities were accepted at face value, unchallenged and utterly unsubstantiated. The bias of this hearing was so pronounced that Senator Birch Bay, D. Indiana, a member of the subcommittee, was led to denounce the whole affair as being totally unacceptable, based X. The Disinformation Campaign 273. In his guise as one-quarter Chippewa, cleft, FBI infiltrator/provocateur Douglas Durham became Dennis Banks' personal bodyguard, AIM's security director, manager of the national office, and prosecution mole in the Wounded Knee trials. Unmasked, right, Durham was paid by the FBI to testify before Congress, and pose as a psychotherapist at a hearing relating to the Skyhorse/Mohawk murder trial. Photos, North Country Anvil. Exclusively upon the unchallenged testimony of one solitary witness, and seeming to have no other purpose than to discredit the American Indian movement. Nonetheless, Senator Eastland caused the resulting transcript to be published and widely distributed as an official and extremely inflammatory government report under the title, Revolutionary Activities Within the United States, the American Indian Movement ** because of the federal authority with which it is imbued. This maliciously biased document was quickly accepted as a primary source of background information for reportage and scholarship on AIM, and has remained so ever since. Among the many unfounded allegations made by Durham during his testimony were the following. Copyright: he established that AIM was doctrinally committed to violence as a means of accomplishing its objectives. Schultz, let's talk about the violent actions that were participated or involved in AIM activities. Is the American Indian Movement a violent action-oriented organization in your view? THIRD-WORLDISM, most obviously the leadership condones this type of action. During Wounded Knee, as an example of their violence, they hung a man from a cross on Easter Sunday. There was a murder in Los Angeles, California, in the fall of 1974 where a man was dragged from a cab in an AIM guerrilla camp in Box Canyon, scalped, dismembered. 274. And stuffed down a drain pipe, and the reaction of AIM was, they should have shoved grass down the throat of the body. There were very grisly and mean events that transpired since then, the assassination, or execution, of the 2 FBI agents. Schultz, do they AIM have the ability to carry out these threats, and, if so, how? Durham, they have the ability to create great havoc and terror in the United States by guerrilla activities. Some of them are fairly well learned on a mini-manual of the urban guerrilla, by one Carlos Marilla, a Brazilian terrorist. This manual espouses different plans and models for terrorism, such as bombing, murder, kidnapping, these types of activity. AIM has been involved in just about every one of these activities, including the kidnapping. Urban Indians tend to identify more with violence. Terrorism has been used as a means of AIM recruitment. Terrorism and its attendant publicity by the media create a means of release for many of those who would espouse a drastic method of changing the United States. None of these, and many similar accusations made during Durham's sworn testimony, was ever substantiated. To the contrary, his assertion of an Easter Sunday crucifixion at Wounded Knee is known to have been absolutely false. His account of George Aird's having been scalped and dismembered at an AIM guerrilla camp was a fabrication, and the contention that FBI agents Kohler and Williams were executed on June 26, 1975 was untrue. Further, it is known that it was Durham himself who introduced and promoted Marilla's mini-manual of the urban guerrilla to AIM members. Durham gave further shape to his charges of AIM terrorism, as is indicated by the following exchanges. Schultz, do you have information concerning AIM's planned activities for the bicentennial year, 1976? THIRD-WORLDISM, one will give you a direct quote from some of the leaders of the American Indian Movement, relating to the bicentennial, and relate to you some of their particular plans. William Kunstler, an attorney for the American Indian Movement, in a speech to Corky Gonzalez's Mexican-American Crusade for Justice in Denver, Colonel, said, I promise you revolution in 1976. It is better to die in the streets than to live on your knees. We are stronger together, and the system is getting weaker every day. At that very same press conference, Russell Means told the same members of the press, the white man has the goddamned gall to celebrate his birthday in 1976, they will have to do it over my blood. Everyone, everywhere should participate in blowing out the white man's birthday candle. Carter Camp, June 5, 1975, said, I promise you revolution in degree 76. It will be America's unhappiest birthday, and AIM guarantees it. Schultz, do you know, or are you aware of any targets which have been selected for attack in 1976? Durham, was told while I was in the American Indian Movement that any patriotic symbol of the United States would be an immediate target for attack. I was told that. The Disinformation Campaign 275. Washington, D.C., and Valley Forge were targets. The Bureau of Indian Affairs building and branch offices across the United States would be targets, as would be government offices. Some of the targets are current, confidential FBI information that IBAV received at this time. Emphasis added. This statement suggests the witness was still employed by the FBI at the time of his testimony. Later Durham explains that Durham, approximately September 15, 1975, Russell Means in Sioux Falls, S.Doc, announced a counter-offensive by AIM, saying that the counter-offensive would be directed at the federal government and the South Dakota state government. He cited incidents in 6 states including Minnesota and South Dakota. Although Means refused to divulge specific plans for the counter-offensive, he indicated that they would deal with the white man's 200th birthday celebration here in South Dakota. On March 18, 1974, Russell Means predicted insurrection in 2 years, while addressing the Mexican-American Crusade for Justice. Veiled threats have been made regarding the invading of the city of Philadelphia by Indian Americans, Mexican Americans, Puerto Ricans, blacks, and other racial minorities during the bicentennial celebration July 4. These plans, which never materialized, were utilized as the basis for an extraordinary FBI disinformation gambit during the summer of 1976. See below. Copyright. Durham went to great lengths to demonstrate that AIM was part of an international communist/terrorist conspiracy. Durham, 1, was advised there would be a meeting with the People's Republic of China in Ottawa, Canada, in the last week of September 1974, and received this written set of instructions advising myself, George Roberts, Russell Means, and John Trudell to go to this meeting. Schultz, do you have reason to believe, or know that Mr. George Roberts, a suspected CIA infiltrator, actually had contacts in behalf of AIM with embassies around the world? Durbam sat in his house while he called Dr. Faustino Perez, a Cuban diplomat in Mexico City, and the other embassies, and spoke in various tongues to these other embassies. He seemed on a first-name basis with embassy personnel, people from the Irish Republican Army, Mexico, Cuba, Germany, East Germany, and various other parts of the world. Trademark. Durham, George Roberts advocated spiriting Dennis Banks to Cuba, and in my presence, called Dr. Faustino Perez, in New Sic, Mexico, to establish contact with Fidel Castro. Perez was an old friend of Ahmed Ben Bella from Algeria, and was quite involved in the landing in Cuba. Schultz, the Bay of Pigs? Durbam, no, when Castro first obtained power in Cuba. 276. Schulze, all right, when he came out of the mountains. Durham, right, out of the mountains. Dr. Fausto, as he is referred to, advised Roberts that he would have the information sent in a diplomatic pouch to Cuba, and at that point Roberts advised his wife to travel to Mexico City to meet Faustino Perez, who was supposedly, or allegedly, a friend of hers. Anyway, she returned with the information that Castro had rejected the plan because he felt there would be increasing relations with the United States, and reported one U.S. senator's actions as being the main reason for there being no further chance for political exile in Cuba for Banks. Schultz, he was expecting this to disturb the increasingly better relations with the United States? Durbam, that's correct, sir. A suggestion was issued, allegedly from Dr. Faustino Perez, that Banks should approach the People's Republic of China for a move in the direction they would indicate, which would later allow him to go to Latin America and become the new Che Guevara because he was a Native American person. Schultz, could you give us some estimates as to the amount of funds available to AIM from foreign sources? Durbam, there wasn't as much direct funding, such as Moscow sending a check for $400, or something of that nature, to AIM, but through front groups who became involved and ideologically aligned with AIM, and they provided money. As far as actual direct foreign funding, committees in other countries that call themselves AIM chapters and send monies to the American Indian movement, those figures were made available to the FBI, however, I don't have them with me at this time. And on the domestic front. Schultz, Mr. Durham, you were just about to discuss the activities which occurred at the Omni Center in Atlanta, GA, you traveled there with Mr. Banks. Would you continue, please? Durbam, well, we arrived at the 900 block of Juniper Street in Atlanta, which was the home of the American Indian Movement. The staff of the American Indian Movement consisted of 1 Indian and 5 or 6 non-Indians, sharing the same office facilities with the Great Speckled Bird, the Georgia Power Project, and the Georgia Communist League, as I understand it. I'm not positive about the GCL. I understand there were members of the GCL present at this time when we held a meeting to discuss an upcoming concert to be held to raise funds for the Banks/Means trial. Schultz, would you identify for us what the Speckled Bird and the Georgia Power Project is? Durham, the Great Speckled Bird was a newspaper, socialist in nature. A large amount of the staff were from members of the Georgia Power Project, and again, members of the Georgia Communist League, which later became the October League, Marxist-Leninist. They were working hand in hand, in fact interfacing with members of the Disinformation Campaign 277. The AIM staff in this particular office, toward setting up this People's Concert for Justice, with the assistance of one Troy Donahue, a former Hollywood cowboy. Schultz, do you have some documents which serve to identify other revolutionary groups which have assisted and participated in the programs of AIM? Durham, the Organization of Arab Students, the Iranian Students Association, the American Servicemen's Union, the Black Panther Party, the New York Consulate of the Republic of New Africa SIC, the Carlos Feliciano Defense Committee, the American Committee on Africa SIC, the Youth Against War and Fascism, the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Oppression SIC, which by the way Clyde Belcourt is a national officer of, the Lincoln Detox SIC program, the New York American Indian Movement, the Indochina SID Solidarity Committee, the Prisoners' Day Solidarity Committee. Schultz, what other groups that have advocated terrorism or violence for the bicentennial have shown support for the American Indian Movement? Durham, the Weather Underground published a full-page ad in the back of their Osawatomie, Fall 1975 actually Summer 1975 issue, stating support for the Indian resistance. The Irish Republican Army, as mentioned earlier, met with the leaders of AIM at Durham's behest during the trial in St. Paul. Banks claimed to have met with the Palestine Liberation Organization. The Iranian Students Association has demonstrated on AIM's behalf, and they do have a history of violence. The Revolutionary Student Brigade has demonstrated on AIM's behalf, as have the Puerto Rican Solidarity Committee and Puerto Rican groups hosted by Fidel Castro in Cuba in 1975. The militant has written many articles supportive of AIM and revolution, and they are a strong defender of AIM's rights. The New World Liberation Front has bombed buildings in support of AIM's actions. 2 houses in Piedmont, California, were firebombed in this reaction. The Symbionese Liberation Army did name AIM as one of the 5 groups to distribute their People in Need program money in 1974. The large amount of support contributed by the National Lawyers Guild, a group which seems to condone violence, is also indicative of the type of groups supporting AIM. In his preliminary statement, Durham also quoted an earlier subcommittee report. The Communist Party USA for more than a year now has been supporting the so-called American Indian Liberation Movement, as Senator Eastland called AIM at the time. The decision to make the Indian Liberation Movement a major point of emphasis was made at a special National Conference on Indian Liberation convened somewhere in the western United States in November 1969. According to the West Coast People's World, which gave the conference extensive coverage in its issues of November 8 and 15, 1969, Communist Party Chairman Henry Winston keynoted the conference by describing the Indian Liberation Movement as one of the 4 major struggles in our country. The conference defined the vanguard role of communists in the fight, and are leading the fight. 278. The whole performance was intended to create the impression, through implication and innuendo, of a massive, foreign-directed inter-organizational conspiracy. More, many of the supposed incidents recounted by Durham as evidence of AIM's ties with communist nations, the meeting in the Toronto Consulate of the People's Republic of China, the alleged plan to spirit Dennis Banks away to Latin America, etc. simply never materialized. Castro's alleged refusal to grant Banks sanctuary in Cuba and Durham's explanation of why this supposed scheme was not acted upon hardly reconciles with the sanctuary provided to BPP founder Huey P. Newton a short while later, or the Cuban leaders providing refuge to BLA member Asada Shakur later still. There is no corroboration from any quarter that Banks even desired to go to Cuba, never mind that he fancied himself an incipient Che Guevara. Finally, Durham conveniently neglected to bring his supposed records of foreign financial support to AIM. As concerns AIM's alignment with various domestic organizations, Durham tendered no more substantiation than a series of clippings extracted from the publications of various organizations, each bearing some sort of statement of solidarity from the respective groups to AIM. These were reinforced by clippings from the mainstream media indicating that some of the organizations named had staged rallies or fundraising events in support of AIM from time to time. No deeper linkages were demonstrated in any connection, not to mention the sort of communist or terrorist inter-organizational conspiracy which was being alluded to. Tellingly, Durham failed to make any sort of comparison between AIM's association with these organizations and its closer ties to others, such as the Ecumenical Council, United Methodist Church and Lutheran Church. Finally, virtually every concrete interaction between AIM and any of the suspect foreign entities posited came, not through bona fide AIM members, but through either Durham, a known FBI infiltrator, George Roberts, a suspected CIA infiltrator, or both. The entire spurious issue thus is indelibly marked with the stamp of COINTELPRO-style orchestration. St. Durham repeatedly asserted that federal grant monies awarded to AIM's community service projects had been misappropriated to finance weapons acquisitions and other AIM terrorist activities. DURBAM, the Office of Economic Opportunity contacted AIM Midwest coordinator Ron Petit, as Petit related to me, and urged that we apply for a grant. At this point, Petit suggested we apply for an Employment for Indians grant in the Des Moines, Iowa, area. Hired on this grant were, of course, Raymond Slick, one of the AIM warriors, and Petit's wife, and it was used merely as a means to escape the country a few days later. Schultz, do you know what a portion of this money was used for? DURBAM, Ray Slick had indicated he was supposed to buy some weapons and travel up north with them, for purposes undescribed at this time. The Disinformation Campaign 279. DURBAM, one would like to submit for the record, if I might, the food stamp card of Dennis Banks, since I was signed on as an alternate. I'm aware of the fact that not only did he draw food stamps, but I went down and picked them up for him. The food stamp office in St. Paul, Minnesota moved for 1 week into the national offices of the American Indian Movement, and signed up everybody they could find for food stamps. Schultz, what did he do with the food stamps he got? Durham, well, a couple of times they were stolen from him. This was the only violent act, emphasis added, he ever described to me within AIM, when his food stamps were stolen. Sometimes they were sold for 80 cents on the dollar, and of course arms, weapons, and things like that were purchased for members of AIM. Schultz, do you know that, having observed the sale of these food stamps? Durham, did not emphasis added directly observe the sale of Dennis food stamps. I observed the sale of food stamps of like nature by people in a bar in Minneapolis. It was quite common practice at the time. The arms purchased I definitely observed in Dennis Banks' apartment in St. Paul, in East St. Paul, in Magnolia Court, and a $6,250 social understanding grant brought a carload of arms down by one Nojesic Aquash. These weapons were of Czechoslovakian nature, and some of them just ordinary high-powered hunting rifles, were brought in from Canada. Schultz, and these were purchased by banks, or were they donated by these groups? Durham, they were purchased by Nojesic with this social understanding grant money. Schultz, and where does that money come from? Durham, I'm not familiar with the exact origin of the grant, but it was to create better understanding between Indians and non-Indians in the North. Schultz, are you talking about federal money? DURBAM, it was some sort of federal money, but I'm not familiar with exactly what program it was. Predictably enough, nothing was ever unearthed to corroborate Durham's contentions of embezzlement of OEO funds in Des Moines, of a conspiracy between AIM and the St. Paul Welfare Office to engage in food stamp fraud, or to sell food stamps. Even the $6,250 social understanding grant turned out NOI to have been of federal origin, and no questions of financial malfeasance were ever put forward by the sponsor. However, once these assertions were broadly disseminated through the active efforts of the FBI and Senate subcommittee, AIM's sources of funding eroded very rapidly. Durham's stint as the star witness of the Eastland subcommittees came as a prelude to a lecture tour he undertook throughout the Midwest, with the sponsorship of the John Birch Society. During this tour, he consistently maintained that AIM was communist-controlled and a threat to freedom. At the Hotel Alex Johnson in Rapid City on the evening of October 14, 1975, for example, he informed his rabidly anti-AIM audience that AIM is a leader in the scheme to disrupt our nation's bicentennial in 1976. In preparation for the decelebration, AIM has established training camps around the country in which political indoctrination, marksmanship, and guerrilla warfare are taught. Registered trademark. A week later, in Mitchell, SD, he claimed that AIM's guerrilla war was designed to include indiscriminate killings of whites. The former infiltrator was often accompanied to these talks by FBI personnel, presumably for security purposes. Many of AIM's revelations, from both the stump and the witness stand, seem to have been designed to whip up the already pronounced anti-AIM sentiments of the rural Midwest racist population. This potentially lethal proposition was the Disinformation Campaign 281. Manifested during the spring of 1975 in the John Birch Society's wide use of advertisements and billboards. Another indicator may be found in the Society's retention, in the fall of the same year, of its first in-house Indian speaker and expert on Indian affairs, Eugene Rooks, a known goon and one of Dick Wilson's political protégés. More ominous was the proliferation of white vigilance committees which became involved in the events of Pine Ridge during the summer. See Chapter 9. AIM's information also provided the basis for FBI reports such as the following, shared with police agencies in the Dakotas in May 1976. Analysis of the facts surrounding AIM leads one to the conclusion that this is one of the most violent and extremist-oriented organizations yet encountered by the United States. Danger exists in that other radical terrorist and extremist groups, both foreign and domestic, see in AIM a powerful ally for their release of destructive violence against the United States. The assistance of such groups, whether through funds, manpower, weapons, political philosophy, or instigation of violence, can be a pertinent threat to the welfare of the United States government and its citizenry of the first magnitude, due to A.I.M.'s violence potential, which is frequently directed toward local and state governments and police officers. Timely dissemination of specific intelligence information affecting their agencies is of utmost importance. In other words, the anti-AIM disinformation COINTELPRO in which Douglas Durham played so prominent a part, was to go on and on, both within and without the Bureau. The Dog Soldier Teletypes. On June 21, 1976, the FBI released to the media the contents of a teletype contending that Crusade for Justice leader Rudolfo Corky Gonzalez was in possession of a rocket launcher, rockets, M16 automatic rifles, and hand grenades, and that in combination with the American Indian Movement and SDS, a long-defunct white radical organization, the Crusade was setting up terrorist groups. The purpose of this was, according to Bureau spokesman, the launching of a campaign to kill a cop a day by using various ruses to lure law enforcement officers into ambush. Coincidental to this anti-police effort, the rather odd United Front was to assassinate the governor of the state of South Dakota, burn farmers, snipe at tourists, and engage in some unspecified action at Mt. Rushmore. As Gonzalez observed, this went out across the country, making the 6 o'clock news and banner headlines. A week later, the item was still considered juicy enough to be treated as prime subject matter by news reporters, as it was re-aired on KWTV in Denver on July 1, and by all 3 national television networks, again, the following day. The entire scenario sounded very much like a verbatim regurgitation of Douglas Durham's testimony before the Eastland Committee a few months earlier. The June 21 teletype mentioned that AIM was contributing 2,000 warriors, all trained in the Northwest Territory SIC, to the multiracial venture in terrorism. 282. AIM leader Ted Means tried hard to overcome the impression created by the FBI's fabricated dog soldier teletypes that AIM was preparing a terrorist campaign in 1976. Photo, Akwesasne notes. On June 22, the Bureau followed up by releasing another teletype which, together with the one of the day before, have come to be known as the Dog Soldier teletypes. The lengthy text is worth reproducing in its entirety. 281765Z May 76 From Director FBI to Deputy Attorney General Attention, Analysis and Evaluation Unit Assistant Attorney General, Criminal Division Attention, Internal Security Section U.S. Marshals Services U.S. Secret Service, PID, Department of Interior RE, American Indian Movement Unclassified. A source, with whom insufficient contact has been made to determine reliability but who is in a position to furnish reliable information, advised as follows on May 21, 1976, Dog soldiers who are pro-American Indian Movement, AIM, members who will kill for the advancement of AIM objectives have been training since the Wounded Knee, South Dakota, incident in 1973. These dog soldiers, approximately 2,000 in number, have been training in the Northwest Territory, not further described, and also an unknown number have been training in the desert of Arizona. These dog soldiers allegedly are undergoing guerrilla warfare training experiences, not further described. The dog soldiers are to arrive at the Yankton Sioux Reservation, South Dakota, Wagner, South Dakota, in order to attend the traditional Sioux Sun Dance and International Treaty Conference. The Sun Dance and the conference are to occur on the Yankton Reservation in early June of 1976, and this Sun Dance and conference are to serve as a cover for the influx of dog soldiers. The second biennial International Indian Treaty Conference is scheduled for May 28 to June 6, 1976, Yankton Reservation. At the conclusion of the activities on the Sioux Reservation, the dog soldiers are to meet on June 25, 1976, or immediately thereafter, at 20 North Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, the residence of Renee Howell. At this meeting, final assignments will be given to the dog soldiers for targets throughout the state on the 4th of July weekend. Currently, some dog soldiers from the Northwest Territory are in the state of South Dakota watching the movements of public employees at public buildings. The Disinformation Campaign. 283. The dog soldiers' assignments are to be carried out between July 1 and July 5, 1976. Alleged targets are as follows. 1. The Charles Mix County Courthouse, Lake Andes, South Dakota, where valves on the heating system's boiler are to be set, including the safety valve, in such a way that the boiler will blow up. 2. State Capitol, Pierre, South Dakota, no further detail. 3. Ft. Randall Dam, Pickstown, South Dakota, would have turbines blown up, short-circuiting power. 4. The dog soldiers were on the line to assassinate the governor of South Dakota. 5. Sniping of tourists on interstate highways in South Dakota. 6. Taking action to empty Rushmore. 7. To burn farmers and shooting equipment in the Wagner, South Dakota area. 8. To assault the state penitentiary at Sioux Falls, South Dakota, to assassinate an inmate. 9. To blow up the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA buildings in the Wagner, South Dakota area. The dog soldiers are allegedly to be armed with M15s and carbines, which are hidden in Porcupine, South Dakota, area, on Rosebud Indian Reservation Sid. Sam Moves Camp, an acting AIM member, Pine Ridge, South Dakota, allegedly transports the above weapons from Red Man Street, number unknown, Omaha, Nebraska, to the residence of Charlie Aburezk, Porcupine, South Dakota. Aburezk, who is involved with the dog soldiers, is the son of a United States Senator James Aburezk, South Dakota. Additionally, Sam Moves Camp allegedly drives an Oldsmobile, four-door black over brown, and resides in Isla Vista, Nebraska, believed to be a suburb of Omaha, Nebraska. Source learned that dynamite was stored at the home of Tony Zephyr, Greenwood, South Dakota, in September 1975, and dynamite was also stored at the home of Gregory Francis Zephyr, Sr., also known as Greg, Wagner, South Dakota, in February 1975. Source has heard that Wilbert Provost, also known as Willie, is one of Russell Means' hitmen, and that Wallace Little, Jr., also known as June Little, who is expert with explosives, was once teacher of the dog soldiers in the Northwest Territory. Greg Zephyr, Wagner, South Dakota, is listed as the director of the AIM, South Dakota, according to Janice Stark, clerk, in corporation records, South Dakota Secretary of State, as of July 18, 1975. A second source advised that Russell Means holds no national office in AIM, however he is member of the AIM Central Committee SIC. No such entity ever existed, the decision-making body of AIM. The American Indian Movement, AIM, was founded in Minnesota in 1968, dedicated to improving conditions for the American Indian. AIM led and participated in confrontations with local authorities in Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and the Rapid City-Custer areas. 284. Senator James Aburezk, left, had by 1975 become an outspoken critic of the FBI operations on Pine Ridge. Photo, Washington Star/News, his son, Charlie, Wright, was without substantiation branded a terrorist by the Bureau. Photo, Rapid City Journal of South Dakota. AIM led the takeover and occupation of Wounded Knee, South Dakota, in February-May, 1973. Both documents were released at a particularly critical juncture in the Cedar Rapids murder trial of AIM members Dino Butler and Bob Robideau, see Chapter 11. When the jury was becoming disenchanted with the government's case in general and the performance of the FBI in particular, the teletypes reinforced the government's contention that AIM was part of a conspiracy to lure police, and, by implication, federal agents, into ambushes, as Butler and Robideau were accused of doing, that AIM had an elite corps of hitmen, an entity to which Butler and Robideau were accused of belonging, and that AIM was involved in erecting more or less formal military facilities, as Butler and Robideau were said to have done. The general tenor of both documents was that AIM as a whole was a mad dog organization, an image the Bureau had been striving to create for years, and that members such as the Cedar Rapids defendants were thus a public menace of the sort which might best be locked away, regardless of their guilt or innocence in any specific matter, such as the killing of 2 FBI agents, for which they were being tried. The media blitz regarding these documents came within 2 weeks of the verdict at Cedar Rapids. Tellingly, June Little, the individual pinpointed in the dog soldier teletype as being an explosives expert who was training AIM's dog soldiers in the Northwest. The Disinformation Campaign 285. Territory, was himself suspected of having been involved in the deaths of S.A. Kohler and Williams on June 26, 1975. The seemingly gratuitous inclusion of the name of Charles Aburezk, a non-Indian, as being involved with the dog soldiers, was likely intended to discredit Senator James Aburezk of South Dakota, who had become one of the Bureau's more outspoken critics, see Chapters 8 and 9. The senator noted this when, on July 3, 1975, he described the documents as being part of a smear campaign which smacks of a total setup that these unfounded, unverified reports are given such widespread distribution. The senator's analysis should be assessed in view of the FBI's own determination that when engaging in a COINTELPRO disinformation campaign, it is immaterial whether facts exist to substantiate the charge. If facts are present, it aids in the success of the proposal. Disruption of targeted organizations and individuals can be accomplished by leveling accusations in the media without facts to back it up. When FBI Director Clarence Kelly was sworn in as a witness at the Cedar Rapids trial a few days after the teletypes were released, the question was put to him by defense attorney William Kunstler. Kunstler, Mr. Kelly, is there one shred of evidence to support the allegations made in these teletypes? Kelly, one no of none. To further solidify the impression that the entire matter had been manufactured by his agents from whole cloth, Kelly then proceeded to testify that, "It is my very definite knowledge that the American Indian movement is a movement which has fine goals, has many fine people, and has as its general consideration of what needs to be done, something that is worthwhile, and it is not tabbed by us as an un-American, subversive, or otherwise objectionable organization." Since no one was ever arrested as a dog soldier conspirator and none of the alleged incipient terrorist acts ever materialized, it is impossible to avoid the conclusions reached by Rex Whaler. The memos were a completely fabricated creation of the FBI, or by Peter Matheson. Not a single sliver of hard evidence supported the lies and propaganda being aimed at the Cedar Rapids jury by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or that sadly eroded institution, the U.S. Department of Justice. Further, aside from the specific jury-tainting objectives which may be associated with them, the dog-soldier teletypes fit within the framework of the overall false image of aim which the FBI's disinformation campaign had been designed to achieve. Chapter 11. Perjury and Fabrication of Evidence. FBI officials said a principal way to neutralize individuals was to show they were violating federal, state, or local statutes. House Report to the Committee on the Judiciary, FBI Domestic Intelligence Operations, Their Purpose and Scope, Issues that Need to be Resolved. The FBI will fabricate and suppress evidence in order to tie radical political leaders up in the courts and in prison. The FBI also encourages agents to lie. One FBI memo stated that it is immaterial whether facts exist to substantiate the charge. If facts are present, it aids in the success of the proposal to neutralize individuals through the courts, but disruption of legitimate political organizations can be accomplished without facts to back it up. Jim Messerschmitt, The Trial of Leonard Peltier. As Messerschmitt has noted, the state response to collective behavior organizing to resist state power contains two essential, but inherently contradictory aspects. First, and most important, it must disrupt and disorganize the threatening behavior. In short, the state will repress the activity as soon as possible. As we M2S have seen, the FBI spared little initiative and imagination in its 1972-76 campaign to directly repress AIM. However, the state cannot merely overtly repress behavior which is considered a menace to its power. It must also legitimize that repression. This brings us to the second major aspect of the state response to collective resistance. If the state engages merely in outright repression, it runs the risk of destroying its hegemony, which relies on people believing it is a neutral arbiter. Such a strategy would lead to an increase in the political composition of the organized resistance movement. The state is therefore confronted with a highly conflicting and contradictory situation. The state is compelled to maintain a legalistic image if it is to limit political, collective resistance in the FU3 tour. It follows that the state solves this inherent problem by appealing to the legal system. This enables the state to dispose of the threatening political behavior while simultaneously legitimizing its repressive acts. The state claims to be applying universal codes impartially and not singling out specific groups for special end. 287. 288. Arbitrary treatment. But as Anatole France ironically notes, it is the majestic equality of the law which forbids both rich and poor from sleeping under the bridges of the Seine. In principle then, the legal system, especially substantive and procedural forms to be applied both to the government or the governed, sets definite constraints on the ability of political elites to dispose efficiently of collective resistance, constraints which they can ignore only at the risk of endangering their long-run legitimacy and interest in minimizing a growing political movement. Nevertheless, the immediate pressures to end collective resistance unavoidably dictate serious abrogations of the law. Such a dynamic includes legal breaches not only outside, but within the judicial process per se. The following examples are indicative of the vast scope and depth of the FBI practice of systematically engaging in the manufacture of a variety of forms of evidence in order to obtain legal convictions of AIM members. The Lewis Moves Camp Affair. From August 5 through 10, 1974, SAS David Price and Ronald Williams met with former AIM member Lewis Moves Camp at Ellsworth Air Force Base, near Rapid City. Moves Camp had resigned from AIM on July 4 after returning to the Rapid City AIM house to find his belongings on the sidewalk. The expulsion, ordered by Dennis Banks, would have happened sooner had he not been the son of a respected elder, Ellen Moves Camp, since he had repeatedly broken the AIM house rules in regard to drugs, alcohol, and creating disturbances. A congressional report later recorded the FBI's version of what was happening at the air base. Mr. Moves Camp first came to the attention of the government as a possible witness when he voluntarily contacted the FBI's Rapid City Resident Agency on about August 5, 1974, and offered to testify as a government witness against the defendants Dennis Banks and Russell Means, at the upcoming Wounded Knee leadership trial. SAS David Price and Ronald Williams then contacted Assistant Special Agent in Charge ASAC Philip Enlow in Minneapolis with this information on August 7, who in turn contacted Assistant U.S. Attorney AUSARD. Heard also in Minneapolis, and slated to be the chief prosecutor during the Banks/Means trial. Degree. In cross-examination at the trial, Moves Camp acknowledged that Price and Williams met daily with him from the 5th through the 10th and that on August 9 he had signed 3 affidavits prepared by the agents that were subsequently turned over to Prosecutor Heard. Missing from both the Bureau account and Moves Camp's statements on the matter were the facts of his personal grudge against Banks for having evicted him, his pique at AIM in general, and that he was awaiting trial for robbery, assault with a deadly weapon 2 counts, and assault causing bodily injury 2 counts. He was faced with a possible jail sentence of 20 years. Whether Moves Camp approached the FBI or the other way around, it is not credible that SAS Price and Williams were unaware of Moves Camp's legal situation or that. 289. It might be parlayed into the creation of the most cooperative possible type of witness. From Rapid City, Price and Williams transported Moves Camp to Minneapolis, where they checked into the Dickman Hotel. On August 13, the trio relocated to the J&R Dude Ranch, just across the Wisconsin state line, and the next day Prosecutor Heard had his first meeting with the man he expected to be his star witness. Although things seemed to be going smoothly for the government at this juncture. On the morning of August 15, Price was distressed because Lewis had gotten himself into some sort of trouble. He was, in fact, now in the custody of the River Falls, Wisconsin police. Where, to quote Ron Williams, some type of law enforcement-related person, had been advised that a female had made an oral allegation, that Mr. Moves Camp had raped her. Price later telephoned Williams to notify his partner that no rape complaint was going to be filed after all, and that he was on his way home with Moves Camp. Curiously, Price and Williams failed to prepare a field SAR or FD. 302, on all these exciting events, a standard procedure for agents when on duty. The subsequent FBI version of what had happened is contained in a congressional report. In a September 19, 1974, signed memorandum to the SAC Joseph Trimbach, ASAC Philip Enlow recounted that on the afternoon of August 16, 1974, S.A. Price advised him that an allegation had been made by a young woman in River Falls, Wisconsin, that Moves Camp had raped her. Mr. Enlow instructed S.A. Price to take no action whatsoever to interfere with or influence the investigation by the local police department or to persuade local authorities not to prosecute Mr. Moves Camp on the rape charge. As it turned out, no rape charges were, in fact, filed, since the prosecutor, after interviewing the complainant, her parents, and the officer involved, determined that there was no evidence that a crime had been committed and the matter was, therefore, not prosecuted. Mr. Enlow then spoke with S.A. Ray Gammon and AUSA Heard in a conference call and informed Mr. Heard of the allegation, that Mr. Moves Camp was not under arrest, and that no charges had been filed. Emphasis added. Asterisk. Although the FBI introduced sworn statements by local authorities that neither S.A. Price nor any federal government employee tried to or did exert influence on them in this matter. The defense established in cross-examination at trial that before the rape charge against Moves Camp was dropped, Price conferred for several hours with a state prosecutor as well as with the River Falls police, and had made it clear to his fellow lawmen that Moves Camp was a crucial witness in the Banks/Means trial. S.A. Williams further testified that immediately after Price and Moves Camp had returned from River Falls, the trio had checked out of the J&R Dude Ranch and gone back to Minnesota, out of Wisconsin jurisdiction, because hostile persons might find out where we were. The victim herself told Oakland attorneys that there was a very active campaign on the part of officials to keep her. 290. AIM leaders Russell Means, left, and Dennis Banks, right, with defense attorney William Kunstler during the Wounded Knee leadership trial in St. Paul, MN, 1974. Photo, Dick Bancroft. From Talking to Anyone. Situation, as Oakland attorney Larry Leventhal summed up the At the time of the alleged rape incident, Louis Movescamp was spending a few days in the presence of FBI agents Williams and Price, who by their own testimony, consumed great amounts of alcohol one evening in the presence of Movescamp. Movescamp thereafter left their company. The following morning a young woman attempted to press a rape complaint against Louis Movescamp, with the county attorney's office. Her complaint was initially processed, and then following contact between the FBI agents and the county attorney the complaint was sidetracked. All of this calls into question the non-interference or non-influence with which the Bureau has steadfastly characterized its posture. Either way, the Wisconsin rape charge hanging over Movescamp's head could now be added to the pre-existing tally of pending sentences which the FBI could utilize in bargaining for the witness's full cooperation. Nonetheless, for his testimony to be viable, the prosecution had to keep word of such matters from the jury. It was undoubtedly for this reason that the following exchange occurred between AUSARD Heard and Oakledock attorney Mark Lane during the trial. Lane: one should like to know if Louis Movescamp was arrested while in Wisconsin, if he was jailed for a serious charge, which may be rape, and if the agents of the FBI or other representatives of the United States government arranged his release, if any of that facts situation said is true. Judge Nickel then asked Heard if he could provide the requested information. 291. Heard: it's my understanding that he was arrested on a public intoxication charge. Now, I'm not sure on the details of that, but it was my understanding that he was arrested on a public intoxication charge. I don't believe there was ever a conviction on it. He was released. I'm not even sure he was arrested. He has not been arrested on anything more than public intoxication. Lane: well, I think we're entitled to this information. I think we're entitled to know the date of the arrest, and what role the federal government played in having him released. Heard: one don't think any of that is relevant and material. You can't impeach a witness by showing he was arrested for public intoxication. It was only later in the trial that Heard, when confronted by Lane with incontrovertible evidence that he had been informed by Isaac Enlow of the rape charge against Movescamp at least a week prior to the prosecutor's statements in court, dropped his pretense that he had not known of the situation. Being caught in an outright lie led to Heard's being censured by Judge Nickel. Mr. Heard deceived the court up here at the bench in connection with the Movescamp incident in Wisconsin. It hurts me deeply. It's going to take me a long time to forget it. To that extent, I think the prosecutor in this case was guilty of misconduct. It was certainly not in accord with the highest standards we ought to expect from those officers that represent what I used to think was the majesty of the United States government. I guess it's been a bad year for justice, a bad year for justice. Perhaps more important than how the FBI obtained Movescamp's testimony, and what the Bureau was prepared to do in order to retain him as a witness, was the nature of what he was expected to testify about. As the trial transcript reveals, Movescamp was used to fill virtually every hole in the government's case against Banks and Means. Louis Movescamp testified that he had witnessed virtually every crime with which the defendants were charged. He told the court that he had been at the Calico meeting which led to AIM going to Wounded Knee on February 27, 1973, providing evidence of conspiracy. He told the court he had witnessed both Banks and Means pilfering merchandise from the trading post at Wounded Knee. He said he had seen Banks and Means handing out guns and giving orders to others, casting them as instigators in violence against federal officers. If Movescamp's testimony were true, the defendants would be found guilty of every charge in the 11-point indictment. The first crack in this flawless eyewitnessing of crucial events, however, occurred when Movescamp's mother, Ellen, a major Ion leader at Wounded Knee, stood up from among the spectators in the courtroom and shouted, "Louis never stayed at Wounded Knee. Even while he was there, he was in and out. He's lying about everything. Every statement he signed is a lie. Everything he said is a lie." Shortly thereafter, the defense established that Price's witness had left wounded. 292. Ni for the last time about March 11, 1973, and that he was actually in California at the time of most of the events he described. Further investigation by Oakledock revealed that a BIA employee had seen Moves Camp in California from March 17 through the month of June. Records from the Monterey Peninsula Cable Television Company revealed that Moves Camp had appeared on a television show there on April 23 and 26, days that he supposedly witnessed events at Wounded Knee. Other witnesses testified that he had been on the San Jose State College campus in April. Still further investigation revealed that Prosecutor Heard, as his case began to deteriorate, had requested Moves Camp be administered a polygraph examination before going on the stand, and that Zach Trimbach had refused to allow the Bureau's prize witness to be so tested. When Judge Nickel discovered that the FBI had paid Moves Camp some $2,074.50 in expenses and fees emphasis added for his services as a false witness, he stated that, even in the most favorable possible finding, Heard had been grossly negligent in failing to verify Moves Camp's testimony, and further, in failing to offer an explanation or correction of his testimony in the face of overwhelming contradictory evidence. His conduct here at least borders on violation of the American Bar Association standards. As to the Bureau, the judge observed that, "I blurted out, maybe unfortunately, in the early part of this trial, that the FBI had certainly deteriorated. I think that statement has become justified by the manner in which the FBI has operated in this trial. At the time of this statement, Nickel was still unaware of the Bureau's implantation of Douglas Durham within the defense team. See Chapter 8. The Bureau's illegal behavior with regard to the Moves Camp matter was compounded on August 30, 1974 when the prosecution and FBI misconduct, which had reached tragic proportions, turned, for a moment, comic. While questioning FBI agent Ronald Williams concerning the alleged FBI cover-up of Moves Camp's River Falls rape charge, Oakledock attorney William Kunstler noticed a door behind the bench was slightly ajar, a door that was usually closed. Continuing his questioning, Kunstler wandered about the courtroom, moving ever closer to the open door. As he got close enough to reach the handle, he quickly swung open the door, at which point two eavesdropping FBI agents almost fell on their faces as they stumbled embarrassingly into the room. An incredulous Judge Nickel stopped the proceedings and took the two agents, Dennis O'Callaghan and Patrick Flynn, to his chambers for questioning. FBI agent David Price had been sequestered, awaiting his turn to testify, and Nickel wanted assurance that the two sleuths had not intended to subvert the process of objective testimony by revealing Williams' testimony to Price. The Moves Camp affair was the death knell of the government's otherwise almost non-existent case against Banks and Means. Already, in July, when the government originally rested its case, Judge Nickel had dismissed burglary, arson, illegal weapons, Molotov cocktails, and theft charges, there being simply no proof to sustain them. A short time later, he also dismissed 2 counts of interfering or obstructing federal law enforcement officials during a civil disorder because the government could not show that the presence of the officials was lawful in the first place. As the dimension of the Bureau misconduct in relation to Moves Camp's blatant perjury became obvious, Nickel seized the opportunity to dismiss all remaining charges as well. More serious than Louis Moves Camp's lies was the all but inescapable conclusion that Agent Price, and perhaps Agent Williams, had knowingly prepared this man to give false testimony. At the very least, they found his story so convenient that they had not bothered to find out if it was true. More serious still was the likelihood that U.S. Attorney Heard had also been aware that Moves Camp's testimony was false even before he put him on the stand. As the judge eloquently summarized the case in the remarks accompanying his final dismissal action. Although it hurts me deeply, I am forced to the conclusion that the prosecution in this trial had something other than attained justice foremost in its mind. The fact that incidents of misconduct formed a pattern throughout the course of the trial leads me to the belief that this case was not prosecuted in good faith or in the spirit of justice. The waters of justice have been polluted, and dismissal, I believe, is the appropriate cure for the pollution in this case. As concerned the Bureau in particular, Nickel spoke with equal severity. It's hard for me to believe that the FBI, which I have revered for so long, has stooped so low. Still, as Vander, Jr. concluded about a year after the trial. The trials growing out of the Wounded Knee occupation involved such serious misconduct both by the FBI and the federal prosecutor that the judge in the case of American Indian Movement leaders Russell Means and Dennis Banks was forced to dismiss all charges, but when lawyers representing Means and Banks asked for disciplining action by the Justice Department against the federal employees who had overstepped their authority, they were told the government planned no such action. To the contrary, R.D. Heard was immediately commended and assigned to take the lead role in the remaining Wounded Knee leadership cases, those against Leonard Crow Dog, see next chapter, Stan Holder and Carter Camp, tried in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, during June of 1975 resulting in convictions. Joseph Trimbach continued overseeing the entire FBI anti-AIM operation in South Dakota, while agents Price and Williams were returned to the fray on Pine Ridge itself. Williams was killed there on June 26, 1975, see Chapter 9. As for Lewis Moves Camp, his performance on the stand was not punished in any way whatsoever. The River Falls rape charge was allowed to simply drift into oblivion and the sentences on all his 20-odd years' worth of prior convictions were suspended. In April 1975, he was critically wounded by a rifle bullet in the tiny reservation village of Wanblee, in apparent retribution for his recent rape of a Pine Ridge woman. The Butler/Robideau trial. During the Rees-Mers investigation of 1975, the FBI rapidly and inexplicably narrowed its list of those wanted in connection with the deaths of SAS Williams and Kohler from the original more than 30 suspects, see Chapter 9, to just 4, Darrell Dino Butler, Robert Bob Robideau, Leonard Peltier, and James Theodore Jimmy Eagle. Coincidentally, this much abbreviated roster of those targeted by the Bureau to face first-degree murder charges in the matter were, with the EXCEP 295. Gregory Dewey Clifford, member of a noted Pine Ridge Goon family, bargained his way out of the Pennington County, SD, jail and rape charges in July 1975 by fabricating evidence against Jimmy Eagle and Leonard Peltier. Although his bogus confession was not used at trial, the FBI rewarded Clifford with a new life by placing him in the Federal Witness Protection Program and blocking his prosecution in a series of brutal crimes. In March 1987, the buffers of the Bureau wore out. Clifford was arrested for the grisly murder and dismemberment of a woman named Jerry Patton and is currently serving 45 years in Colorado. Photo, Denver Police Department. Shin of Eagle, those identified as being the key AIM members present at the Jumping Bull property during the firefight of June 26 that year registered trademark according to the Bureau. The charges against Jimmy Eagle were derived from his having confessed his part in the killing of the agents to a cellmate, Gregory Dewey Clifford, an Oglala, after having turned himself in on the cowboy boot charges, see Chapter 9, on July 9. According to Clifford, Eagle claimed that one agent had come early on June 26 to the Jumping Bull property and had been told to leave, that there were many Indians present, some of them armed with M14 or M16 automatic weapons, that when the two agents returned, a warning shot was fired, at which point the agents started shooting, that when they were disabled, a number of Indians including Eagle, moved up close and killed them. Eagle, who said he was standing 4 feet away, described how one of the agents begged for his life, Gust, as reported in FBI news releases after the deaths, that this man was shot with a Thompson .45 submachine gun, the impact of which knocked him into the air so that he came down hard, denting the car, that Eagle and his companions had taken turns shooting the agents on the ground. S.A. William Wood, who took Clifford's statement in the Pennington County Jail, in Rapid City, found corroboration in the statements of two other Oglalas, Marion Highbull and Melvin Whitewing, who claimed they'd overheard Eagle's boastful story, told to Clifford. According to Wood's summary of the Highbull interview, Eagle had not only said what Clifford claimed, but had specifically threatened the 296 life of Wood's partner, S.A. David Price, as well. On October 15, 1975, Wood recorded Whitewing as contending that Eagle was heard to say that the agent Kohler was pulled from his car and then shot. We all took turns shooting at them. Jimmy Eagle was emotionally involved when he was telling his story and he, White Wing, believed that Jimmy Eagle was not telling a story as heard from someone else but, as though he, Jimmy Eagle, was actually there. White Wing stated that Jimmy Eagle was very proud of the fact that they killed the agent's registered trademark. Meanwhile, Dino Butler had been captured during the FBI air assault on the Crow Dog and Running properties, on the Rosebud Reservation, September 5, see Chapter 9, and, on September 10, Bob Robideau had been arrested when the car in which he had been riding exploded alongside the Kansas Turnpike, near Wichita. 3 of the 4 specified culprits in the deaths of Agents Williams and Kohler were thus in custody within 60 days of the event. Only Leonard Peltier remained at large. Butler and Robideau were moved from their separate locations to the Pennington County Jail in January 1976 to await the beginning of their trial. On April 19, Pennington County Sheriff's deputies supposedly discovered several hacksaw blades hidden in their cell block and, for undisclosed reasons, 5 FBI agents J. Gary Adams, William Wood, Dean Hughes, Fred Coward, and David Price were invited to join Sheriff Mel Larson and 3 of his deputies in a more thorough search of the facility. Despite the fact that the 2 cells searched by the lawmen housed a total of 16 prisoners at the time, Robideau was immediately targeted as the ringleader of an escape plot with Dino Butler and 2 other incarcerated AIM members, Kenny Kane and Alonzo Bush, both Oglalas, designated as his accomplices. These facts were supposedly confirmed on April 20, when SAS Coward and Hughes interviewed a young black inmate, Marvin Bragg, aka Ricky Lee Waters. As Robideau recalls, Bragg was just a little guy, maybe 5'2", and he was a real terror there in Rapid City, had more than 10 rapes, and most of them pretty weird, involving old women. A real sad figure everywhere he went. He was getting beat up, especially after he fingered us, because rapists and snitches, well, cons don't go for that shit, and Bragg was both. He was going with an Indian woman at the time, and I guess it was her who threw them hacksaw blades in through the window. Bragg was serious about escaping, but he was facing up to 80 years, and when the shit came down, he just switched sides and pinned it all on us, to save himself. In a second interview between Bragg and S.A. Coward, on the afternoon of April 21, the rapist identified Butler's Oakledock attorney, Bruce Ellison, as being the party who, on April 15, 1976, had delivered the hacksaw blades. A Bureau memo, recently released under the FOIA, shows clearly that the FBI was quite aware of the 297. Bob Robideau and Dino Butler being led to trial in chains, Cedar Rapids, 1976. The heavy security presence of U.S. Marshals was a result of the terrorist threat frenzy whipped up by FBI propagandists. Photo, Cedar Rapids Gazette. Falsity of Bragg's statements, but it nonetheless used this evidence to cause Ellison's dismissal as defense counsel. AUSA Boyd advised that an affidavit had been filed with the court concerning the involvement of attorney Bruce Ellison in this matter. Ellison was subsequently dismissed as defense counsel. Boyd said he failed to notify the court that Ellison was actually in St. Louis, Missouri, with USA Evan Hultman on April 15, 76. On May 7, cast as desperate potential jailbreakers, Butler and Robideau were transferred to the maximum security South Dakota State Penitentiary in Sioux Falls, where they were held under especially stark conditions. Oakledock attorneys, meanwhile, had secured a change of venue, allowing the case to be heard in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, rather than Rapid City, because of the anti-AIM prejudice so demonstrably running rampant in South Dakota. With that, the Bureau's publicists moved into high gear. The FBI warned local law enforcement personnel that carloads of AIM terrorists were descending upon Cedar Rapids, and on May 11, U.S. Marshals visited every office in the federal building, telling folks to prepare for shooting incidents and the seizure of hostages and advising them of the precautions to be taken. The frightened citizens were assured that U.S. Marshals on the roof would be on the lookout for marauding Indians. On May 24, Rapid City Police, reporting on the basis of an FBI informant tip a huge 298 cache of Indian armaments left over from Wounded Knee, tore up a vacant lot with backhoes, exposing 3 spent shotgun shells in their day's work. At first, the elaborate, but rather transparent, federal effort to harden public sentiment against AIM both generally, and with a very specific eye toward obtaining convictions in the Rees-Mers case bore fruit. As Nilak Butler recalls the situation, by the time the Butler/Robideau trial opened in Cedar Rapids before Judge Edward McManus, on June 7, THE police were so paranoid they locked up the whole jail. The headlines at the time were that the governor was asking for National Guard support during the trial, the feds psyched them up so bad, and that's where we were going to get our jury. The citizens were more concerned that no damage happened to their person, place, or thing, because they were psyched out, just totally psyched out. Shortly, however, as the Great Scare campaign turned out to be lies as well as nonsense, the citizens of Cedar Rapids began to observe the Justice Department stage directions with more skepticism, and perhaps some resentment, as well. In court, this may have first manifested itself in Judge McManus' decision to allow the defendant's case to be presented on the basis of their having acted in self-defense in the deaths of Agents Kohler and Williams. This involved elaboration of the context of violence prevailing on Pine Ridge by 1975, an assessment of the FBI's role in fostering or at least allowing the situation, before the jury. Prosecutor Evan Hultman, a brigadier general in the Army Reserve, apparently fearing a repeat of the Lewis Moves Camp fiasco, quickly began cutting his potential losses. In a remarkable commentary on his belief in the veracity of Bragg's possible testimony against the defendants, Hultman cut the rapist from the prosecution's roster. Bragg later admitted having benefited from his escape plan story by receiving a concurrent sentence on 3 rape convictions. And, at the time, had high hopes of an early parole from 2 recent sentences on charges of murder. Still, both Butler and Robideau remained charged with planning a jailbreak, entirely on the basis of Bragg's eyewitness account. Only at the conclusion of the Rees-Mers trial, when the propaganda value for the government in court had ended, was the lack of substance attending the whole issue fully revealed and the escape charges were quietly dropped. Next to go from the lineup of prosecution witnesses was an infiltrator named John Darrell Blue Legs Stewart, see Chapter 7, whose testimony Hultman seems to have felt might tend to taint the government case. The reason for the prosecutor's decision in this matter appears to have been predicated on the fact that this man, too, was an accused rapist of a Pine Ridge woman, the winter before, and that he, too, was receiving federal assistance in mitigating these charges. Finally, Hultman announced he was eliminating a woman named Myrtle Poor Bear, whom the defense knew well as a sort of roving eyewitness used by the FBI in major AIM cases, see next section in Chapter 12. This last provoked a sharp exchange. 299. Between Oakledock attorney William Kunstler, Hultman, and assistant prosecutor Robert Siekma. Kunstler: they don't want to call her because they know she is a fake, but they put us in the position of having worked all weekend on this witness, and I think they should be required to call this witness to the stand. This is part of the FBI's and prosecution's offensive fabrication. Siekma: she is not a fake. Kunstler: put her on the stand and we will show you. She is an FBI fake. Just as they did in the Banks Means trial. That is why they are reneging about calling her. Hultman: you have seen the record and what the record shows. Kunstler: they know it is a fake, too. Part of our defense is fabrication by the FBI. That is why this witness becomes so crucial. That is why they don't want to call her. Hultman: object to this. There is no showing of any kind. It is a bald statement of counsel and we have been getting. Kunstler: put her on. Hultman and Siekma wisely declined to do so. They nonetheless made ample use of witnesses whose false testimony appears quite clearly to have been suborned by the Bureau. For example, there was Wish Draper, one of the Tent City AIM group, to which Butler and Robideau also belonged, see Chapter 9. On January 9, 1976, Draper, then 16 years old, was arrested on the Navajo Reservation in Arizona on alcohol and robbery charges. That evening, he was interviewed in his cell by SAS Charles Stapleton and James Doyle, the two agents strapped Draper to a chair for about 3 hours, and eventually extracted his signature on an eyewitness statement they'd prepared for him, implicating Butler, Robideau and Leonard Peltier in the deaths of agents Kohler and Williams. On January 17, the FBI put the young AIM member on the stand before a federal grand jury in Sioux Falls in order to obtain murder indictments against his 3 colleagues. Under cross-examination by Ockladock attorney John Lowe during the subsequent trial of Leonard Peltier, however, Draper acknowledged without hesitation that he had lied to the grand jury in January, and also as a prosecution witness in the Butler/Robideau trial. Lowe, on January 13, 1976, at Sioux Falls, South Dakota, did you appear before the grand jury? Draper, yes. Lowe, did you testify under oath? 300. Draper, yes. Lowe, would I be correct in saying some of the testimony you gave was false? Draper, yes. The witness also established that his perjury was motivated by the coaching of both the prosecutors and the FBI. Lowe, who told you the weapon used to kill Kohler and Williams was not a Thompson submachine gun? Draper, Prosecutor Sikma. Lowe, he told you that it was an AR-15? Didn't he? Draper, yes. Lowe, and that is where you got the information from, isn't that correct? Draper, yes. Lowe, did he tell you the names of all the other guns as well? Draper, no. Some of the FBI agents did at Sioux Falls when I was testifying. He also admitted that the Bureau had promised him exoneration on possible Reesmer's charges, as well as assistance with his local charges, an education, and a new start in life in exchange for his bearing false witness against his friends. Lowe, it is your expectation after you have finished testifying here that any legal problems you have in the criminal area will be taken care of, is it not? Draper, yes. Then there was the case of another member of the Tent City AIM group, Norman Brown, then 17 years old, who was interviewed by SASJ Gary Adams and O. Victor Harvey on September 22, 1975. He was told by Adams that, if you don't talk to us, you might never walk the earth again, and you won't see your family again. According to his own testimony, Brown became exceptionally frightened by the agents and, on January 13, 1976, gave false testimony to the federal grand jury hearing Reesmer's evidence in Sioux Falls. Although the matter was not brought out clearly during the Butler/Robideau trial, at the subsequent Peltier trial the following exchange occurred between Brown and defense attorney Elliot Takeoff, with interjections by trial judge Paul Benson and U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman. 301. Takeoff, were you afraid of the FBI when you were before the grand jury? Brown, yet. Takeoff, when you finished testifying in the grand jury and you came out, did you see any of the lawyers sitting at the government table? Brown, yet. It was that guy, indicating. Takeoff, Prosecutor Sikma? Brown, yet. Takeoff, did he say anything to you? Brown, yet. Objection by U.S. Attorney Evan Hultman for the government. Judge Benson asked counsel to approach the bench, where the following colloquy occurred. Benson, what do you expect the answer to be? Takeoff, expect the answer to be Mr. Sikma said, quote, you did good. We could have put you away for a long time. Hultman, one object to that. At the Peltier trial, Brown repudiated his own testimony as lies, and stipulated that he had been coerced by the prosecution and the FBI, both of which had promised him immunity and other rewards for his cooperation in putting Peltier and, by implication, Butler and Robideau in prison for life. When Prosecutor Hultman attempted to force him to return to the story he'd presented to the grand jury, he countered, are you trying to tell me what Jay saw during the Oglala firefight? It seems you are calling me a liar. I have just sworn on the sacred pipe. When asked whether he'd sworn on the pipe prior to giving his grand jury testimony, he replied that he had not. Nor was the federal carrot and stick routine restricted to AIM members. The final prosecution witness against Butler and Robideau was a man named James Harper, produced by the FBI, who claimed that Dino Butler had not only confessed to him a particularly lethal role in the deaths of Kohler and Williams, but had implicated virtually everyone on the Bureau's hit list of AIM personalities. Harper's contention was that all this was said while he and Butler were incarcerated in the same cell at the Cedar Rapids jail, and like Lewis Moves camp in St. Paul, James Harper filled in the missing pieces in the government case, including the ambush of 302 Kohler and Williams that would serve as motivation, and he also dragged in a number of people the FBI wished to see incriminated, or made credible. Under cross-examination by William Kunstler, Harper stated that he was presently held on a fugitive warrant from the state of Texas and prosecution in Wisconsin on theft by fraud. The exchange continued. Kunstler, would it be fair to say that being in the clutches of the law enforcement agencies and the courts at this point, that you would not mind at all getting some help from anybody that might be in a position to give you help with regard to these charges? Harper: yes. That is correct. Kunstler: how many times would you say you have lied to police officers? Harper: probably every time I have been arrested. At another point, in response to Kunstler's question of whether there were other occasions in which Harper had lied in order to get something he wanted, the witness replied, numerous times in my life. Corroboration of the impression that Harper had been offered a deal by the FBI in tendering just such lies under oath against Butler and Robideau may be found in his subsequent suit against the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Justice Department for breach of contract, saying that the assistance with his many career problems had been implicit in his negotiations with the FBI agents and Assistant Prosecutor Robert Siekma. In any event, as jury foreman Robert Bolin put it, Harper's testimony was so obviously fabricated that not one single person on the jury believed one single word he said. In their defense, both Butler and Robideau openly acknowledged that they had participated in the shooting which had killed Kohler and Williams, although they denied having executed the agents at point-blank range, as the government contended. Further, they relied upon the testimony of witnesses such as U.S. Civil Rights Commission investigator William Muldrow to establish that their actions had been justified. A great deal of tension and fear exist on the reservation, Muldrow testified. Residents feel that life is cheap, that no one really cares what happens to them, acts of violence are commonplace. Numerous complaints were lodged in my office about FBI activities. Muldrow concluded that by the summer of 1975, conditions on Pine Ridge had become so fearful that traditional Indians as well as AIM members had felt obliged to carry weapons at all times. In his instructions to the all-white jury, Judge McManus specified that, in order for a defendant to have been justified in the use of deadly force in self-defense, he must not have provoked the assault on him or have been the aggressor. If the defendant was the aggressor, or if he provoked the assault upon himself, he cannot rely 303 upon the right of self-defense to justify his use of force. One who deliberately puts himself in a position where he had reason to believe that his presence would provoke trouble cannot claim self-defense. Further, the circumstances under which he acted must have been such as to produce in the mind of a reasonably prudent person, similarly situated, the reasonable belief that the other person was then about to kill him or the Indian women and children or to do them serious bodily harm. In addition, the defendant must have actually believed that he or the Indian women and children were in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm, and that deadly force must be used to repel it. And finally, even if the other person was the aggressor and the defendant was justified in using force in self-defense, he could not be entitled to use any greater force than he had reasonable grounds to believe and actually did believe to be necessary under the circumstances to save his life or avert serious bodily harm. Thus cogently informed of the legal nature of self-defense, the jury retired to 5 full days of deliberation on the matter. On July 16, 1976, they returned to deliver verdicts of not guilty against Dino Butler and Bob Robideau on each of the 4 counts levied against them. As jury foreman Bolin put it in a press statement made immediately afterwards, the jury agreed with the defense contention that an atmosphere of fear and violence exists on the reservation, and that the defendants arguably could have been shooting in self-defense. While it was shown indeed, admitted that the defendants were firing guns in the direction of the agents. It was held that this was not excessive in the heat of passion. In other words, the jury saw the killing of the agents as a natural and justifiable response in the context of the FBI-created violence on Pine Ridge. Bolin also pointed out that the charge of aiding and abetting in the murder of the agents had been specifically disallowed, insofar as no murder had been committed. By any rational assessment, such a formal determination by a jury should have been the end of the Rees-Mers affair, a conclusion substantiated by the fact that the verdict devastated FBI morale, and that one of the South Dakota FBI agents close to the case had tears in his eyes as he walked down the federal building hall after the acquittals in Rapid City. Norman Zagrossi, Richard G. Held's protege brought in especially to handle Rees-Mers, commented, "The amount of time we spent on that case, oh God! But the system beat us." Indeed, at one point, the government seemed to acknowledge the inappropriateness of prosecuting anyone else for murders which a jury had already determined had never occurred. On August 9, 1976, FBI Director Clarence Kelly, COINTELPRO specialist Richard G. Held, now Kelly's assistant and number 2 man in the FBI, and U.S. Attorney Hultman met in the Bureau's Washington, D.C. headquarters. Their decision was to drop all Rees-Mers charges against Jimmy Eagle, despite the 2 earlier descriptions of Eagle's confession in the slayings collected by Held's agents from Gregory Clifford and Melvin Whitewing in 1975, see above, and an account of the same conversation obtained from Marvin Bragg by S.A. Fred Coward on April 23, 1976. However, the decision was not based upon any real recognition of the fundamental absurdity of another Rees-Mers trial, but so that the full prosecutive weight of the federal government could be directed against Leonard Peltier. The trial of Leonard Peltier. On February 6, 1976, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, Inspector Edward W.J. Mitchell arrested 3 men at the camp of traditional Cree chief Robert Smallboy, near the town of Hinton, about 160 miles west of Edmonton, Alberta. One of the 3 was Leonard Peltier, whom Mitchell had received instructions earlier in the day to pick up on the request of American authorities. The other 2 arrested were Frank Blackhorse and Ronald Blackman, aka Ron Janvier, a Canadian national who was quickly released. Peltier was transported more or less directly to the maximum security prison at Ocala, near Vancouver, to await extradition proceedings concerning his possible return to the U.S. for prosecution in the deaths of SAS Ron Williams and Jack Kohler. On May 11, representatives of the U.S. Department of Justice provided Canadian prosecutor Paul Halpern with a true copy of an affidavit signed by Myrtle Poor Bear on February 19, 1976. Poor Bear claimed to have been an eyewitness to the events on the Jumping Bull property on June 26, 1975, and identified Peltier as the unassisted killer of the 2 agents. As a result, on June 18, 1976, Canadian Justice W.A. Schultz ordered the defendant to be extradited to stand trial. Peltier was moved from Ocala to the Pennington County Jail in Rapid City on December 16. By the time Peltier was removed from Canada, it had become apparent that the Poor Bear affidavit was one of 3 mutually contradictory affidavits signed by her. They had been obtained by FBI agents David Price, William Wood, and Fred Coward during a 45-day period in which she had been held incommunicado and thoroughly terrorized. Poor Bear had also provided similar, decisive, eyewitness testimony against AIM/Oscro leader Richard Marshall during his South Dakota murder trial, see Chapter 12, and was withdrawn by the government as a credible witness during the Butler-Robideau murder trial. Unaccountably, Justice Schultz continued to view the affidavit submitted to his court as legitimate and allowed the extradition to proceed. Although Canadian Minister of External Affairs Alan MacEachin called for an urgent investigation of FBI conduct in the matter during November, before Peltier's extradition, it was not until April 1978 that Canadian Supreme Court Justice R.P. Anderson determined that, "It seems clear to me that the conduct of the U.S. government involved misconduct from inception." By then, unfortunately, the damage had been done. Meanwhile, the government conducted an analysis of why it had lost the Butler-Robideau case. In a report dated July 20, 1976, the Bureau determined the reasons why the jury found the defendants Robideau and Butler not guilty. On July 16, 1976, the defense had been allowed to question witnesses. Judge McManus had continually overruled government objections and had forced the government to furnish the defense with all 302s prepared by special agents who testified for the 306. Government. The court had allowed contextual testimony vital to the defendant's self-defense argument, i.e., the court allowed testimony concerning past activities of the FBI relating to COINTELPRO and subsequently allowed the Church report into evidence. The jury was not sequestered, and the defense was uncontrolled in its dealings with the news media. Unsatisfied with the prospect of again having to conform to even the most rudimentary forms of due process, the prosecution went shopping for a judge who might be more cooperative. Originally, the Peltier case was assigned to the Federal District Court in Sioux Falls, where Judge Fred Nickel, who had dismissed charges against Russell Means and Dennis Banks, would have presided, but when Nickel excused himself under pressure, he was replaced by Judge Paul Benson, a former Attorney General of North Dakota and Nixon appointee, whose bias was clear 2 months before the trial. After a series of meetings with FBI officials and federal prosecutors in Rapid City, Benson conducted a pre-trial hearing in Sioux Falls on January 14, 1977, at which he ordered the trial to be held in his hometown of Fargo, North Dakota. Once the trial had begun, on March 21, 1977, one of Judge Benson's first acts was to inform Peltier's Oakledock defense team composed of Elliot Takeoff of New York, John Lowe of Charlottesville, Virginia, Bruce Ellison, Stanley Engelstein of New York and Terry Gilbert of Cleveland, Ohio, that evidence would be heavily circumscribed. Benson ruled right from the start that evidence would be almost entirely restricted to the events of June 26, 1975, that the suspect affidavits used in Canada, the historical background of Pine Ridge violence, the persecution of AIM by the FBI, the verdict at Cedar Rapids, together with all testimony from that trial, were inadmissible as evidence in his court. The effect of these rulings became clear with the very first prosecution witness. The defense was forbidden to impeach S.A.J. Gary Adams for the glaring contradictions in his testimony at the 2 trials. Reduced to discussing Adams' zeal in pursuing the Oglala suspects, he traveled to Arizona, Kansas, and the state of Washington to serve his subpoenas. Although local agents could have done this for him, Attorney Takeoff found himself hobbled by the U.S. Attorney's objections, which Benson sustained throughout the trial. Establishing the background within which the Oglala firefight had occurred, which had allowed the construction of a viable self-defense strategy for Robideau and Butler only a few months before, was disallowed by the court, a priori. Lead defense counsel Takeoff seems to have become so rattled by the ruling that he acknowledged, contrary to both reason and the facts in his opening remarks, that Agents Kohler and Williams had been the victims of first-degree murder. Things went downhill from there. Upon completion of jury selection, on March 23, Benson also ordered the entire all-white panel of 10 women and 4 men, 2 of whom were alternates, to be sequestered for the duration of the trial, a practice which is well known to bias juries ironically against defendants. He then issued strict sanctions against the 307. Defense interacting with the press in any way concerning the course and conduct of the trial. With the government's main criteria for success already met, the prosecution's case began. The first major witness was Mike Anderson, a member of the Tent City AIM Group, see Chapter 9, of which Peltier was also a member. Anderson had been arrested along with Bob Robideau, Kamuk Banks, and others on September 10, 1975, when their car had exploded alongside the Kansas Turnpike. That evening, the 15-year-old was interrogated in his cell by SASJ Gary Adams and O. Victor Harvey. He asked for an attorney, but none was provided. According to the youngster's later testimony, Adams explained that, "If you don't talk, I will beat you up right here in the cell." Subsequently, he was arrested on probation violation charges in Albuquerque, and interviewed again by S.A. Adams, this time accompanied by S.A. James Doyle. Ultimately, Anderson was convinced to come into court, although he testified throughout in a dull, unhappy way, saying I don't know and contradicting himself as well as other government witnesses continually. He said agents Kohler and Williams had followed a red and white van, known to be driven by Leonard Peltier, into the Jumping Bull compound on the fatal day, rather than a red pickup Williams himself had reported he was following just prior to the firefight, see Chapter 9. This exchange occurred during direct examination. Sigma, the three Peltier, Joe Stuntz kills Wright, and Norman Charles came back to the Jumping Bull property in the red and white van, you say? Anderson, yes. Sigma, and what, if anything, happened following their coming back in the red and white van? Just tell us in your own words. Anderson, they stopped over at the Littles' place and started talking, and I was sitting on top of the roof and then those two FBI agents' cars were coming. So they all hopped in the van and went down the hill. Sigma, all right. And it was at that time you say you saw the FBI cars come, is that right? Anderson, yes. Sigma, and what if anything took place at that time? Anderson, S.A. Williams just asked if Jimmy Eagle was around. Sigma, and what if anything happened then? Anderson, well, I guess they seen the orange pickup going down that way toward the tent city and they followed it. Emphasis added. 308. Sigma, now, when you say orange pickup, is that the red and white van to which? Jobnlow, objection, Your Honor. That's objectionable, it's an outrageously leading question, and I object and ask the jury to be instructed, and counsel to be admonished. Sigma knows very well what he's doing. The court, the objection is sustained. Hultman, Mr. Anderson, tell us what the car was. Anderson, the orange and white and red and white van was going down the hill. All of this was contrary, not only to FBI testimony offered during the Butler-Robideau trial, but to the Bureau's own investigative documents, released later under the FOIA. For instance, a memo dated the day after the shootout. At approximately 6:25 a.m., Minneapolis office telephonically advised that an explosion had occurred at the Visitors Center, Mt. Rushmore, $D. There were earlier reports that a red pickup truck had been spotted in the vicinity of the Visitors Center shortly before the explosion, and this may have a significant connection to the captioned matter since a red pickup truck was also reported in the shooting of Williams and Kohler, emphasis added. Registered trademark. On the other hand, according to FBI Director Clarence Kelly, in his press conference of July 1, 1975, see Chapter 10, and based upon a 302 report filed by S.A. David Price on June 26, 1975, Williams had been heard to transmit. He's Eagle supposed to be in at Red Scout, that looks like a Red Scout over there, there's a lot of people around, they're getting in a Red Scout with rifles. They're shooting at us, emphasis added. The combination of all these prior reports and testimony should logically have led to the conclusion that Kohler and Williams had been following a red-orange International Scout pickup, possibly containing Jimmy Eagle, when they drove onto the Jumping Bull property, MOT a red and white van containing Leonard Peltier. From there, Sigma led Anderson into making the next links. Sigma, did you see any individuals down at the agents' cars at any time? Yves. Sigma, and tell us who it was you saw at the agents' cars. Anderson, Butler, Robideau, and Peltier. Sigma, and did they have weapons with them? 309. Anderson, yes. Sigma, would you tell us, starting with Mr. Peltier, what kind of weapon he had? Anderson, AR. An AR-15. The semi-automatic civilian version of the fully automatic military M16 assault rifle carried by the FBI, BIA police, and goons. Sigma, and how do you know it's an AR? Anderson, because of the handle. This last was crucially important to the government's case insofar as it had no real ballistics evidence to introduce. No slugs had been recovered from either agent's body, and only fragments of some sort of .22 caliber series ammunition which could have been fired from a .22, a .222, a .223, such as an AR-15 or M16, and so on had been recovered from the ground beneath their bodies. It could not even be determined whether these fragments had been fired on the day in question. The government retained two pathologists, Dr. Robert Blomendahl of Rapid City, and the celebrated Los Angeles coroner, Thomas Noguchi, to perform the autopsies on the agents' bodies. Neither pathologist could, despite an exhaustive series of tests, firing everything from .22s to .45 caliber automatics into animal parts, determine anything more than that at least one agent had been killed by a small caliber, high-velocity rifle or rifles fired at close range. This left the prosecution with the prospect that the weapon or weapons used to kill the agents could have been anything from a .22 long rifle to everything falling within the .30 caliber series, a broad array of weaponry not linkable to anyone at all. Initially, even the Bureau admitted that it had not so much as a spent brass cartridge which it could establish conclusively as having come from the weapon which killed the two agents. Nothing of the sort had been found by dozens of investigators at the death scene. Large numbers of spent cartridges from weapons which fit the general description of the alleged murder weapon were found, but in locations some distance from the bodies. The FBI's theory was that the killer or killers, after dispatching Kohler and Williams point blank, had actually stopped in the midst of a firefight, hunted around in the tall grass and picked up ale of their spent cartridges so the Bureau would find no evidence later. However, a memo prepared in early July 1975 by unidentified agents in the Rapid City FBI office and submitted for signature to S.A. Cortland Cunningham, chief of the FBI Firearms and Tool Marks Division in Washington, D.C., states that on July 1, 1975. Also in said 1972 Chevrolet Biscayne automobile I found 1.223 cartridge case in the trunk which I took in my possession and placed in an envelope marked items recovered from trunk, Jack R. Kohler automobile. 310. The Bureau theorized that this cartridge casing had been extracted from the weapon fired by Kohler's and Williams' executioner and landed in Kohler's trunk, open at the time of the shooting. When the defense noted that, in his 302 report for July 1, 1975, obtained during the Butler-Robideau trial, S.A. Cunningham made no mention at all of such a major find, the tool marks expert admitted that he had not found the piece of evidence in question. Rather, he said, a fingerprint specialist named Winthrop Lodge had found the cartridge casing on June 29, 1975. Lodge, Cunningham asserted, had taken the casing from the trunk of the car, tagged it, and handed it over to Cunningham. Trademark. Further testimony by Lodge revealed once again the unreliability of FBI evidence. At first he testified that items found in Kohler's automobile for evidence had not been removed from the vehicle. Shortly after, he stated, "Yes sir. Most of the items were actually taken out of the automobile." A few minutes later he admitted, all evidence was inventoried and removed from the vehicle. And it went on. Lodge had been given no receipt, standard FBI procedure, by Cunningham or anyone else for the crucial evidence he'd supposedly unearthed. Registered trademark. Later, he completely contradicted his earlier testimony by stating that, not everything was turned over to Cunningham, since some of the items were inexplicably carried back to Pine Ridge and turned over to the agent personally in charge of evidence. He couldn't recall exactly which agent this might have been. Nonetheless, it was established that this particular cartridge casing, regardless of where and when it was found, or by whom, or in whose custody it had been kept, had come from the murder weapon. The next trick was to match it to a particular rifle. This was accomplished by S.A. Evan Hodge, a specialist in the FBI Firearms and Tool Marks Identification Unit, who compared the casing to another extracted from an AR-15 recovered from the AIM car which exploded near Wichita. At the Peltier trial, Hodge admitted that he had written a report dated October 31, 1975 which stated that the rifle in question could not be connected to the Rees-Mers investigation. However, said Hodge, he had not compared cartridges extracted from the weapon with the casing supposedly found in the trunk of Kohler's car at the time he wrote this report. Unaccountably, he claimed to have reversed normal FBI procedure in his investigation, examining those cartridges found furthest from the alleged murder scene prior to those found closest. Consequently, He did not get around to the most crucial evidence attributed to the death scene until the end of the year or early 1976. Hodge first attempted a firing pin test which he described under oath as having been inconclusive because of a lack of marks on the bolt face and the condition in which I received it, the AR-15. What he meant by the last remark was that the Wichita AR had been almost destroyed by the explosion and fire which had engulfed Robideau's car. He therefore set out to perform a test comparison of the marks made by the extractor of the Wichita AR on shell casings ejected from it, and extractor marks on the casing from Kohler's trunk. He acknowledged that such tests 311 were unreliable. Before making matters even worse, the Wichita AR being dysfunctional, he had removed the bolt from the weapon and mounted it in an altogether different AR chassis in order to perform the extraction. Nonetheless, he pronounced the comparison conclusive and declared the Wichita AR to be the much sought-after murder weapon. At this point, the task had become one of linking this particular rifle to a given individual on June 26, 1975, a matter which on its face presented no little difficulty. Hodge, however, moved once again into the breach. By testifying that only one AR-15 had been used by the Indians on the Jumping Bull property, and ignoring a whole lot of ammunition components which had been recovered, but neither identified nor matched to weapons, the firearms identification specialist presented a scenario wherein whichever Indian could be demonstrated to have carried an AR during the firefight was the guilty party. Hence, an eyewitness account placing Peltier close to the agents, and carrying an AR-15 rifle on June 26 was the linchpin of the prosecution's case. Obviously, the coerced testimony of Mike Anderson accomplished both objectives. Despite the severe constraints imposed by Judge Benson on defense probes into exactly how the FBI had rendered certain of its witnesses willing to say what was being sworn to in court, John Lowe was able to evoke testimony from Anderson that both the stick and the carrot had been applied in his case. Lowe, concerning the threats made to Anderson in his cell by SAJ Gary Adams on the night of September 10, 1975, and did that make you afraid? Anderson: yes. Lowe: and did you understand that you would get beat up if you didn't give him the answers he wanted? Anderson: yes. Lowe: and did you give him the answers he wanted? Anderson: yes. Lowe: did you believe that Special Agent Gary Adams was capable of hurting you if you didn't do what he wanted? Anderson: yes. Lowe: did the FBI tell you that they would try to help you on your charges in Wichita arising out of the exploded car? Anderson: I don't remember. 312. Lowe: have you ever been prosecuted on those charges? Anderson: no. Lowe: in fact, those charges have been dropped, haven't they? Anderson: yes. Toward the end of the trial, his federal testimony completed and apparently free of his FBI protection, Anderson asked whether he might testify on Peltier's behalf. Lead defense counsel Takeoff declined this offer. As Peltier, who disagreed with this decision, recalls, Mike Anderson was called and came back to testify for me with the encouragement of his mother and his brother Larry. All our defense witnesses were first interviewed by our investigators, and one of them, Judy Bennett of the Jury Project, told me Mike was going to be a good witness for me. Sure, he was a little scared because of the threats, etc., but she felt he was going to be good. After she was finished, she called Elliot Takeoff in, and it could not have been 5 minutes later he came out and said, "No good, he's scared and will destroy us." Our investigator could never understand why Elliot did this. As for the comment of Mike destroying us, to this day I don't know what he meant there, because there was nothing truthful Mike could have said that would have destroyed me or anyone at Oglala that day. The prosecution moved to tighten its circumstantial net around Peltier, calling Wish Draper and Norman Brown as witnesses. Draper testified that he had seen Peltier carrying an AR-15 immediately after Kohler and Williams were killed, although he was nowhere near their bodies at the time. Brown testified that, early in the firefight, he had seen Peltier firing at the agents with a weapon that looked like an M16 from some distance away. Angie Long, visitor, was then forced to go through her degrading session in the witness chair, see Chapter 9, while both Marvin Bragg and Marion High-Bull were dropped from the prosecution witness list. Perhaps fearing that the caliber of the accounts implicating Peltier lacked the authority to compel the jury, Hultman finished with an FBI eyewitness who had been conspicuously missing from the prosecution roster during the Butler-Robideau trial. Special Agent Fred Coward testified he saw Leonard Peltier on June 26, 1975. This alleged sighting, which he said took place around 3:45 p.m., was made through a 2x7 power rifle scope at a distance of 1/2 mile as he was looking east. He supposedly identified Peltier, whom he had never seen before, running south at a point close to Kohler's and Williams' bodies, moving away from them, and carrying an AR-15. Therefore, Peltier would have been seen in profile. It was a hot, sunny June day, and the day before had been rainy, so the mirage factor was high. 313. The defense suggested that Judge Benson attempt to recognize a close acquaintance at a half-mile's distance through such a low-powered scope, but His Honor both declined the invitation and refused to allow the jury to make a similar attempt. James R. Hall, an experienced outdoorsman and manager of a shop specializing in firearms, rifle scopes, and the like, was brought in by the defense to conduct a test in the presence of both a Hookeldock attorney and an FBI agent. Hall subsequently testified that using a scope virtually identical to the one claimed by S.A. Coward, he had failed to recognize an acquaintance who was standing still and facing him at 1/2 mile on a crisp, overcast, 38° day with minimal mirage factor. Hall could not determine any facial features emphasis added of his friend through such a scope at the required distance, even under ideal conditions. Still, the eyewitness I.D. of Peltier by an agent had gone to the jury, while much of the defense counter-argument had not. With that, the prosecution's case closed. The defense attempted to move to impeach the entire manner in which the FBI and prosecution had obtained the circumstantial evidence presented against Peltier, no concrete evidence of his guilt ever having been offered in the government's case, thus destroying the credibility of the evidence itself. The key to this strategy lay in calling Myrtle Poor Bear, whom Hultman had once again declined to put on the stand and whose supposed eyewitness accounts of Peltier's involvement in the deaths of Kohler and Williams had resulted in his extradition from Canada. Judge Benson refused to allow her to be called by the defense, arguing, as did Hultman and Siekma, that any testimony she might offer concerning her earlier affidavits and the manner in which they had been obtained by the Bureau would be irrelevant, irresponsible, and immaterial, given that it would not pertain directly to the events of June 26, 1975. Benson, however, agreed to hold an offer of proof hearing, out of the presence of the jury, in which the defense could attempt to demonstrate why Poor Bear should be allowed to testify, and how this would shed light on the nature of the government's case. Elliot Takeoff examined the witness during the hearing. Tatkev, do you know a person named Leonard Peltier? 314. Poor Bear, no. Takeoff, did you ever see him in your life? Poor Bear, no. Takeoff, were you ever at the Jumping Bull area on the Pine Ridge Reservation? Poor Bear, no. Takeoff, did you ever live with Leonard Peltier? Poor Bear, no. Takeoff, last night did you tell me you were frightened? Poor Bear, yes, one did. Takeoff, what were you frightened of? Poor Bear, one don't know. I am scared of the government. Judge Benson, what was the answer? Takeoff, one don't know. I am scared of the government. Takeoff, did anyone from the government ever say anything to make you afraid? Poor Bear, the FBI agents are always talking about Anna Mae Aquash. Takeoff, what did they say about Anna Mae? Poor Bear, oh, they just would talk about that time she died. Takeoff, what did they say about it? You can tell the judge, it's all right, defense counsel confer. Takeoff, may counsel approach, Your Honor? Judge Benson, you may. Takeoff, at the bench, Your Honor, I would ask that Your Honor briefly advise her that she is under oath and you want to hear what she has to say providing it is the truth and that she has nothing to fear by telling the truth. She is very frightened, Your Honor. She told me last night she is afraid she is going to be killed, and that is why she is so upset at this particular moment. 315. Shortly thereafter, Takeoff resumed his questioning. Takeoff, what did SAS David Price and William Wood tell you about the American Indian movement? Poor bear, they told me they were going to kill me. Takeoff, did Mr. Wood ever say anything about the subject of getting away with killing people? Poor bear, think he did. Takeoff, do you recall what he said? Poor bear, he said that they could get away with killing because they were agents. When Assistant Prosecutor Lynn Crooks cross-examined Poor Bear, the following exchange occurred. Crooks, has anybody meaning AIM threatened to do anything to you if you did not change your story? Poor Bear, no. Crooks, nobody even suggested it. Poor Bear, no. Crooks, why were you signing these affidavits incriminating Peltier? Poor Bear, one don't know. Crooks, well, did S.A. Bill Wood threaten to harm you or hurt you if you didn't sign? Poor Bear, no response. Crooks, can you answer that question? After a 45-minute recess, the hearing resumed. Tatkev, Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect a 45-minute pause measured by the courtroom clock between the last question and the following question. Crooks, can you answer the question, Myrtle? Poor Bear, one was forced to sign both sick, there were 3 of those papers. 316. Crooks, by whom? Poor Bear, they said my family members were going to be hurt if I didn't do it. By SAS David Price and Bill Wood. In redirect examination, Takeoff followed up. Takeoff, do you remember Mr. Crooks, that's the man with the dark glasses, asked you a couple of times this afternoon about whether you were threatened by Agent Price or Agent Wood? Poor Bear, yes, one remember. Takeoff, do you remember when he asked you that question you remained silent for a very long time every time he asked you that question? Poor Bear, yes. Takeoff, why did you remain silent and not answer his question? Poor Bear, because the FBI did threaten me. Takeoff, Miss Poor Bear, will you please tell us whether Agent Price ever threatened you? Poor Bear, yes, he did. Takeoff, what did he say to you? Poor Bear, he told me they were going to plan everything out and if I didn't do it I was going to get hurt. Takeoff, did anybody else ever say that to you from the FBI? Poor Bear, Bill Wood. This testimony corresponded well with a sworn statement Poor Bear had made in Canada on May 11, 1977, that I remember Dave Price and Bill Wood, the 2 FBI agents, telling me about Anna Mae Aquaj. Dave described her body to me. He said from what he had heard she had been burnt and her clothes put back on her and that after her clothes were put back on she was shot. He showed me pictures of the body and said that if I don't cooperate this is what may happen to me. The 2 FBI agents constantly reminded me of what happened to Anna Mae Aquaj. And every so often the FBI agents showed me pictures of Anna Mae Aquaj's body and I was really scared. Bill Wood said that all the way along he knew that the body found on Pine Ridge was Anna Mae's body but that perjury and fabrication of evidence OPS. He had had her hands severed from her body and sent to Washington for identification and to verify his own observations. Price and Wood had been holding Poor Bear on no particular charge incommunicado in motels in Gordon, Nebraska, and Sturgis, South Dakota. Motel bills, signed receipts, and other documents demonstrated conclusively that she had been in these agents' custody on February 19 and 23, 1976, the days on which she had signed false affidavits claiming variously to have witnessed the Oglala firefight firsthand, and that she was Leonard Peltier's girlfriend, to whom he'd confessed his guilt. This was the same story she gave with regard to Dick Marshall during his murder trial, see Chapter 12. Supposedly, Price and Wood relinquished all custody of Poor Bear on March 24, turning her over to S.A. Edward Skelly, who kept her again incommunicado at a motel in Belforge, South Dakota. She was still being held when she signed a third, again contradictory, affidavit establishing Peltier's guilt, on March 31, 1976. Added to the virtual kidnapping of poor Bear by Price and Wood, and the intimidation they had used in extracting her statements, was the fact that the FBI and prosecution had opted not to follow up on anything she said which did not pertain directly to Peltier. For instance, in the initial affidavit, Price and Wood had poor Bear declare that she'd overheard Peltier discussing a plan to lure agents into an ambush on the Jumping Bull land. Such a conversation would not only provide proof of premeditation, the essential ingredient in first-degree murder, but would lay the groundwork for a whole new charge, conspiracy to commit murder. The Bureau, however, proved utterly disinterested, never even posing the question to its eyewitness in the identities of the other conspirators. Similarly, poor Bear claimed to have witnessed not only Leonard Peltier, but an Oglala youth named Ricky Littleboy, executing SAS Williams and Kohler on the fatal day. No effort was ever made to investigate seriously or to bring charges against Littleboy. There is no indication that this man was anywhere near the Jumping Bull property on June 26, 1975. The FBI extracted other allegations from poor Bear, that she had been raped by Dino Butler and 8 others prior to the firefight, that an Oglala woman named Madonna Slow Bear had forced her to watch the agents being killed, and so on. Cumulatively, such lack of enthusiasm by the Bureau in pursuing poor Bear's various leads added up to the distinct probability that the FBI knew from the beginning that none of this woman's evidence was real. Yet it had nonetheless submitted precisely this evidence against Peltier in Canadian courts, a matter which led Canadian prosecutor Paul Halpern to profess shock at the Bureau's conduct. The final piece of the poor Bear puzzle fell into place with clarification of the criteria by which the FBI seemed to have selected Myrtle Poor Bear as the initial linchpin of its case. She was a witness whose mental imbalance is so gross as to render her testimony for the government, on the stand, unbelievable. As Peltier himself put it, "She is a poor, sick woman. I have no bad thoughts for her. She was a pawn to them, the FBI, and they used her like they have used so many Indian people." Unaccountably, lead defense attorney Takeoff made no effort to force Judge Benson to present poor Bear to the jury. To the contrary, he suddenly agreed over the vehement objections of CO counsels John Lowe and Bruce Ellison with the prosecution that such matters were irrelevant. For his part, Benson then denied the offer of proof and declined to allow the jury to hear poor Bear's testimony, on grounds that it might prejudice the government's case. This was followed by his refusal, in his charge to the jurors, to read them jury instruction number 19. Testimony has been given in this case which, if believed by you, shows that the government induced witnesses to testify falsely. If you believe that the government, or any of its agents, induced any witness to testify falsely in this case, this is affirmative evidence of the weakness of the government's case. With Peltier's defense in shambles, Assistant Prosecutor Lynn Crooks felt emboldened to ignore marginal charges such as aiding and abetting, of which the defendant might be found guilty, and go for broke by arguing in his closing statement that the government had established proof of murder in the first degree. There's no question about it. The evidence indicates that Leonard Peltier was not only the leader of the Tent City AIM group, he started the fight, he started the shooting, he executed these 2 human beings at point-blank range. Although John Lowe repeatedly attempted to object that much of what Crooks was telling the jury was simply not a matter of trial record, Judge Benson overruled on each occasion. Thus, on April 18, 1977, after only 6 hours of deliberation, the jury returned verdicts of guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder and, on 319. June 1, Benson imposed 2 consecutive life sentences as punishment. This sentencing, the harshest possible under the circumstances, had been predicted by Peltier in a pre-sentencing statement. Atypically, other than in political cases, the newly made convict who had no prior felony convictions was sent directly to the federal supermaximum security prison at Marion, Illinois, supposedly the repository for incorrigible criminals. The ordeal of Leonard Peltier. Elliot Takeoff resigned from Oakledock immediately after the Peltier trial. An appeal team composed of William Kunstler, Washington, D.C. Attorney Michael Tiggar, and Bruce Ellison John Lowe continued to consult, was quickly assembled to see what could be salvaged from the disaster. The record of government procedures utilized against Leonard Peltier both in and out of court was so rich in misconduct that by early December 1977, a massive appeal document had been filed in St. Louis with the U.S. Eighth Circuit Court trademark. During the spring of 1978, a three-judge panel composed of William Webster, Donald Ross, and Gerald W. Heaney heard the appeal. On April 12, Myrtle Pourbaix's role in the extradition of Peltier from Canada was taken up. This led to an exchange between Judge Ross and prosecutor Evan Hultman. Judge Ross, but anybody who read those affidavits would know that they contradict each other. And why the FBI and prosecutor's office continued to extract more to put into these affidavits in hope to get Mr. Peltier back into the United States is beyond my understanding. Hultman: yes. Judge Ross: because you should have known, and the FBI should have known that you were pressuring this woman to add to her statement. Hultman: Your Honor, I personally was not present. SM. Moments later, Hultman admitted that both he and the Bureau had been aware that she was mentally incompetent in the utter ultimate sense of incompetency. Ross then drew his own conclusion. Judge Ross: but can't you see, Mr. Hultman, that what happened in such a way that it gives some credence to the claim of the Hultman: I understand, Your Honor. Judge Ross: the Indian people that the United States is willing to resort to any tactic in order to bring somebody back to the United States from Canada. Hultman: Judge. 320. Judge Ross: and if they are willing to do that, they must be willing to fabricate other evidence. And it's no wonder they are unhappy and disbelieve the things that happen in our courts when things like this happen. Hultman: Judge Ross: I in no way do anything but agree with you totally. The judge then summed up that, we have an obligation to aim people and their supporters, not only to treat them fairly, but not to give the appearance of manufacturing evidence by interrogating incompetent witnesses. In its opinion on the appeal, the Eighth Circuit panel held that, the use of affidavits of Pourbaix in the extradition proceedings was, to say the least, a clear abuse of investigative process by the FBI. A number of other investigative and judicial procedure problems with the handling of Peltier's case were also noted, before it was acknowledged that, as we stated earlier, Peltier's theory of the case was that the FBI framed him by manufacturing evidence and inducing witnesses to testify in accordance with its theory of the deaths of Kohler and Williams. The Pourbaix testimony was certainly consistent with Peltier's theory. As Peter Matheson has observed, why the defense request for a new trial was denied, under these circumstances, seems somewhat mysterious, since, as Judge Ross had pointed out, if they were willing to fabricate the Pourbaix affidavits, they must be willing to fabricate other evidence. In other words, if the government is willing to present coerced or fabricated testimony, why would it hesitate to present fabricated circumstantial evidence as well? With this query in mind, the rickety ballistics evidence purporting to link Peltier to the killings, not to mention the eyewitness account of S.A. Coward, becomes even more suspect than before. The panel's odd decision, in the face of all this, to allow Peltier's conviction to stand is perhaps explained by the fact that the presiding judge, William Webster, had already departed to assume a new title as director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Apparently Webster saw no impropriety in a future FBI head sitting in judgment on an appeal based on FBI abuses, for he did not remove himself from the case until the nomination had been made public. By this time, the damage to Peltier was done. Michael Tigar immediately filed an appeal of the Eighth Circuit ruling with the U.S. Supreme Court, and on January 10, 1979, a round-the-clock vigil sponsored by the Leonard Peltier Defense Committee was begun outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. This vigil, led by John Trudell, Crow Dog, and others, continued day and night for 55 days, through the bitter weather that included some of the worst storms in the city's his. Perjury and fabrication of evidence. 321. Tory, on February 11, in 0-degree temperatures, a protest march demanding a Supreme Court review of Peltier's case was harassed by dozens of police, many of them in riot gear, and the next day the Supreme Court refused to hear the appeal of the Fargo conviction, offering no explanation of its decision. As an infuriated appeals team member, Lou Gerwitz put it that evening. After all, it's their court system, it's all one government. There's so much FBI illegality here that they can't afford to have a new trial. They know he'd be found innocent. But this is a case which won't go away. Gerwitz's assessment was borne out as, in 1981, Amnesty International, AD published an analysis, not only of Peltier's situation, but also those of BPP leader Geronimo Pratt, see Chapter 3, and AIM/OSCRO leader Richard Marshall, see Chapter 12, also serving life sentences. AI found strong indications in each of these cases that the activists had been victimized by the FBI's COINTELPRO campaigns, denied due process, and thus unfairly convicted and imprisoned. Registered trademark. The respected international human rights organization recommended that Peltier, Marshall, and Pratt each be retried, and that a commission of inquiry once again be established to look into the nature of COINTELPRO-type operations by intelligence agencies in TEUS. Also in 1981, after an FOIA suit, the Peltier appeal team received some 12,000 pages of the approximately 18,000 pages of Rees-Mers documents generated by the FBI during its investigation of the deaths of Kohler and Williams. Although the 6,000-odd pages of Rees-Mers material withheld by the FBI ostensibly on the basis of national security undoubtedly contain the most damaging information, to the Bureau, defense attorneys were able to identify a number of exculpatory documents which had been denied to Peltier at trial. The massive stack of paper was found to contain evidence which contradicted testimony given during the trial by prosecution witnesses concerning the type of vehicle being followed by Kohler and Williams, and S.A. Coward's incredible scope. Citing the newly released documents also indicated that the FBI had been aware that it could not be determined that S.A. Kohler had been killed by a small caliber, high-velocity missile such as a .223 caliber attributable to the AR-15 linked to Peltier. Further, contrary to what the prosecution had insisted at trial, the Bureau had known that it was likely neither agent had been killed at point-blank range. Kohler was known to have been first mortally wounded by a .44 Magnum bullet fired from long range, while pathologist reports indicated that Williams' fatal head wound was probably the /earst injury he suffered, meaning that this bullet, too, was fired from a distance. Hence, the FBI and the prosecution had suppressed evidence that Kohler might not have died from a .223 slug at all, and insisted, contrary to available evidence, that Williams' head wound had been the /ast injury inflicted upon him, administered after he was already disabled, and at close range. As Crooks had framed it at the trial. 322. Apparently Special Agent Williams was killed first. He was struck in the face and hand by the bullet, probably begging for his life, and he was shot. The back of his head was blown off by a high-powered rifle. Leonard Peltier then toured, as the evidence indicates, to Jack Kohler lying on the ground helpless. He shoots him in the top of the head. Apparently feeling he hadn't done a good enough job, he shoots him again through the jaw, and his face explodes. No shell even comes out, just explodes. The whole bottom of his chin is blown out by the force of the concussion. He dies. Blood splattered against the side of the car. Williams dying with the first bullet to strike him also served to destroy the neat chronology of events assembled by the Bureau, which had a number of FBI employees including David Price's wife, Linda, testifying at both Cedar Rapids and Fargo that Williams had radioed "I'm hit" at a certain point in the firefight, and raised the specter of a well-orchestrated and pervasive game plan of perjury utilizing not just vulnerable individuals, such as Myrtle Poorbear and Mike Anderson, but even Bureau employees themselves. Additionally, it cast the FBI's steadfast refusal to release its audio tapes of agent radio transmissions made at Rapid City on June 26, 1975 in an entirely sinister light. Even more damaging to the government's case was a document which flatly contradicted FBI firearms and tool marks expert Evan Hodge's trial testimony. As was mentioned earlier, Hodge testified that the results of the firing pin test on the Wichita AR-15 were inconclusive, and he had therefore been forced to rely upon the less definitive extractor mark test to match the .223 casing, a test he had not performed until late December 1975 or early 1976. However, a Bureau teletype dated October 2, 1975 indicated that Hodge performed the firing pin test almost immediately after receiving the Wichita AR with negative results. Recovered 0.223 calories. Colt rifle received from S.A. Michael Gamage, name deleted in original document, BATF, contains a different firing pin than that in rifle used at Reesmer's scene emphasis added. In sum, once the Bureau had been forced to divulge even a portion of the documents it was legally obligated to provide to the defense at trial, the prosecution's case began to unravel rapidly. The new evidence destroyed the entire casing in the trunk thesis establishing that the murder weapon was an AR-15 and opened up the possibility that Williams was hit by any of a number of small-caliber rifles, spent cartridges from which had been recovered by the Bureau after the firefight at ranges up to 300 meters from the bodies of Williams and Kohler trademark. It also demolishes the execution scenario and the lone gunman idea Assistant Prosecutor Crooks utilized to such effect with the jury in his closing argument, and which ties so tidily to the eyewitness sightings sworn to by Norman Brown, Mike Anderson, and S.A. Fred Coward. Besides exculpatory documents illegally withheld by the prosecution, the FOIA material was found to contain other documents which indicated that Judge Benson had met with the FBI and U.S. attorneys prior to the trial to discuss security ARRAN 323 gements. The FBI made an effort to impress upon the judge that there was a high probability of the trial proceeding being disrupted and its security jeopardized by unspecified AIM activities. They offered no proof for this allegation and ignored the fact that no such activities had occurred at the earlier Cedar Rapids Reesmer's trial. Nonetheless, it is likely that the allegation had a prejudicial influence on the judge's attitude toward the defendant. The extreme security measures which resulted could not have failed to convey to the jury the idea that the defendant was a member of a dangerous terrorist organization. Armed with this newly discovered evidence, the appeal team was able to avoid the judicial dead end imposed by the Supreme Court's refusal to even hear Peltier's argument, in 1979. In April 1982, motions were filed in the District Court in Fargo, ND requesting that Peltier's conviction be dismissed, an evidentiary hearing be held, and the case be retried. The motion was based on legal precedents in which the deliberate withholding of exculpatory evidence by the prosecution constituted grounds for vacation of judgment and retrial. A separate motion was filed in December 1982 requesting that Judge Benson remove himself from the case on the grounds that his ex parte communication with the prosecution and the FBI had prejudiced him against the defendant. Benson refused and on December 30, 1982 denied the motion for a new trial, asserting that the newly discovered evidence had little significance and in any case was merely additive to evidence already presented by the defense. On appeal of the denial, the Eighth Circuit Court took exception to Benson's opinion. The three-judge panel composed of Judges Donald Ross, Gerald Heaney, and John Gibson held that the FBI's ballistics evidence was pivotal to the government's successful prosecution of Peltier. The importance of the ballistics evidence to the government's case against Peltier cannot be ignored. During the argument to the jury at the close of the trial, counsel for the government stated, "One shell casing is ejected into the trunk of the agent's car which was open, one shell casing, perhaps the single most important piece of evidence in this case. This little, small cartridge is ejected by the killers into the trunk of the car, TR at 4996, April 15, 1977. We the Eighth Circuit Court recognized the importance of the casing in our opinion on direct appeal. We noted, the .223 caliber casing allegedly found in the trunk of Kohler's car was critical evidence against Peltier emphasis added. In April 1984, citing the October 2, 1975 teletype, the panel ordered Judge Benson to reopen the Peltier case to the extent of conducting an evidentiary hearing, albeit on the extremely narrow question of the FBI documents relating to the ballistics evidence. At this hearing, which Benson grudgingly scheduled in Bismarck, North Dakota with all the security fanfare by the Bureau which had accompanied both Reesmer's trials at the end of October 1984, Evan Hodge was called to the stand to explain the glaring discrepancies between his trial testimony and documentary evidence which had subsequently emerged. During direct examination by AP 324. Peel attorney William Kunstler, Hodge suggested that the whole matter was a misunderstanding, based in confusion attending the interpretation of various documents, such as the firing pin teletype. Hodge went on to explain that the October 2 teletype referred not to the cartridge found in the trunk of S.A. Kohler's car but to 7 other cartridges from an AR-15 which had been found near the greenhouse. In the Jumping Bull compound trademark, the FBI has never determined which AR-15 fired these cartridges. Hence the FBI knew at the time of the Fargo trial that at least one other AR-15 might have been fired at Kohler and Williams during the firefight, and that the single AR-15 argument, used in the trial to tie Peltier to the Wichita AR-15, was entirely suspect. When pressed by the defense to explain why he had waited another 3 months to perform the extractor test with which he linked the Wichita AR-15 to the cartridge from Kohler's trunk, Agent Hodge claimed delay in examining the crucial casing because he was not aware of any particular urgency connected to the casing, and had not received any priority request concerning it. He further contended that he was delayed in performing the test due to the large volume of work associated with the Reesmers investigation, which had to be completed by him and his sole assistant, Joseph Twardowski. He also claimed that he had personally performed all the critical tests on the Reesmers ballistics evidence. Both of these assertions were patently false. Concerning his lack of awareness of the significance of the .223 casing, the Eighth Circuit Court was to conclude that it was facially inconsistent with the newly discovered evidence, which included several teletypes from FBI officials, agents requesting Hodge to compare submitted AR-15 rifle with .223 casings found at the scene, and Hodge's response to these teletypes. As to his having performed all of the tests himself, Hodge was confronted during the evidentiary hearing with the fact that the critical lab notes which linked the Wichita AR-15 to the .223 casing bore handwriting which was clearly not his. Hodge replied that the handwriting was that of his assistant, Joseph Twardowski. When the defense team asked that the notes be examined by a handwriting expert, Judge Benson granted the request over vigorous objections from the prosecution. Shortly after the hearing adjourned, defense attorneys were summoned to the judge's chambers where an embarrassed Evan Hodge explained that he had misspoken, i.e., perjured himself, during the hearing, and that he did not know whose handwriting appeared on the critical notes. The handwriting was eventually identified as that of a laboratory trainee, William Albrecht, thereby casting further doubt on the chain of custody of the evidence and increasing the probability that the cartridge had been deliberately or inadvertently switched in the lab. By the time of the oral arguments before the Eighth Circuit on October 15, 1985, it was clear that the prosecution's circumstantial ballistics case was disintegrating. Prosecutor Lynn Crooks then attempted a remarkable about-face. Counter to his own grandiloquent presentation to the jury at trial, he now contended that it had never been the government's intention to establish that Leonard Peltier had AC. Perjury and fabrication of evidence. 325. Tully killed Kohler and Williams himself. We can't prove who shot those agents, he admitted. However, he asserted that this was of no consequence since Peltier had been tried for aiding and abetting in their deaths. This turnabout seemed to induce a certain bewilderment on the part of Judge Heaney, and Crooks, as well. Judge Heaney, aiding and abetting Robideau and Butler? Crooks, aiding and abetting whoever did the final shooting. Perhaps aiding and abetting himself. And hopefully the jury would believe that in effect he did it all. But aiding and abetting, nevertheless. A bit earlier, Judge Heaney had spelled out the seriousness of this reversal for the government's case. Judge Heaney, just let me make myself a little more clear. It seems to me that this would have been an entirely different case, both in terms of the manner in which it was presented to the jury and the sentence that the judge imposed, if the only evidence that you have was that Leonard Peltier was participating on the periphery of the firefight and the agents got killed. Now that would have been an entirely different case. But the evidence here is that the agents were killed at close range and that Peltier was at the vehicles so he could have done the killing, and that even though somebody else may have pulled the trigger, he had the AR-15 and was there with those other two men, and that therefore they were directly implicated. Because I doubt that if all he had been was, like Brown who was also shooting, and a number of others who were also shooting from the periphery, I don't think this would have been the same case at all. Confronted with contradictions of this magnitude, Judges Heaney, Ross, and Gibson deliberated on this matter for nearly a year before tendering their decision on September 11, 1986. All three members of the panel agreed that Lynn Crook's argument that Peltier had been convicted of aiding and abetting was without merit, the prosecution having clearly argued at the trial that Peltier was the principal in a case of first-degree murder. They also agreed that the government's original contention that only Peltier had carried an AR-15 during the firefight was incorrect, evidence of several such weapons now having plainly emerged. In other words, the original case against Peltier no longer existed at all. Then they admitted experiencing discomfort with their own reasoning before determining that the presentation of the new ballistics information before the Fargo jury might possibly have changed the verdict. In conclusion, they observed that recent Supreme Court standards require that such new evidence must add up to the assessment that the jury's verdict would probably have been changed, had the jurors been exposed to the information at trial. Therefore, there would be no new trial, and Peltier's conviction would be allowed to stand. A deeper insight into the panel's motivations in arriving at this conclusion may be readily discerned in a single peripheral paragraph. 326. There are only two alternatives to the government's contention that the .223 casing was ejected into the trunk of Kohler's car when the Wichita AR-15 was fired at the agents. One alternative is that the .223 casing was planted in the trunk of Kohler's car either before its discovery by the investigating agents or by the agents who reported its discovery. The other alternative is that a non-matching casing was originally found in the trunk and sent to the FBI laboratory, only to be replaced by a matching casing when the importance of a match to the Wichita AR-15 became evident. We recognize that there is evidence in this record of improper conduct on the part of some FBI agents, but we are reluctant to impute even further improprieties to them. Emphasis added. Thus, it was deemed more appropriate that Leonard Peltier remain locked away in a maximum security cell rather than expose the FBI to further scrutiny concerning the way in which it had obtained his conviction, even after a clear pattern of bureau misconduct had been demonstrated. In desperation, the appeal team filed a motion for an en banc hearing, wherein the full Eighth Circuit Court would convene to review the decision of its three-judge panel. After several months, this too was denied, essentially on the grounds that such a review would demean the dignity of Judges Heaney, Ross, and Gibson. The only remaining option was the filing of another appeal to the Supreme Court, which was done on the basis that the High Court needed to resolve the issue of whether illegally withheld exculpatory evidence need be sufficient to probably reverse the original jury verdict, or whether evidence which would possibly lead to this outcome is sufficient to warrant ordering of a retrial, as other appeals courts had interpreted it. On October 5, 1987, the Supreme Court for the second time refused to consider an appeal in the case of Leonard Peltier. As in the first instance, no reason for this decision was offered. As of this writing, Leonard Peltier has spent some 10.5 years in prison, excluding 10 months in Ocala awaiting extradition, and 6 months jail time before and during his trial, almost all of this time in maximum security institutions, and much of this in solitary confinement or under conditions of general lockdown without ever experiencing anything approximating a fair hearing. Meanwhile, he has been selected to receive the International Human Rights Prize for 1986 by the Human Rights Commission of Spain. As of late 1986, 51 members of the Canadian Parliament had officially issued a call to the United States to undertake a new trial. 6 of the endorsers held cabinet-level positions in the Canadian government, including the post of Solicitor General, at the time of Peltier's extradition. MP Jim Fulton, a sponsor of Canada's parliamentary petition supporting Peltier, has gone on record observing, "The nature of Peltier's extradition constitutes treaty fraud between our nations, and should we sleep on this case we can surely expect a repetition in the future. As a nation we should call for the return of Leonard Peltier." He was fraudulently extradited. Peltier's case has also been submitted to the United Nations Commission on Human Rights through its Working Group on Indigenous Populations trademark. Some 14 million people worldwide have signed petitions demanding a retrial, and in 1987, 327. Peltier requested that the Soviet Union grant him status as a political prisoner and offer him sanctuary on its soil, should the U.S. government agree to his release from confinement under conditions of exile, the request stated. No man nor woman who truly loves their homeland wants to leave. However, because there is no justice for myself and because there is no justice for my people, I am making this request for political asylum in your great nation. My people are living in some of the worst conditions in America, perhaps some of the worst conditions in the world. I can do nothing for my people where I am. For my people, the American dream is a 20th century nightmare. I want the world to know this. International attention to the Peltier case continues to mount, rather than abate, a circumstance which validates Lou Gerwitz's 1979 prediction that it simply won't go away. Still, despite such growing exposure and the embarrassment this undoubtedly entails for the government as a whole, all conventional doors of the legal process remain slammed in Peltier's face. At this juncture, only two possibilities present themselves. One is that the matter could be resolved by the granting of a presidential pardon. Barring this extremely unlikely action, the Congress of the United States could convene a formal investigation into the FBI activities surrounding, indeed, engulfing the Peltier case, forcing for the first time a full disclosure by the Bureau of Relevant Information. While the Congress is not empowered to order Peltier's release or retrial, it is a virtual certainty that any investigation it undertook along these lines would generate another raft of newly discovered evidence with which the Peltier appeal team could once again go before the district court, calling for a new trial. And, in such a changed political environment as would be indicated by a congressional investigation of FBI abuses, it seems likely a retrial would be finally granted. Meanwhile, the simple fact that Leonard Peltier remains in prison, even after a truly vicious pattern of federal misconduct in his case has been repeatedly demonstrated, and acknowledged by the courts, offers ample testimony to the ongoing power of the FBI to abort the judicial process. In this sense, not much has really changed since the COINTELPRO era of the late 1960s. By the same token, the lengths to which the Bureau has demonstrably been prepared to go in order to keep Peltier in prison, a symbol of the FBI's ultimate victory over AIM, speaks for itself. They have made of this man an example neither he nor they ever intended. The freedom of Leonard Peltier has in many ways become the test of whether the people or the police are ascendant in American life. AIM's most militant leaders and followers are under indictment, in jail, or warrants are out for their arrest. But the government can win, even if no one goes to jail. Colonel Volney Warner, 1974. The Banks Means Wounded Knee leadership trial and the Rees-Mers trials hardly exhaust the list of instances of federal foul play in subverting, or attempting to subvert, the judicial process during the height of the FBI's war on AIM. There were literally thousands of cases filed against AIM members and supporters between 1972 and 1976, the vast bulk of which were demonstrably unfounded. In this sense, the so-called consolidated Wounded Knee cases of more than 40 grassroots AIM members and the various trials of individuals around the country who were accused of having tendered material support to AIM/ION, are but the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Viewed as a whole, the situation can hardly be described as other than the cynical use by federal officials of the judicial process itself as an instrument of political repression. Win, lose, or draw in court, AIM was simply overwhelmed by the unending waves of costly, time-consuming and psychologically destructive legalisms advanced by government representatives operating on the basis of inexhaustible resources and apparently immune from punishment, regardless of the misconduct engaged in. While the general level of legalistic repression visited upon AIM was both remarkable and deadening, there were times when the magnitude of federal viciousness in particular cases calls them forth for special attention. The Wounded Knee leadership trial and Rees-Mers trials are proof of this. The following three examples will establish that these were not isolated instances. The case of Leonard Crow Dog. As was noted in Chapter 5, traditional Brule Lakota, Rosebud Sioux, holy man Leonard Crow Dog had been a mainstay of the bridge between AIM and Reserva. 329. 330. The famous postal inspectors detained at Wounded Knee on March 11, 1973. Although AIM leader Stan Holder took responsibility for the detention and stated that Leonard Crow Dog had no role in it, the AIM spiritual leader was nonetheless convicted of aiding and abetting. Photo, Akwesasne notes. Shan grassroots people at Wounded Knee. Insofar as one of the FBI's primary objectives in its anti-AIM campaign was to sever precisely such linkages, isolating AIM and denying it a viable base of support, Crow Dog quickly became a prime target for neutralization. This became apparent in the immediate aftermath of the Wounded Knee siege when, contrary to his actual role as a spiritual practitioner within the hamlet, he was designated by the government along with such political figures as Russell Means, Dennis Banks, Stan Holder, Carter Camp and Pedro Bissonette as being among the group constituting the Wounded Knee leadership. One can only wonder at what rationale the FBI used in excluding women such as Gladys Bissonette and Ellen Moves Camp from this masculine roster. After the Means-Banks charges were dismissed because of federal misconduct in September 1974, Chapter 11. The charges against Leonard Crow Dog, Carter Camp, and Stan Holder Pedro Bissonette having by this time been assassinated, see Chapter 7 were reduced from the original 11 counts to 3. They were tried eventually, in June 1975, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and once again the prosecutor was R.D. Hurd, who had been cited for misconduct at the end of the Banks-Means trial. This time, Hurd won his convictions. Rex Whaler explains the gravity of the case which Hurd had won, and the outcome. Other political abuses of the judicial system. 331. Crow Dog was first brought to trial in U.S. courts for his involvement in an incident on March 11, 1973, during the siege of Wounded Knee. On that day 6 men entered the Wounded Knee village, 4 of them claiming to be postal inspectors who were there to examine the post office in the trading post. The men were detained and searched, and found to be carrying pistols and handcuffs. 2 were suspected goons, and photographs later showed them toting guns on a Dickie Wilson roadblock. Crow Dog was among the group that disarmed the men and sent them away. Crow Dog was convicted of aiding and abetting in assault, interfering with a federal official and robbery, for which he received a 3-year and an 8-year sentence. Crow Dog was released on probation, Camp and Holder having gone underground and failing to show up for sentencing, by Judge Edward McManus, who would shortly preside over the Butler Robideau Reesmers trial, see Chapter 11, and at the time dubbed Speedy Eddie by AIM people because of his having slammed through the remaining leadership cases in less than a month. Obviously, the FBI was less than satisfied with an outcome which, although it resulted, finally, in some sort of convictions against AIM, left a guilty party such as Crow Dog at large to continue organizing. A result of this bureau perspective was that he was to become the only one of the leaders brought to trial who ever spent a day in prison on charges directly related to Wounded Knee. But, this too involved a separate case. Crow Dog's real legal difficulties may be said to have begun on September 2, 1975, when 2 known goons as William McCloskey and Robert Beck, a non-Indian who had been present at the July 25 shooting death of Crow Dog's nephew, AIM member Andrew Paul Stewart, on Pine Ridge, but who had never been so much as questioned in the matter by the FBI or BIA police, drove out to Crow Dog's home for reasons which have never been explained. Upon arrival at the remote Crow Dog's paradise, the 2 goons were met at the gate by another nephew, 15-year-old Frank Running, who told them they were unwelcome and asked that they leave. The boy was physically assaulted by both Beck and McCloskey before they drove off. This might have been the end of things, but after midnight on the evening of the skirmish, Beck and McCloskey, who acknowledged later that he and Beck had been the aggressors, drove out to Grass Mountain, the location of Crow Dog's paradise, to pick another fight. This time the Runnings and their friends beat hell out of the goons, after which Beck lodged a complaint with the police. The next day, September 4, Robert Beck was seen riding in an FBI car in the vicinity of the Crow Dog property, and then at 6 a.m. on September 5 came the massive air assault on Crow Dog's Paradise and the adjoining property of Al Running, see Chapter 9. The whole extravaganza was staged on the ostensible basis of the Bureau's need to serve assault and battery warrants on 5 people: Crow Dog, Al Running, Frank Running, Gerald Millard and Owen Young, Jr. Pursuant to the second altercation with Beck and McCloskey, the Indians believe that 332. Whether or not Beck set it up, the episode was used by the FBI in the same way it had used the cowboy boot episode involving Jimmy Eagle as an excuse for another paramilitary raid. The September 5 raid was a direct violation of an official agreement, arrived at between the BIA, traditional spiritual leaders and the Rosebud tribal government in the wake of the Oglala firefight, that the FBI would not conduct such operations on the relatively peaceful reservation without prior notification to both the BIA superintendent and tribal president. The Bureau attempted to retroactively justify this breach by conducting a press conference in Rapid City on the evening of September 5. At this time, External Affairs Officer Tom Call grimly announced that various weapons were seized in the raid. Among the items listed under evidence illustrating this fact were fingernail clippers, string, and a tampon. Despite statements by Rosebud Tribal President Robert Burnett that both Beck and McCloskey were notorious troublemakers and protesting the FBI's invasion of his reservation, as well as assertions by witnesses that Crow Dog had not indeed could not have taken part in the fight with the goons, the spiritual leader was held for immediate trial. On its face, this was not so much because of the Beck-McCloskey matter, per se, but because of Crow Dog's apparent violation of a constitutionally dubious probation stipulation imposed by Judge McManus after the Wounded Knee trial, forbidding him to consort with Indian militant types for 5 years. Rather than making an effort to get to the bottom of what had actually occurred at Crow Dog's Paradise in the early morning hours of September 2, the FBI proceeded to disrupt any possibility of Cow Dog mounting a coherent defense. On October 4, 1975, SAC Norman Zagrossi himself led a raid on the Rapid City office of Oglala, in which files were dumped and legal papers scattered about. Other defense materials were seized. SAS David Price and J. Gary Adams figured prominently in Zagrossi's raid, and 2 weeks later, Price was a leading actor in a similar bureau raid conducted on the Oglala office in Sioux Falls. Crow Dog was taken to trial in Rapid City before Federal District Judge Robert Murridge, on loan from Virginia to clear up South Dakota's docket of AIM cases before Thanksgiving. On November 28, 1975, Crow Dog was found guilty by an all-white jury. As at Cedar Rapids, Crow Dog's prosecutor was R.D. Hurd, attired as always in bright sport clothes, who recoiled from the defense suggestion that Crow Dog had been set up for the assault charge. "The government is here to protect you," Hurd told the jury. "I am here to protect you." At this he placed his hand on his heart. "Would you believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the government, your government, would lie to you?" Registered trademark. Although several witnesses testified that Crow Dog had taken no part in physically ejecting Beck and McCloskey from his property, Judge Murridge honored Hood's request that the maximum penalty be imposed. "As a spiritual leader," said the judge, "Crow Dog should have prevented the fight." Gerald Millard, who no other political abuses of the judicial system. 0. Crow Dog leading a prayer inside Wounded Knee during the siege of 1973. Federal Judge Robert Murridge reasoned that the spiritual leader should have utilized his position to prevent his people from demanding their rights, and imposed the harshest possible sentence upon him. Photo: Kevin Barry McKiernan. Alleged direct participation in the altercation, was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, while Crow Dog received a 5-year sentence for aiding and abetting it. Prosecutor Hurd then entered a motion for revocation of Crow Dog's probation. He requested consecutive sentencing, which would have totaled 10 years, which Judge Edward McManus refused to honor. During the trial, goons had attacked the home of Crow Dog's parents, Henry and Gertrude, both AIM supporters, at Grass Mountain, setting it ablaze. Although the 2 elderly people survived, their home, sacred objects and other personal possessions were completely destroyed. Crow Dog himself was immediately whisked off to the state's maximum security prison at Sioux Falls, where he was incarcerated for several weeks before accommodations were secured for him in a federal cell. He was transferred, first to the U.S. Medium Security Facility in Wichita, Kansas, and then to the Maximum Security Institution in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Unsatisfied that the dangerous holy man had been sufficiently neutralized or that his example was sufficiently chilling to AIM members and supporters, the government brought yet a third case against him in January 1976. This time, the charges stemmed from an incident on March 25, 1975, when 3 white men, previously unknown to Crow Dog, visited his home. Crow Dog, his wife Mary, and other witnesses claim that the 3 men were drunk and aggressive. As the matter is put by a witness. 334. One of the white men, Royer Pfersick, made a crude pass at Mary, in full sight of everybody. Crow Dog tells him, "This is my home, a medicine man's home. You can't do this here." Pfersick answers, "Who the hell are you, telling me what to do?" He hits Crow Dog and splits his lip. A relative and visitor take Crow Dog's part, and Pfersick is finally thrown out in a free-for-all. Crow Dog was transported from Lewisburg, back to Rapid City for the trial. His judge was once again Robert Murridge, who had failed to meet his Thanksgiving deadline, his prosecutor R.D. Hurd, his jury all white. In a virtual replay of his successful speech at the previous trial, Hurd argued in his closing, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have a good system going here in this country. The government is here to protect you. I am here to protect you." Tellingly, he also announced that it was the government's contention that Pfersick was not beaten because he made a pass at Crow Dog's wife. He was beaten because the Indians thought he was an FBI informer. With that, Crow Dog was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to yet another 5-year prison term, to run consecutively with the one he was already serving. Crow Dog was immediately removed, not back to Lewisburg but to the federal maximum security facility at Terre Haute, Indiana, where he was held for 2 weeks. From there, he began an odyssey which carried him to at least 9 different facilities in barely 6 months, before he landed in the grandfather of all prisons at Leavenworth, Kansas. Doc attorney Lou Gerwitz notes that Crow Dog was always transported incommunicado and without prior notice to either his family or lawyers. No adequate explanation was ever offered for this amazing series of moves. We could only conclude that the handling of Crow Dog's incarceration amounted to a combination of deliberate psychological torture both of him and his family and friends and an effort to prevent his receipt of adequate legal counsel on appeal. Meanwhile, William McCloskey, one of the 2 goons whose alleged assault had led to Crow Dog's being jailed in the first place, had written a letter to Judge Murridge, expressing regret that he had accused Crow Dog, whom he called a holy man, peacemaker, and healer who should be released. Crow Dog's federal keepers responded to this turn of events by adding a new dimension to the psychological harassment of their prisoner. Richard Erdos recalls that his friend Crow Dog lost 45 pounds in the 2 weeks at Terre Haute, and in Richmond a medical examiner told Crow Dog that they had found a brain tumor, and that he would need an operation. Crow Dog phoned Erdos and asked, "Richard, can they do this to me? Cut into my brain without my consent?" The situation was so grotesque that the National Council of Churches, the USS Civil Rights Commission and Amnesty International took up Crow Dog's case. He avoided brain surgery, but remained in prison at Leavenworth until paroled on March 21, 1977. Cumulatively, at the time of his release, he had spent some 27 months under lock and key, and under what were particularly ugly conditions, for other political abuses of the judicial system. 335. What amounted at most to having observed the commission of 3 rather petty offences. As Wallace Black Elk, the Oglala spiritual leader who served as Crow Dog's assistant at Wounded Knee, was to put it several years later, what the FBI did to Feonks, it took a lot out of him. He just wasn't the same after he came out of prison. The Dick Marshall case. At about midnight on the evening of March 1, 1975, a 28-year-old Oglala named Martin Montilio was drinking in the Longhorn Bar, in the tiny town of Scenic, SD, just across the reservation line on the road to Rapid City. Montilio and several others, including a woman named Marion Poor-Bear, had been at the bar since mid-afternoon. Somewhere around 11:40 p.m., another group, including AIM/Oscroll leader Richard Dick Marshall, his wife Cleo, Russell Means and AIM member Evelyn Bordeaux arrived. A few minutes later, as the AIM group was leaving, a shot was heard in the men's room of the bar. As Holly Merrill, owner of the Longhorn, later put it, "We found Martin Montilio sitting on the floor of the John, shot in the neck." Evelyn Bordeaux recalls, "We were drinking that evening, and we stopped in Scenic to pick up some beer. We were going on, so I never got out of the car. When them guys Marshall, Means, et.al. came out, I never had any feeling they was in a rush or anything was wrong." Bar owner Merrill, who had been cited by AIM as a probable fence for stolen goods from the reservation and as being a bootlegger, had instructed his grandson to phone Pennington County, SD, Sheriff Mel Larson as soon as Means entered the Longhorn, that is, well before the shooting of Montilio. Hence, it appears that sheriff's deputies were moving to intercept the AIM group prior to any incident having occurred. Bordeaux continues, "I was in the convertible that was the first car and there were 3 other cars, and we all headed for Rapid, but none of them other cars was stopped, only the one with Russ in it. When they caught up with us, they were chasing us around this tourist court, and finally the sheriff rammed us from the back so hard that Russ got hurt when his face hit the windshield or the mirror. Then we heard this bullhorn, 'Come out with your hands up.' Then they took us to jail." During the chase, Marshall had exchanged his coat for Means' distinctive brown and white cowhide jacket, in an apparent effort to confuse the pursuers as to who was who. While Sheriff Larson's deputies would attempt to project this as an indication of guilt in the Montilio shooting, THIRD coordinator Ken Tilson offers the alternative explanation that the group initially imagined they were being chased by goons and that Marshall was desperately attempting to protect Means, a prime goon target who had already been the victim of 2 shootings he would 3. Suffer a third within 2 months and several serious beatings. It was the sort of thing Dick Marshall would do. In any event, as the AIM members were taken to the Pennington County Jail in Rapid City on the morning of March 2, Martin Montilio was rushed to the hospital in the same town. On March 3, the FBI made clear its intentions to become involved in this purely local law enforcement matter. This investigation is based upon information which indicates the subject is engaged in activities which could involve a violation of Title 18, U.S. Code, Section 2383, rebellion or insurrection, or 2384, seditious conspiracy, as indicated hereafter. The subject has been identified as being actively involved in militant activities of AIM. AIM has been actively involved in demonstrations and violent confrontations with local authorities. The above individual was arrested March 1, 75 sick with Russell Means, AIM leader, after a high-speed chase by members of the SD Highway Patrol and Pennington County Sheriff's Office. Means and Richard Marshall are subjects in a shooting at the Scenic, $D. bar in which the victim remains paralyzed Sid**. Coincidental to the issuance of this memorandum, THIRD reported that at least 20 AIM leaders and members were arrested within 24 hours around the country, a situation which was described as being part of an FBI national offensive against AIM people in the wake of a civil war on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Meanwhile, Pennington County Sheriff's Deputy Donald Phillips was interviewing Martin Montilio in the hospital, attempting to follow up on statements made by Holly Merrill and his daughter, Twilla, that they had witnessed both Russell Means and Dick Marshall follow the victim into the restroom on the night of March 1. Other political abuses of the judicial system. 337. Phillips, Martin, can you talk? Montilio, yet. Phillips, do you know who shot you? Montilio, no. Phillips, you told me last night. Montilio, no I didn't. I don't know. I don't know him. Phillips, could you, how many people were in the bathroom with you? Montilio, just me and that guy the assailant. Both Phillips and Twilla Merrill were contending that, as the deputy had knelt over Montaleo on the restroom floor at the Longhorn, he had asked the wounded man who had shot him, and that Montaleo had responded, "Means friend." Thus, despite the victim's flat denial that he'd made any such statement, Phillips kept at it. And, despite Montaleo's clear statements that only he and his attacker were in the men's room at the time of the shooting, the deputy made a blatant effort to play upon the victim's fears, attempting to obtain direct incrimination of Means as well. "Phillips, how about the other guy that was in there with him, do you know him? Do you know you're pretty serious, Martin? Can you hear me, Martin? Can you hear me?" Phillips proceeded with relentless consistency. As the process is summarized elsewhere. The following day, when Phillips returned to the hospital a second time, he asked the patient if he could recognize the man who shot him from a photograph, and Montaleo said, "Probably." Despite this answer, or perhaps because of it, he was never shown a photograph, or a suspect either. Phillips said this was because he thought the patient would recover. By now the dying man had come around to Phillips' opinion that there had been not one but two men in the men's room, that they had come in not before as Montaleo had originally stated, but after his arrival, and that one of the two was Russell Means, who he had greeted. There were still problems with making the victim's account square with the police theory of the shooting. However, Montaleo insisted that Means had not shot him, and he did not know the identity of the other man, who was wearing an army coat and had shaggy hair. In the course of the interview, having led Montaleo to say that he was afraid of AIM and that AIM might kill him if he testified, Phillips said, "Oh, I think we can prevent that. You are not in good shape now, and I'd hate to see these guys go free, especially if there's some big AIM leaders, wouldn't?" 338. In the third and final interview, on March 5, Phillips asked Montaleo if he knew Richard Marshall, and he said he did not. Phillips also made two more attempts to get Montaleo to implicate Means, which he would not do. Even Montaleo's description of his assailant, which the police were trying to make fit Dick Marshall, was very wide of the mark. No one had reported Marshall to be wearing anything which could be considered an army coat on the night of March 1, and his hair worn in his customary neat braid down his back at the time of his arrest could, by no reasonable interpretation, have been considered shaggy. Phillips determinedly attempted to correct this problem during the last interview. Montaleo, the attacker was a shaggy-headed guy. Phillips, was his hair in a ponytail? Montaleo, yeah. No, it wasn't in a ponytail. Phillips, no ponytail? Montaleo, an negative reply. Phillips, was, do you know a guy by the name of Richard Marshall? Montaleo, an negative reply. On March 15, 1975, Martin Montaleo died of complications stemming from his gunshot wound, and the South Dakota Attorney General's office, receiving more encouragement from the FBI than from the victim, filed first-degree murder charges against Russell Means and Dick Marshall. The state contended that it had two eyewitnesses, both of whom had known Marshall for years, who had seen him and Means follow Montaleo into the restroom on the fatal evening. A shot and a thump were heard moments later, and the two AIM leaders were then seen to walk directly from the restroom, through the bar, get into their car and drive away. Registered trademark *, they were smiling when they left, said one of the witnesses. A major difficulty with this tidy prospectus developed for the police, however, when both of these star witnesses, Holly Merrill and Montaleo's girlfriend, Marion Pourbaix, each of whom professed long-term familiarity with Dick Marshall, proved completely unable to pick him out of a standard police lineup. This situation caused the Means Marshall defense team to move that the cases of their clients be severed and tried separately. This motion was quickly granted. As the time of Marshall's trial approached, in mid-March 1976, the state's case was virtually non-existent. Despite Deputy Phillips' best efforts, the victim's own description of his killer clearly militated against Marshall being the guilty party. Both eyewitness accounts were severely undercut by the witnesses' failure to identify other political abuses of the judicial system. 339. and a ballistics test had failed to match a .22 caliber revolver found in the Means Marshall car, which the police had contended was the murder weapon with the slug which actually struck Martin Montaglio. The state also could come up with no plausible motive as to why Marshall might have wished to kill Montaglio. Marshall was therefore offered a plea bargain arrangement which would have allowed him to eliminate the first-degree murder charges against him in exchange for pleading guilty to a lesser, manslaughter charge. He refused this, contending complete innocence. Suddenly, however, the prosecution was miraculously presented with a witness who could plug the holes in its badly leaking case, the ubiquitous Myrtle Pourbaix, Marion's cousin, who had grown up in the same village as Marshall and was thus well acquainted with his physical appearance. Pourbaix, who had been brought to the Pennington County Sheriff's Office on March 22 by FBI agents David Price and William Wood, had a most interesting tale to tell. She identified herself as a friend of the defendant and his wife, Cleo, and hinted that she had been Dick Marshall's girlfriend, the same relationship she simultaneously claimed with Leonard Peltier. Like Louis Movescamp, also provided as a witness by S.A. David Price, see Chapter 11, Myrtle Pourbaix filled in all the missing pieces in the prosecution's case. She testified that Marshall had the motive necessary to sustain the first-degree murder charge, namely, a beating by Montaglio suffered in a Gordon, Nebraska, bar, that Marshall had carried a gun into the Longhorn, that he shot Montaglio, and that he had admitted his crime to her on 3 separate occasions, again, the same story she put forth regarding Peltier. Consequently, as the case went to trial on March 29, 1976 in Rapid City, before South Dakota Judge Marshall Young, the defense was confronted with a surprise witness, about whom virtually nothing was known, and for whom there had been absolutely no opportunity to prepare. The following testimony presents one of her versions of Marshall's alleged confessions. Marshall was dancing and then he stopped and came over to the table where I was sitting and he said, "You know that guy who got killed in Scenic?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I asked the guy if that was the right one and he said, yeah, it was, so he said. We waited for him and followed him into the bathroom, and then he said, I pulled the trigger." He said, "I'll never forget the look on that son of a bitch's face as he went down." At another point, she related that, on another occasion, Marshall was dancing and he came over and he said, "I don't know why I shot Montaglio." Confronted with testimony such as this, the defense collapsed and, on April 6, the jury returned a verdict finding Dick Marshall guilty of murder in the first degree. On the same evening, despite the FBI's official disinterest in the trial, S.A. David Price sent a rather self-congratulatory teletype to the director and a number of other bureau offices. 340. On April 6, 1976, Richard Marshall was convicted of first-degree murder, Pennington County Court, Rapid City, South Dakota. Marshall was immediately given the mandatory sentence of life in prison at hard labor. The Rapid City office of the FBI was helpful to local authorities as the FBI supplied one witness who heard Marshall boast of the murder. Marshall is currently incarcerated. The ORA's actions regarding the Marshall trial were designed not so much to neutralize the defendant himself, although this was undoubtedly viewed as a nice fringe benefit, as to set the stage for Russell Means' conviction as an accomplice in the Montaglio murder. Despite the obvious intention of Pourbaix's attribution of the pronoun we, rather than I, to Marshall's supposed confessions, language well reported to prospective Means trial jurors in Rapid City, this portion of the federal game plan simply flopped. With no plausible testimony which Pourbaix could enter against Means, she was by then being withheld as a key witness in the Rees-Mers trials of Bob Robideau, Dino Butler, and Leonard Peltier. See Chapter 11. The case against the AIM leader proved baseless and he was acquitted on June 17, 1976. Dick Marshall was sent to the South Dakota Maximum Security Prison at Sioux Falls. Oakledock attorney Ken Tilson filed an appeal resulting in a post-conviction hearing at which Myrtle Pourbaix recanted the entirety of her testimony at trial. Tilson was also able to introduce medical records indicating 105 recent clinical and hospital admissions for bizarre behavior, psychosis and depression, as well as other physical and mental anomalies. Her father, Theodore Pourbaix, took the stand to testify that his daughter was very disturbed, trapped in fantasies, and that she habitually makes up stories and other things. Such evidence notwithstanding, Judge Young found no basis upon which to order a retrial, although Tilson's points on the nature of FBI involvement were acknowledged. While the circumstances and this testimony creates some concern in the mind, yet there is no articulable basis upon which this court can find the FBI participated in any subornation of perjury or coaching of the witness, Myrtle Pourbaix, in preparation for the Marshall trial. While /FBI/ conduct in some instances seems inappropriate and inconsistent, such is not a sufficient basis to find intentional governmental misconduct. Emphasis added. In February 1977, Myrtle Pourbaix testified before the Minnesota Citizens Review Commission in Minneapolis concerning the techniques employed by SAS Price and Wood in forcing her to bear false witness against both Dick Marshall and Leonard Peltier. The following month, Tilson was able to subpoena both Price and Wood to testify before the Review Commission. Wood flatly refused to answer questions regarding his intimidation of Pourbaix, stating, "I don't believe that was within the guidelines I was given to answer." Sir David Price was also extremely evasive, but did acknowledge that he had brought up the matter of Anna Mae Aquish's fate while he and Wood were holding Pourbaix incommunicado, asked whether he'd other political abuses of the judicial system. 341. Also shown Pourbaix the FBI's grisly photos of Aquish's corpse, he responded, "I don't recall." Pourbaix also testified, both in Canada and at the Peltier trial, to the psychological terrorization she had experienced at the hands of Price and Wood as a result of their threats that she would end up like Anna Mae Aquish while showing her photos of the body unless she cooperated by lying about Marshall and Peltier. Federal prosecutor Evan Hultman admitted before the Eighth Circuit Court that there was not one scintilla of truth to anything Pourbaix had said about Peltier. It was also rumored that Pourbaix was coming forward with the story of her treatment once again, this time in the pages of People magazine. Thus armed, Tilson and his CO counsel, Rapid City Attorney James Leach, launched an appeal to the South Dakota Supreme Court, asking that Dick Marshall be retried. He argued from the combined record that the articulable basis demanded by Judge Young in 1976 to prove that the FBI's pattern of inappropriate and inconsistent conduct regarding Myrtle Pourbaix now added up to clearly intentional government misconduct. This, by conventional interpretation of the law, would compel South Dakota's High Court to put the case back before a jury. On May 20, 1981, in a remarkable echo of California Supreme Court decisions concerning the Geronimo Pratt case, see Chapter 3, the court found, "We are not reasonably well satisfied that Myrtle Pourbaix's testimony was false or that, without it, the jury might have reached a different conclusion. We conclude that the petitioner was able to effectively cross-examine Pourbaix at trial. We cannot say that the case findings are contrary to the clear preponderance of the evidence, nor are we left with a definite and firm conviction that a mistake has been committed." Chief Justice Woolman sharply dissented from the majority decision, however. Among other things, the justice noted, "Copyright petitioner Marshall did not know of the contemporaneous and apparently false affidavits given by Pourbaix with regard to the Leonard Peltier Rees-Mers case and did not even know Pourbaix's true relationship to the FBI. Sent petitioner was unable to review Pourbaix's medical history, which in itself would probably have had a substantial effect on her credibility and upon that of the government's case more generally. Copyright Pourbaix was a material witness at Marshall's trial and the jury might have reached a different conclusion without her testimony. In addition to certain stated inconsistencies, the testimony of Myrtle Pourbaix may have been the key evidence on several critical areas raised during the trial. Justice Woolman concluded that, the cumulative effect of this evidence persuades me that Pourbaix testified falsely at Dick Marshall's murder trial, and that a new trial was therefore in order. In late 1981, Amnesty International released a widely distributed report spotlighting the Marshall case, along with those of Geronimo Pratt and Leonard Peltier, as being primary among the situations which led AI to conclude that selective criminal prosecution of key political activists was occurring in the U.S., and calling for a full-scale investigation of the FBI's ongoing COINTELPRO-type activities. Tilson and Leach's only avenue of redress for their client was the federal courts, ultimately the same U.S. Supreme Court which was refusing to hear the appeals of Leonard Peltier, see Chapter 11, and which, to this day, has yet to consider any of the hundreds of AIM cases which have proliferated during the past 15 years. For all the supposed arenas of due process technically open to him, Dick Marshall languishing in his maximum security cell had reached a complete legal dead end. By 1984 considerable international attention was beginning to be focused upon the political prisoners/prisoners of war being held in the U.S., the big three in this regard, probably because of the AI report, were Geronimo Pratt, Leonard Peltier, and Dick Marshall, each of whom continued to assert not only their right/responsibility to struggle against the U.S., but their innocence of the specific acts for which they had ostensibly been placed in prison. There was a growing propaganda need on the part of U.S. geopoliticians to counter the external awareness of federal policies of repression. Consequently, it was somehow arranged that Dick Marshall, as the least recognized of the big three prisoners, would have his sentence commuted by Governor Janklow in exchange for a highly publicized admission of guilt. The deal was cut, the confession made, and on December 20, 1984 Richard Marshall left the prison at Sioux Falls a free, if broken, man. He had served more than 8 years in prison for a crime he, in all probability, never committed. The case of Dennis Banks, et.al. The central prominence accorded by the FBI to Dennis Banks as a founder and perhaps the pivotal leader of AIM in the mid-1970s leaves little question as to why the Bureau might have targeted him for especially tenacious pursuit. According to Ken Baca, the Banks case has already been one of the longest running in U.S. history. For it has garnered the dubious distinction of becoming the most sustained attempt at a federal prosecution in the history of American jurisprudence. This longevity does much to support the observation, offered by Banks' Brooklyn, NY, attorney, Ken Stern, that the matter is a continuation of a campaign of gross harassment against American Indian movement activists begun more than a decade ago. 75 To summarize, on July 26, 1975, Banks had been convicted in Custer SD on charges based on the courthouse riots of 1973. See Chapter 5. Banks skipped bail and went underground, advising those who had forfeited his bond that he feared for his life while in state custody. He gave as a reason then South Dakota Attorney General, later Governor William Janklow's statement about putting a bullet through the heads of AIM leaders. Degree. From South Dakota, Banks went to Colorado where he was hidden by local AIM members and Chicano leader Corky Gonzalez's Crusade for Justice organization for a considerable period of time. Then on November 14, 1975, a state police officer stopped a station wagon and a motor home belonging to actor Marlon Brando, a highly vocal AIM supporter near Ontario, Oregon, a town of 8,000 people located on the Idaho-Oregon border. Two men fled the vehicle, police said. One ran into a field and fired at the officer, said police. The 2 men were thought 3. to be Dennis Banks and Leonard Peltier. Both men were wanted, Banks in South Dakota for sentencing for the February 6, 1973 melee at the Custer County Courthouse, and Peltier in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in connection with a murder. Peltier was wanted in Milwaukee on a charge of attempted murder. The charge proved to have been fabricated. Peltier was later acquitted after the former girlfriend of the alleged victim, an off-duty Milwaukee policeman named Hlavinka, testified that around the time of the incident he had shown her a photograph of Peltier and boasted his intention of catching a big one for the FBI. Police arrested Banks' wife Kamook, then known as Darlene Nichols, Kenneth Loudhawk, then of Pine Ridge, now of Bozeman, Mont, Russell Redner Shoshone, then of Eureka, California, and now of Oglala, and the late Anna Mae Aquaj, of Nova Scotia, whose body was found in 1976. Federal authorities said they found ammunition and 7 cases of dynamite in the vehicles. Those arrested were charged with interstate transportation of explosives and illegal possession of firearms. Kamook Banks had originally been charged in the Custer Courthouse battle in 1973, but charges were dropped in April 1976, her bail in Oregon had first been $100,000, then $50,000, then $20,000, and on February 23, 1976, she was released in third-party custody. Redner and Loudhawk had also been charged by the state of Oregon with possession of a dangerous weapon with intent to use. The evidence against Russ Redner was a buck knife of the folding variety fourrowed in a leather sheath on his belt. Kenny Loudhawk also carried a buck knife of the folding variety in his pocket, but was not charged for it. Instead, he was charged for a handgun found under the rear seat of the station wagon they were traveling in. Nita Bellows, the Ontario, Oregon, Justice of the Peace, set bail at $50,000 each, the usual Oregon bail in a Class C felony matter being $1,500. Bill Williams, PR man for the FBI's Portland, Oregon office, had no comment on how Bellows arrived at such a figure. Redner and Loudhawk were held in isolation in Vail, Oregon, the jail from which Anna Mae Aquash was removed back to South Dakota by the FBI, and subsequently murdered. See Chapter 11. The prisoners were taken to Portland via Boise. Other political abuses of the judicial system. 345. To face federal charges. Riding in the car with Ken Loudhawk was an FBI agent from Rapid City, South Dakota, thought to have been either S.A. David Price or S.A.J. Gary Adams. He thought Ken might know something about the two FBI agents Kohler and Williams killed on the Pine Ridge Reservation. "If you tell me who did it," he said, "we could make a deal." Transportation of firearms is a very serious charge. As all this was going on, the FBI identified Dennis Banks as having been one of the two men who had reportedly fled the scene, firing on police as they went. The evidence was exceedingly flimsy. The government claims Banks was there because Kamuksik was there, because Banks' briefcase was in the motorhome, and because Banks' fingerprints were found on a pickle jar in the vehicle. Banks, in hiding, was subsequently arrested in San Francisco. In April 1976, Banks and Kamuk, Redner, and Loudhawk appeared in a Portland court and pleaded innocent of 5 counts of illegal possession and transportation of destructive devices and firearms. At the trial, the Bureau contended that the dynamite allegedly seized in the Brando motor home had been destroyed. The prosecution attempted to submit Polaroid photos of small puffs of smoke in an open field which, it claimed, were evidence of the dynamite being detonated by police demolition experts. The arms undergirding the government's various weapons charges had also been mislaid. Under such circumstances, it took the U.S. District Judge Belloni exactly 18 minutes and 55 seconds on May 12, 1976 to dismiss firearms and explosives charges against the 4 American Indian Movement activists. At the trial, Judge Belloni asked the U.S. to proceed with the prosecution. The prosecutor said he wasn't ready. The defense moved for dismissal, and the motion was granted. However, U.S. Attorney Sid Lazak, obviously feeling the pressure of this decisive defeat, vowed he would appeal Belloni's decision to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Loudhawk and Redner still faced state charges which were later dropped. Dennis Banks was returned to California, where a series of hearings were being held concerning a move by the state of South Dakota to extradite him. A federal fugitive from justice warrant had been issued, in connection with his conviction in the Custer courthouse case. Governor Jerry Brown of California intervened in the judicial proceedings to announce that he would sign no order forcing Banks to return for sentencing and imprisonment, due to William Janklow's several public death threats against the AIM leader. Brown was undoubtedly aided in arriving at this position by receipt of a petition signed by some 150,000 of his constituents urging him to block extradition on this basis, and a second petition with another 500,000 signatures from around the U.S. South Dakota Attorney General Janklow, trapped by his own inflammatory rhetoric, was reduced to fuming that Brown's decision was absolutely absurd and evidence of preferential treatment of Banks. Janklow, elected governor of South Dakota in 1978, countered Brown's all but unprecedented granting of political asylum to Banks by an even more novel expedient. In 1981, he ordered that parole of South Dakota's more prominent felons be conditioned upon their deportation to California registered trademark. "If Jerry Brown likes our felons, the South Dakota governor said, "He can have them all." Banks settled in California to engage in such dangerous pursuits as serving as chancellor of DQ University, an Indian-run institution established on a former military site near San Francisco in the wake of the Alcatraz occupation in the early 70s, see Chapter 4, and which had drawn heavily on AIM principles in its structure and curriculum. He also remained a solid activist, speaking and fundraising on tours of the state with celebrities such as Cree singer, Buffy Sainte-Marie, working on AIM's longest walk in 1978, and organizing a tribunal to consider evidence of U.S. human rights violations against indigenous populations Alaskan and Hawaiian natives as well as American Indians during September of 1982. The publicity attendant to all of this made him a less than welcome guest to California conservatives. When Republican gubernatorial candidate George Deukmejian campaigned during 1982, one of his positions loudly voiced was a promise to return Dennis Banks to justice in South Dakota. With Deukmejian's election in November of 1982, Banks immediately went underground, surfacing just after the first of the year at the tiny Onondaga Reservation in upstate New York, invited by and under the sovereign protection of the traditional Onondaga chiefs. The latter promised to offer active resistance to any effort on the part of New York State or federal police to forcibly remove Banks from their sanctuary, and a period of negotiation ensued. After approximately a year and one, Dennis Banks in his cell in the South Dakota Maximum Security Facility in Sioux Falls, 1985. While his parole ended in January 1987, he and co-defendants Russ Redner, Kamuk Banks, and Kenny Loudhawk were once again faced with federal trial on the 3 times dismissed 1976 weapons and explosives charges. Photo, Kevin Barry McKiernan. Half, acceptable assurances concerning his safety were obtained from Janklo's office and in September 1984, Dennis Banks left New York to surrender in South Dakota, trying to put behind him the Custer riot and assault conviction, although many regarded the trial as having involved fraud by the prosecution. He was sentenced by the South Dakota court to 2 concurrent sentences of 3 years. He served 14 months in prison, mostly at the South Dakota State Penitentiary in Sioux Falls. Prior to his surrender, Banks' conviction had been appealed to the South Dakota Supreme Court, which upheld it on May 2, 1986, and Banks declined to pursue the matter to the U.S. Supreme Court, largely on the basis of that estimable body's sterling performance on the Peltier matter, see Chapter 11. His parole ended in January of 1987, by which time he had announced his retirement as an AIM leader, and had settled into his wife's home community of Oglala, where he busied himself trying to establish an employment program and putting on a weekly country music program for the local, AIM-initiated, FM radio station, Keeley, near Porcupine. For much of the period during which all this was going on, little happened with the federal weapons and explosives case in Oregon. Then, in March 1980, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals reversed Judge Belloni's 1976 dismissal of the charges on delayed appeal by U.S. Attorney Charles Turner, who had replaced Sidney 348 Lazak as chief prosecutor. Judge Shirley Hufstedler, in a dissenting opinion, accused the majority of contorting legal logic in reinstating the government's case, but the matter was sent back to the district court in Portland for trial in January of 1983. In May 1983, Dennis and Kamuk Banks, Ken Loudhawk, and Russell Redner appeared before U.S. District Judge James Redden. Their attorneys entered a motion for dismissal based on the argument that the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial had been violated by the government's long hiatus. The judge agreed, and the charges were once again dismissed. U.S. Attorney Turner again appealed the dismissal to the Ninth Circuit. This time, the appeals court agreed with Judge Hufstedler, and the government's appeal was denied. Not willing to let the matter rest and having infinite financial resources, Turner appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court and, on January 21, 1986, was rewarded with a decision to reverse the dismissal once again, despite the fact that some 90 months had elapsed since the original dismissal on the basis of the prosecution's unreadiness to proceed with the trial. Justice Lewis F. Powell, writing for the majority, determined that the problem which resulted in the government's inability to go to trial in the first place had to do with successful defense challenges to the admissibility of supposed federal evidence. Hence, the exercise of the fundamental rights of the accused to mount a defense was somehow construed as doing everything in their power to delay going to trial and a de facto waiver of Sixth Amendment rights. Such reasoning was strongly dissented from by Justices Thurgood Marshall, William J. Brennan, Harry A. Blackmun and John Paul Stevens. The matter was once again sent back to the District Court in Portland, as a result of a decision which former Oakledock attorney Lynn Parkinson described as intellectually dishonest and vindictive. For once, the lower courts appear to have come to share fully such a radical opinion. On July 14, 1986, Judge Redden wrote that in his court, at least although the High Court had reversed orders that the charges should be dismissed on Sixth Amendment grounds, those dismissals would stand because the government has also violated the defendant's due process rights in other regards. The government immediately launched yet another appeal of this, the third consecutive dismissal of its fabricated charges. As of this writing, mid-January 1988, it appears that the case will come before the District Court for yet a fourth time in 12 years, although U.S. Attorney Turner has openly admitted that he may be losing his objectivity in the matter. In November 1987, Judge Fred Nickel, now retired, was asked his opinion of discovery motions filed in this case by attorney Ken Stern. He responded, "I ended the Wounded Knee leadership case with the firm conviction that the government would go to any end, in order to convict Mr. Banks. He total disregard of truth and fairness in the government's attempt to get Dennis Banks by hook or crook did not stop at the doorstep of the FBI. The U.S. Attorney's Office was an active participant. The court was intentionally deceived. The fact that both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office were active participants in this pollution of justice convinced me there was a systemic, in addition to an individual, desire to convict Mr. Banks by means well beyond those which were ethical and fair. After all, in other cases in my district I had both FBI agents and these attorneys before me regularly. But the willingness to lie and fabricate and withhold evidence was only exhibited against Mr. Banks and his AMCO defendant. And it was exhibited with a vengeance. If my experience has taught me anything, it is that the past is a good indication of the future. The broad and pervasive nature of the FBI and prosecutors' misconduct in 1973 and 1974 reflected patterns and beliefs that were deeply held. I doubt they would be easily abandoned. Indeed, the seeds of the FBI's anti-AIM campaign of the mid-1970s have continued to sprout, well into the second half of the 1980s. Part 4. We will remember. In Nazi Germany, first they put the Communists and Jehovah's Witnesses in concentration camps, but I was not a Communist or a Jehovah's Witness so I did nothing. Then they came for the Social Democrats, but I was not a Social Democrat, so I did nothing. Then they arrested the trade unionists, but I did nothing because I was not one. Then they arrested the Jews, and again I did nothing because I was not Jewish. Then they came for the Catholics, but I was not a Catholic so I did nothing again. At last they came and arrested me, but by then it was too late, no one was left to speak up. Pastor Martin Niemöller, 1965. It is just my personal feeling, but many U.S. citizens are going to have to accept some blame too, because it's their federal government. The white Americans are guilty of apathy and self-indulgence to the extent that they have allowed inhumanity to thrive in this country. John Trudell, AIM National Chairman, 1977. 351. Chapter 13. The evidence does not point to mistakes or excesses within the FBI so much as it points to a police organization with its own political bias, judgments, and goals, which is designed to function and does function to achieve those goals consistent with its own vision of what is correct and proper for our country. It is essential that we recognize that the FBI plays a crucial role in decisions as to who gets arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and imprisoned. In making or influencing these decisions, the political outlook of the FBI dominates its actions. The result is that justice in the United States is neither fair nor equal. Kenneth Tilson, Oakledock Director, 1976. As for us, how are we to make our way through that rosy mist? Whom are we to ask about it? Those who were shot aren't talking, and neither are those who have been scattered to the four winds. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. As Professor Roxanne Dunbar-Ortiz has observed, during the Nixon era, and during its adjunct Ford administration, hundreds of black organizers were murdered, destabilized or imprisoned. Nearly every case is now traceable to government intelligence sources and outright assassinations and frame-ups. COINTELPRO New Left, the government program designed to destabilize and destroy the student movement, was established in 1968 and was used with vigor by the Nixon administration. The attack on Indian demonstrators and particularly on American Indian movement activists was brutal and grisly, with a far greater ratio of deaths and imprisonments than any other movement. The brunt of this physical repression by the FBI and other police agencies upon political dissidents within the United States appears to have passed, at least for the moment. However, there are clear indicators that the moderation of many of the Bureau's worst activities after 1976 is linked more to a diminishment of the overt forms of political dissent in America during the ensuing period than it is to any fundamental shift in FBI policies or tactics. In cases where the Bureau perceives the need, where it discovers people organizing for their rights, it has continued to demonstrate itself quite capable of resorting to tried and true methods of repression. As concerns AIM, two prominent examples will illustrate this point. 202. 354. The plot to assassinate Leonard Peltier. Shortly after Leonard Peltier was incarcerated in the federal Supermax prison at Marion, Illinois, it became obvious that his case would be subject to a major appeals effort. Simultaneously, it became apparent that the FBI would ultimately be forced under provision of the FOIA to disclose a significant portion of the Rees-Mers investigative documents illegally withheld from the defense during his trial. On both counts, the Bureau was, and is, exposed to the risk of substantial embarrassment and the distinct possibility of criminal culpability applying to agents and high-ranking officials. Although federal courts have done far more than even the Bureau might have expected in glossing over FBI improprieties during Peltier's appeals, see Chapter 11, there was no way Bureau strategists could be sure of this outcome. The one thing which was certain was that if Peltier were suddenly to die, the urgent impetus guiding his attorneys and supporters through the appeals and FOIA processes would correspondingly disappear. There is strong evidence suggesting that the FBI developed and implemented a plan to bring about Peltier's assassination in prison, thus closing the books on his case once and for all. The mechanism by which this was to have been accomplished seems to have been a middle-aged Oneida/Choctaw from Oklahoma named Robert Hugh Wilson, a.k.a. Standing Deer. By reputation, Wilson, a heavy-set bank robber of 235 pounds, was a very dangerous man. According to his copious prison records, he had assaulted every officer who ever attempted to apprehend him, and is considered by the FBI to be the most dangerous individual ever apprehended in this Chicago and Northern Illinois district. He was doing time in Marion because of a successful breakout from the Oklahoma State Prison on April 30, 1975, followed by a June 3 armed robbery in Oklahoma City during which a policeman had been shot. In addition to the 25-year term he was already serving, he was charged with 7 felonies, including bank robberies, auto thefts, and the near-fatal wounding of the police officer in Oklahoma City. Because of his previous record, he was technically subject to 7 life sentences in prison. In sum, Standing Deer had reason to believe he was fated to spend every remaining moment of his life squarely in the belly of the beast. Perhaps worse, from his point of view, he suffered chronically from an excruciating and degenerative spinal disease which rendered him increasingly dependent upon his keepers for medical treatment. He was, in fact, in the prison hospital on March 17, 1978, when he was first approached by Dr. J.R. Plank with the government's proposal that, in exchange for continuing medical attention, he should help out Marion Correctional Supervisor, Chief Guard, R.M. Max Carey by informing on the activities of fellow inmate/fellow Indian Leonard Peltier. Guided by instincts developed through a lifetime spent in open confrontation with the man, Standing Deer flatly refused. The payback for such obstinance was quickly forthcoming. On March 27, Dr. Planck informed Standing Deer that, despite the severity of his condition and the fact that no particular disciplinary rationale was given, he was being transferred directly from the prison hospital to the Hole. For the next 6 weeks, in spite of repeated written requests for emergency medical assistance, he was denied not only this privilege, but also a wheelchair and any sleeping arrangement other than a cot consisting of a solid steel slab. By May 5, his condition had deteriorated to the point that, when he slipped and fell on his way to the shower, he was unable to regain his feet. At that point, according to Standing Deer's diary, Chief Guard Carey asked me if I was ready to cooperate with him in exchange for medical treatment. I told him we could talk about it if he would get me some medical treatment right away. On May 15, he was finally returned to the hospital, although he still received no treatment. However, as Standing Deer later put it in a deposition, OJ in the afternoon of May 17, 1978, Chief Correctional Supervisor R.M. Carey unlocked the door to my room and entered. Mr. Carey was accompanied by a well-dressed stranger in a light brown suit and diagonal striped tie. The man accompanying Mr. Carey appeared to be in his late 30s, about 6 feet tall and 170 pounds, very erect posture, nearly blonde hair with blue eyes. The stranger said that if I would cooperate in neutralizing Leonard Peltier he would see that I received immediate medical treatment, and, after I cooperated with him he would get me paroled from the federal system to my Oklahoma detainer. I asked the stranger who he represented and what he meant by neutralizing Leonard Peltier. He replied that he was a person who had the power to do what he promised. As to what he meant by neutralizing Leonard Peltier, he said I would have to weigh that for myself, but that according to my record I was not averse to going all the way when faced with a desperate situation. Degree. To the carrot was added the stick. The stranger asked me how it felt to know I would never make it through the Oklahoma trial alive. He said that shooting a police officer in Oklahoma was a charge. 356. That would bring the wrath of all Oklahoma City law enforcement officers on my head. He said that if I did not cooperate, he would personally see to it that I would not survive the trip to Oklahoma. On the other hand, if I would cooperate, he said he would guarantee my safety in Oklahoma by having me held in the federal prison in El Reno, Oklahoma during the trial and never having me in the custody of state authorities without the presence of 2 United States Marshals. Eventually, the stranger, thought to have been S.A. James Wilkins, agreed that in exchange for Peltier's neutralization he would order immediate resumption of medical treatment, and arrange for the dismissal of all 7 pending indictments against Standing Deer in Oklahoma. The newly retained assassin was to work his way into Peltier's confidence, taking his time in the process, and await word to be transmitted through Carey that a second assassin was in place and available to help with the job. Upon his departure the stranger warned Standing Deer, "Don't even think of playing us for fools because, at this point, it's Peltier's life or yours. We don't accept backing out or betrayals. You are now committed to this with your life. If you betray us you will die. If you perform honorably you will be rewarded even more than our arrangement. If you tell about this conversation it will be our word against yours and you won't be believed." Treatment of Standing Deer's back ailment with drugs, hot packs and liniment was resumed on the same afternoon and, on May 24, the Records Control Supervisor at Marion was notified by Oklahoma authorities that state detainers on the inmate had been removed. On June 1, it was announced that his pending Oklahoma trial had been cancelled altogether. His physical condition much improved by the therapy he had received, Standing Deer was discharged from the hospital at the end of the latter month and assigned a cell giving him easy access to Leonard Peltier. Caught in this dilemma, and still unable to let go of the system of con ethics he'd absorbed over the years, he noted in his diary at the end of his hospital stay that, "This is too fucking heavy to even think about. I don't know what to do. If I tell Leonard and he wants me to expose it, they'll probably kill me. If I refuse to act, they can get somebody else and we won't even know who. Till just have to get back into population and dump the whole thing in Leonard's lap." This he did at a 4th of July picnic conducted in the prison yard, According to Wilson, Peltier was visibly upset by the news that Wilson was supposed to kill him, and asked Wilson to pretend to cooperate so that he would not be replaced by an unknown enemy. Standing Deer, in line with the FBI's instructions, joined an Indian culture group, of which he was shortly elected chair and spokesperson, founded by Peltier, and undertook other activities which would seem designed to gain the target's trust. On September 14, he received word that the state of Oklahoma had dismissed all charges against him. On the afternoon of November 9, Standing Deer's FBI handler reappeared and informed the inmate that they were 357. Just about out of time, and so was I. The agent explained that it had been decided Peltier should die during an ostensible escape attempt, and that Marion has so much security that planning a successful escape is just about impossible. Therefore, unless I had firm plans to neutralize Peltier, they intended to move both me and Leonard Peltier to a less secure prison in California where an escape attempt would be hard to resist. He said I would be going to Leavenworth in December. Leonard would go to USP prison Lompoc about 60 days after I got to Leavenworth. I would not go to Lompoc until they had another Indian situated in Lompoc who would help me neutralize Peltier. He said the Indian I would meet in Lompoc enjoyed their complete trust, and he would be watching me to be sure I performed. On December 21, 1978, Standing Deer was transferred from Marion to the U.S. prison at Leavenworth, Kansas. The trip aggravated his back condition once more and, upon arrival, he vented his foul humor by threatening a guard. In a hearing on December 27 which he was unable to attend for lack of a wheelchair, Standing Deer was sentenced by prison authorities to be returned to Marion for special handling in that prison's infamous control unit. Unaccountably, the sentence was never carried out. Instead, this most dangerous inmate was suddenly promoted to serve as trustee for the first time in his lengthy prison career. For his part, Peltier was transshipped through Leavenworth in February, arriving in Lompoc on April 10, 1979. On May 24, Charles Chuck Richards, a son-in-law of Dick Wilson and notorious Pine Ridge goon who had a hand in the Byron DeSouza assassination in 1976, see Chapter 7, and several other reservation murders, also arrived in Lompoc. Adopting the alias Chuck Richardson, apparently with the cooperation of prison authorities, Richards quickly moved to befriend Peltier, who would have recognized the goon's name by reputation, but who, having never seen him, had no reason to recognize him by sight. Standing Deer, aware of the goon's departure and destination, immediately sent word to the intended target through a circuitous route involving a support group member, Ramona Bank, in Seattle concerning Richards' real identity and the probability that this was the second assassin called for in the federal plan. Although Peltier immediately began to shun Richards, limiting the goon's ability to get to him, he realized that the assassination plot was proceeding apace. In desperation, he enlisted the aid of two other inmates, a 23-year-old hunk Papa Lakota from the Standing Rock Reservation named Dallas Thunder Shield, whom Peltier had met at the First International Treaty Council in 1974, and Bobby Garcia, a Chicano from New Mexico who had been convicted of murder and incarcerated in the federal system after an unsuccessful jailbreak during which a guard was killed. The three determined it was necessary to preempt the federal schedule by Peltier's escaping from Lompoc before matters progressed any further. Peltier then recruited the assistance of Rock Duenas, one of his AIM Confederates from Washington state. It seems probable that prison authorities intercepted some of 358. These last communications and were thus aware of both the nature and timing of the escape plan. On the night of July 20, 1979, Peltier, Garcia and Thunder Shield escaped from Lompoc by climbing the prison's chain link and barbed wire fence near Guard Tower 4, for reasons never explained. The tower guard, R. Hodgkinson, who observed the prisoners scaling the fence, merely shouted at them to stop rather than firing a warning shot or incapacitating them with his shotgun. Instead, he fired only when the fleeing men who were running toward an area obscured from view from the prison compound itself were too far away to be hit. Reportedly, Hodgkinson's fire was returned by a person or persons unknown who had been pre-positioned to cover the escapee's flight. Bobby Garcia became separated from Peltier and Thundershield as the three made their getaway. To divert attention from the other escapees, Garcia gave himself up not far from the prison wall. Meanwhile, Peltier and Thundershield had been pinned in the headlights of an oncoming truck driven by William Guild, an engineer at the prison power plant. William Guild, an ex-guard working at the prison's power facility, responded to the escape and shot in the back the first long-haired Indian he saw as the man raised his hands to surrender. This individual was Dallas Thundershield, who from the rear looked similar to Peltier. Did Guild think he was killing Peltier? Only Guild fired a weapon at close range at a prisoner, even though others had the chance. Moreover, according to subsequent testimony of William Guild, he knew the route the escaping men would take *. Thus, while tower guard Hodgkinson had declined to shoot, from an observable position, with his relatively harmless scatter gun while the targets were in range, Guild, who would ordinarily not even have been carrying a weapon, opted to shoot an unarmed man from behind at close range with an entirely deadly .38 caliber revolver when out of sight of possible witnesses. There is also considerable evidence that Thundershield, once shot, was simply allowed to bleed to death while confusion concerning his identity was cleared up by a small horde of guards and the representatives of outside agencies who arrived promptly on the scene. Peltier, in the meantime, had slipped away. 5 days later, Peltier, hungry and exhausted, was spotted by a farmer, Jerry Parker, while attempting to take a pumpkin from his field. Peltier had made it some 15 miles from Lompoc through very rough country and, unbeknownst to Parker, was now armed with a Ruger Mini 14 rifle. Parker, in a fit of property protection, drove his pickup toward the field, firing a rifle of his own at the man engaged in the theft of a vegetable. When the man ran, Parker pursued, only to be taken prisoner moments later. Recognizing the cop killer from television reports of the Lompoc escape, Parker mused audibly that, "I suppose you're going to kill me now." Peltier, who later admitted having been furious that someone had attempted to kill him. 507. Over a pumpkin, responded, "I ain't no killer." Instead, he relieved Parker of $30 cash, his boots, and his pickup and continued his escape attempt. As subsequent testimony revealed, this proved to be Peltier's undoing. Despite his lack of boots, Jerry Parker hot-footed it to a telephone and reported the theft of his truck to the sheriff's office in Santa Monica. Not much later, the truck was found alongside a gravel road, its clutch ruined. With this discovery, a team from the Santa Monica Police Department commanded by Detective Bruce Correll but actually led by Detective Bill Turner, a Vietnam combat veteran and experienced tracker, and accompanied by FBI agent James Wilkins, moved out in pursuit. A few hours later, Peltier allowed himself to be taken without a fight, despite the fact that all police personnel agreed that from the defensive position he'd selected he could easily have killed several of them, had he desired. As he later put it, "I seen 'em comin' from a long ways off. I had binoculars and the Mini 14, and I was in a good position to fight from. But I could tell they was cops, not FBI. If it had been FBI, I would have had no choice but to sell Mijef as dear as possible. But, since it was local cops, I figured I'd live through surrendering, even if a couple of agents was with them. I never killed nobody, and figured I might as well not start." Peltier was taken to trial on November 14, 1979 on charges of armed robbery, assault, auto theft, escape from a federal prison and conspiracy to escape, among other things. After a month-long trial in which Assistant U.S. Attorneys Lawrence Baird and Robert Binias were allowed more than 20 days to present their case, while defense attorney Bruce Ellison was restricted to less than 3 by evidentiary rulings of Judge Lawrence Leidick, he was convicted of escape and the illegal possession of a weapon by a felon. The conspiracy and assault-related charges, as well as auto theft, resulted in acquittals. On February 4, 1980 he was sentenced and a total of 7 years was tacked onto the end of his double life sentence. He was immediately transported back to Marion with the recommendation, signed by Lompoc Correctional Supervisor Greg Hudson, that he be subjected to an indefinite period in the control unit. Bobby Garcia was also convicted of escape at about the same time as Peltier. He was shipped straight into the Marion control unit, where he was held for about 30 days, before being transferred to the maximum security facility at Terre Haute, Indiana on March 12, 1980. Perhaps ironically, his cellmate at Terre Haute was none other than Standing Deer, who had been transferred there after being fired from his preferred position at Leavenworth on the day of the Lompoc breakout, without explanation, and despite a recent letter of commendation for his on-the-job performance. On August 1, Standing Deer was transferred back to Leavenworth and, on December 1, Bobby Garcia was placed in the hole in Terre Haute for reasons other than disciplinary action. On December 13, 1980 he was found dead in his cell. The official cause of death was listed as suicide by hanging, although his body was found in a position where his feet could reach the floor. Post-mortem blood tests showed the presence of 8 drugs, including barbiturate levels sufficient to render him unconscious well before the time of death. Bobby Garcia was known not to be a drug user and had shown no indication of being suicidal in communications to friends and fellow prisoners immediately before his death. Roque Duenas, arrested about the same time Peltier was captured, spent the next 8 months in jail. He was awaiting his day in court on an array of charges including assault. He was accused of having laid down the diversionary fire on Guard Tower 4 during the escape, smuggling arms into a federal prison, conspiracy, and so forth. The trial ended in a hung jury. Rather than try the case again, the government accepted a plea bargain in which Duenas would acknowledge his complicity as an aider and abettor of the escape. All other charges would be dropped, with the understanding that he would receive a total sentence of 2 years. However, the prosecution was in for a mild surprise. U.S. District Judge Robert Takasugi, who immediately released Duenas on probation, also expressed very deep concern about possible government misconduct in the Peltier case, citing especially Standing Deer's affidavits. He was eager to know, among other things, if the 7 charges against Wilson in Oklahoma had actually been dismissed, if it was unusual for Wilson with his maximum security classification to have been transferred to Leavenworth and then Lompoc. The same might have been asked about Peltier himself, if Wilson had actually been given a clerk's job at Leavenworth, and if he had been fired on the day of the escape. Assistant U.S. Attorney Binias quickly assured Takasugi that the alleged assassination plot had been thoroughly investigated by the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility, and that there was absolutely no merit to the story. Moreover, a cynical and rather conservative Los Angeles Times reporter named Bill 361 Hazlitt, who was routinely covering the Duenas sentencing for his paper, decided that he would dispel such rumors once and for all. Contrary to his expectations, once he began his investigation, Hazlitt was disturbed by what he learned of the alleged plot to assassinate Peltier, and also by the uneasiness of the government attorneys. The Los Angeles Times sent Hazlitt east to Oklahoma, where he discovered that Robert Hugh Wilson's account of the dismissal of 7 serious charges on his record was entirely true. Increasingly disturbed, Hazlitt extended his researches to 4 other states, then continued east to Washington, D.C., to discuss his findings with old acquaintances at FBI headquarters and to hear the Bureau's explanation of the strange story. As Hazlitt later put it, "I've always been a welcome guest back there in Washington, you know. Used to get letters from J. Edgar Hoover and Clarence Kelly commending me for stories I'd written concerning the FBI. But when those guys found out I was looking into the Peltier case, I couldn't even get up to the 2nd floor. I mean, there's got to be something fishy here, because they stonewalled me entirely. They don't want to discuss this case at all." In early 1981, Hazlitt submitted a 5-part, 30,000-word feature series, based upon his investigation, to his employers at the Times. The paper, which had underwritten the whole effort originally intended to exonerate the FBI and Bureau of Prisons, unceremoniously declined to publish the result. Roque Duenas returned to his home in Seattle. On October 1, 1981, he and his nephew, Kevin Henry, went fishing off Narrows Point in Tacoma Sound. The following morning, at 2:15 a.m., their boat was found capsized approximately 200 yards from shore. Kevin Henry's body was found, a large bruise caused by a blow with a blunt object disfiguring the forehead. Duane's body is still missing and he is legally presumed dead. The murder of John Trudell's family. The Peltier assassination effort appears to be only one of several abortive but deadly FBI counterintelligence operations directed at the remnants of AIM during the late 1970s and early 1980s. Another, even grimmer example concerns the death of the family of AIM's last national chairman, John Trudell. In February 1979, Trudell led a march in Washington, D.C. to draw attention to the difficulties the Indians were having. Although he had received a warning against speaking out, he delivered an address from the steps of the FBI building on the subject of the agency's harassment of Indians. Less than 12 hours later, Trudell's wife, Tina, his 3 children, and his wife's mother were burned alive in the family home in Duck Valley, Nevada, the apparent work of an arsonist. 362. Tina Trudell with her children, from left, Ricarda Starr, Eli Changing Sun and Sunshine Karma, shortly before they were murdered at Duck Valley, Utah. Photo, collection of Paulette Doutuil Robideau. Further detail is added elsewhere. On the Shoshone-Paiute Reservation of Duck Valley, straddling the Nevada-Idaho border, at 1:30 a.m., February 12, 1979, a fire ripped through the house of Arthur Manning and his family. Manning was a member of the Duck Valley Tribal Council who was actively working for Shoshone-Paiute treaty rights. Opposition to Manning included local tribal police chief, Benny Richards, a former member of the Wilson Goon Squad on Pine Ridge and brother of intended Peltier assassin Chuck Richards, both are of the Pine Ridge Manson family, and the local BIA director John Artichoker, also from Pine Ridge. Manning's wife, Leah, was a coordinator for social services on the reservation. Their daughter, Tina, had been working actively in a local campaign to preserve the tribe's water rights at Wild Horse Reservoir. She was opposed by the BIA, Elko County and Nevada officials, the water recreation industry, and local white ranchers. Tina's husband was John Trudell, national chairman of AIM from approximately 1974 to 80. The Trudells had 3 children, Ricarda Starr age 5, Sunshine Karma 3, and Eli Changing Sun 1. The fire caught the entire family asleep. Dead were Leah Hicks Manning, her daughter Tina, and the 3 young children. Arthur Manning survived the blaze. The BIA issued a statement saying the fire was an accident. Trudell believes his family was murdered. The basis for Trudell's belief rested in his AIM activities in general, and with regard to the Peltier case in particular. During the Peltier trial in Fargo, North Dakota, Trudell had returned to the courtroom one day when a marshal informed him that he would not be allowed inside. An argument ensued, and Trudell was evicted. He was later arrested for the incident, charged with contempt of court, convicted before U.S. District Judge Ronald Davies, and sentenced to 60 days in jail. He served his time in 5 institutions in 3 states, a matter clearly reminiscent of the handling of Leonard Crow Dog, see Chapter 12. While in Springfield Prison in Missouri, he was told by a fellow inmate that if he did not stop his Indian rights work his family would be killed. Of course, as is indicated above, the Mannings had no shortage of enemies at Duck Valley, any one or group of which might have perpetrated the fatal arson, assuming it was arson despite the obvious basis for suspicion, and Trudell's repeated allegations in this regard. No formal investigation of the fire was ever conducted by the FBI. However, given the overall context of apparent illegalities involved in the FBI's anti-AIM operations, and the concomitantly high stakes which would be involved in their disclosure, more than usual heed should be paid to Trudell's contentions. When I got sent up for 60 days, that time in Fargo, I was approached by another inmate, a guy I didn't know, and he started talking about my public statements. "You can't go around talking that shit," he says, "you'd better get out of the country. You don't know these crazy bastards the FBI, they could kill your wife and children." Well, I was suspicious of the guy's so-called warning at the time. That was a message John Trudell was supposed to receive. I know who did it. What I still don't understand is why, it was so unnecessary. But it was arson, and it was deliberate an assassination. Those people did a terrible thing, they should think a long time about what they did. 364. Trudel has explained that, in essence, he believes the death of his family was set up by the FBI as a part of its strategy to silence his and other AIM members' attempts to draw broad public attention to the Bureau's pattern of abuses concerning AIM in general and Pine Ridge in particular. He attributes the emphasis placed upon himself and his family in this regard not only to his high position within AIM, but to the FBI's assessment of his special talents as a speaker/organizer, repeated over and over in the investigatory documents amassed on him between 1969 and 1979, some 17,000 pages of which were released in a FOIA suit in 1986. Trudel is an intelligent individual and eloquent speaker who has the ability to stimulate people into action. Trudel is a known hardliner who openly advocates and encourages the use of violence, i.e., armed self-defense, although he himself never becomes involved in the fighting. Trudel has the ability to meet with a group of pacifists and in a short time have them yelling and screaming right on. In short, he is an extremely effective agitator. As we have seen, a number of people died on Pine Ridge during the period 1972 to 76, as a result of having tendered far less provocation to the Federal Bureau of Investigation than is entailed in this Bureau profile of John Trudel. Other COINTELPRO-style activities in the 1980s. Of course, not all COINTELPRO-type activities during the 1980s have involved murder, nor have they been directed exclusively against AIM. To the contrary, such examples as are brought out above seem to represent extreme cases, the exception rather than the rule. More typical have been the operations of New York's Joint Terrorist Task Force (TTF), an FBI police amalgam patterned after those pioneered in Los Angeles and Chicago, see Chapter 3. The JTTF was formed in 1980 to investigate bombings by an anti-Castro group called Omega 7, a Yugoslavian terrorist group known as the Croatian Liberation Forces, and a Puerto Rican terrorist SIC group called Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña, or FALN. Asterisk rhetoric concerning terrorism notwithstanding, the founding principles of the JTTF, like those of its predecessors in the West and Midwest, concern nothing so much as the suppression of political dissidents within the United States. In terms of real clandestine organizational activity, the JTTF proved resoundingly inept from the first day. For instance, a Black Liberation Army spin-off calling itself the Revolutionary Armed Task Force, RATF, was able to conduct a series of armed expropriations of armored cars in New York during 1980–81 without the counter-terrorists coming up with a clue as to their identities. The supposed terrorists were utilizing the proceeds to fund a clinic, the Black Acupuncture Advisory Association of North America, BANA, in Harlem, and to underwrite healthcare for the slum community of the South Bronx. It was only after an unsuccessful attempt to rob a Brinks truck in West Nyack, New York on October 20, 1981, an action in which 2 police officers were killed, and several RATF members captured. 365. By the local constabulary that the FBI and its cohorts were able to crack the case. The 2 policemen, Waverly L. Brown and Edward O'Grady, are the only known casualties inflicted by the terrorist family in its decade of armed propaganda. A record much less lethal than the FBI and police counter-terrorists. The JTTF proved far more effective against non-clandestine groups which supported, but did not engage in, armed struggle. One example concerns a study group formed by Coltrane Chimiranga, slave name, Randolph Sims, an RNA member and associate of BANA. Attempting to define this group as the son of Brinks, successor organization to the RATF. From December 21, 1983, until October 18, 1984, the JITF wiretapped their telephones, bugged their apartments and dispatched surveillance teams consisting of 100 or more agents. They also managed to infiltrate a provocateur named Howard Bonds into the group. In the end, frustrated at having no more than sinister-sounding theorizing to go on, no armored cars were robbed or RATF members broken out of jail, but still determined to stamp out such dangerous thinking, the JTTF arrested 5 group members, including Khymiran Ga. They were charged with various sorts of criminal conspiracy, much of which involved ideas or plans introduced by Bond's registered trademark despite the infiltrators' testimony, and 450 pages of affidavits that included lengthy excerpts from court-ordered wiretaps, all purporting to prove the charges. Khymiran Ga and his CO defendants were acquitted on most counts on August 5, 1985. They were found guilty only of having possession of weapons deemed illegal in the city of New York, and of having false IDs. In conversations with defense lawyers following the verdict, the jurors condemned the JTTF surveillance as an infringement of the defendants' civil liberties and said they were worried their own phones were tapped. They dismissed the investigation as guilt by association. The group was thoroughly crushed by the arrests and trial, and the FBI and police conveyed the message that certain types of political thought, even at the most abstract levels, are simply forbidden. At about the same time, the JTTF was engaged in harassment directed at members of the May 19 movement and other support organizations, while grand juries were utilized as a mechanism by which to jail activists such as former Weather Underground fugitive Bernardine Dorn and Fulani Suniali, wife of RATF member Bilal Suniali. Little if any of this had to do with suspected violence, i.e., terrorism, on the part of those targeted. Similar tactics were used in Chicago, where individuals such as Movimiento de Liberación Nacional, MLN, activists Ricardo Romero, Maria Cueto, Stephen Guerra, Julio Rosado, and Andres Rosado were sent to prison for periods of up to 3 years for the criminal contempt of refusing to cooperate with grand juries. 366. As all this was going on, a concerted effort was being made to destroy those political hardliners who were incarcerated in federal prisons. For examples, RATF members C. Cao Odinga, Sundiata Akalai, Richard Thompson L., and Timothy Blunk were all placed in the Marion Supermax, where the control unit, according to U.S. District Judge James Foreman, has been used to silence prison critics. It has been used to silence religious leaders. It has been used to silence economic and philosophic dissidents. A former Marion warden, Ralph Aaron, has joined in Judge Foreman's assessment, observing rather proudly that, the purpose of the Marion Control Unit is to control revolutionary attitudes in the prison system and the society at large. Emphasis added. Across gender lines, RATF members Susan Rosenberg and Sylvia Beraldini, along with FALN leader Alejandrina Torres, were entombed for an indefinite period in the control unit of the Maximum Security Women's Facility at Lexington, Kentucky. The purpose of the unit, according to noted prison psychologist and criminologist Richard Korn, is equally straightforward. The control unit functions to reduce the prisoners to the state of submission essential for their ideological conversion. That failing, the next step is to reduce them to a state of psychological incompetence sufficient to neutralize them as efficient, self-directed antagonists. That failing, the only alternative is to destroy them, preferably by making them desperate enough to destroy themselves. The attack on the Puerto Rican independence movement, beginning with some of the earliest acknowledged COINTELPROs circa 1960, see Chapter 2, organizations advocating independence for Puerto Rico, have been the targets of FBI counterintelligence programs. Over the years, the Bureau has pioneered some of its ugliest counterintelligence methods against the independentistas, including an ample measure of physical violence. With reference to the content of some 75 volumes of investigative file material compiled on him alone, the veteran independentista leader Juan Mari Bras testified before the United Nations that the files reflect the general activity of the FBI toward the movement. But some of the memos are dated 1976 and 1977, long after COINTELPRO was supposedly ended as an FBI activity. For example, at one point, there is a detailed description of the death of my son, in 1976, at the hands of a gun-toting assassin. The bottom of the memo is fully deleted, leaving one wondering who the assassin was. The main point, however, is that the memo is almost joyful about the impact his death will undoubtedly have on me. The Mari Bras files also contain several memos recounting the circumstances of the Puerto Rican leader's several heart attacks and offering suggestions as to how the Bureau might put more pressure on him, a tactic calculated to produce more of the same. One document even contends, "It is hardly idle boasting to say that it." 367. Least some of the Bureau's activities have provoked the situation of Mari Bras. Of course, there have been other targets. Among these was Juan Caballero, a militant Teamster shop steward who mysteriously disappeared after being questioned by police in mid-October 1977. On the 25th of that month, a body which was supposedly his was discovered, bound hand and foot with electrical wire, in El Yunque rainforest. Police explained the matter by suggesting that Caballero had been executed by fellow Teamsters. The union, police hinted, might have been under the impression that the steward had turned informer. In a second striking parallel to the Ana May Aquash case, see Chapter 7, the FBI severed the corpse's hands for purposes of making a positive identification at the FBIC fingerprint lab in Washington. This time, however, the Bureau lost these vital body parts, just as it claimed to have lost exculpatory Elsers evidence in the case of Geronimo Pratt, Chapter 3. The situation became even more bizarre when it was revealed that X-rays of the rainforest body failed to match up with Caballero's dental charts. To date, questions concerning the body's real identity and the nature of Caballero's actual fate have never been resolved. Such problems notwithstanding, prosecutors, assisted by the FBI, felt quite free to enter the alleged Caballero execution into the 1978 case brought against Teamster organizer Miguel Cabrera, accused in the September 1977 murder of a U.S. attorney named Alan Randall, legal counsel to the arch-reactionary National Labor Relations Board in Puerto Rico. The government's star witness at trial was an admitted professional assassin, Angel Hernandez Tanco, who was cooperating with authorities in exchange for much reduced sentencing on 4 murder convictions of his own. Although Tanco apparently tried hard, when neither the prosecution's testimony nor the physical evidence jibed with the case brought against Cabrera, the jury acquitted him. But, by this point, he had already spent more than a year in jail and, as Alfredo Lopez sums it up, there is no doubt about the impact of Caballero's disappearance and Cabrera's trial. It halted the Teamsters' drive at a crucial period and forced the union into a defensive posture. This type of case can be 368. Recounted dozens of times, key people tried at key moments and removed from leadership positions by evidence that suddenly falls apart at trial. In yet another example, it is known that FBI personnel met with police prior to the assassination of 2 independentistas, in an ambush in the Cerro Maravilla area in 1978. According to police, the 2 were on their way to bomb a police station and were accompanied by a police informant who admits having planned and urged the bombing. A Carro Publico driver who witnessed the ambush testified that some 3 police who were waiting in the bushes shot without giving orders of any kind and without either of the youngsters raising their revolvers. It was a planned murder, he told a commission set up to investigate, and it was carried out like that. As in the Pine Ridge anti-AIM campaign, while the Bureau had abundant resources with which to participate prominently in these sorts of repressive activities, it proved spectacularly unable to come to grips with any sort of violence directed at independence advocates. Over the last 15 years, 170 attacks, beatings, shootings, and bombings of independence organizations and activists have been documented. The offices of the pro-independence newspaper Claridad have been bombed 3 times, its printing press has been bombed twice and burned once. The PIP Partido Independentista Puerto Rican offices have been bombed 3 times. The PSB's Partido Socialista Puerto Rican bombed once, Mari Bras' home was burned down once. There have been countless attacks and beatings of people at rallies and pickets, to say nothing of unsolved incidents of beatings of independentistas walking the streets. These are routine. The 1975 bombing of a rally in Mayagüez that killed 2 restaurant workers was more dramatic, but like the other 170 attacks, remains unsolved. Although right-wing organizations claimed credit for nearly 70 of these attacks, not one person has ever been arrested or brought to trial. During the 1980s, the FALN and other organizations devoted to the cause of independence have been the target of some of Bureau's most intense covert operations. FBI activities on the island culminated on August 30, 1985 with a massive paramilitary operation bearing a striking resemblance to the operations on the Pine Ridge and Rosebud reservations a decade earlier. More than 300 heavily armed FBI agents and U.S. Marshals participated in raids throughout Puerto Rico, kicking in doors, conducting warrantless searches, wrecking the contents of homes, impounding personal property and arresting scores of activists on John Doe warrants. The operation was staged at the Roosevelt Roads Naval Base and carried out with the active participation of the military. The Puerto Rican government was not notified until after the operation was well underway, which Governor Rafael Hernández Colón termed an unpardonable omission. In a clarification of Puerto Rico's colonial status, the FBI responded that they were not required to keep the Puerto Rican government informed of their activities and called the governor's objections lamentable. 7. 369. Anti-FBI demonstration in San Juan, Puerto Rico, shortly after the Bureau's Palmer raid-style sweep of the independentista movement on the island in 1985. Photo, Claridad. The pretext for the massive raids was a $7.2 million 1983 Wells Fargo robbery in Hartford, Connecticut, credited to a clandestine Puerto Rican independence movement, Los Macheteros. Eventually 16 independentistas were indicted in connection with this action. As pre-trial hearings in the cases enter their third year, a pattern of FBI abuses has emerged with all the hallmarks of a classic COINTELPRO. For example, FBI agent Jose Rodriguez was forced to admit he misspoke when he testified during the hearings that Cuban arms were discovered in the home of one of the defendants, Hilton Fernandez. In an attempt to coerce him into collaborating, the FBI bad-jacketed independentista Alejandro Martinez Vargas. In a San Juan Star article, S.A. Fernando Rivero referred to Martinez Vargas as a former machetero, now informant. Martinez Vargas was kept in isolation and subjected to what he termed fascist means to break him down psychologically and physically, which included death threats, against his family. Martinez Vargas remained steadfast in his refusal to cooperate. Copyright. One of the bulwarks of the FBI's case is the testimony of informant Carlos Rodriguez. A former activist, Rodriguez traded his testimony for sentence reductions for his wife and himself on charges of bank fraud and possession of heroin with intent to distribute, as well as charge reductions on 2 counts of homicide and 10 weapons charges. Copyright. 2 FBI agents have admitted using illegal electronic surveillance, ELSUR, procedures. Federal law requires agents to record all surveillance. Not only did the agents fail to record monitored conversations, they signed affidavits to the effect that they 370 had recorded them. Furthermore, the Puerto Rican Constitution specifically prohibits such electronic surveillance. An examination by an expert hired by the defense team of ELSUR tapes presented during the hearings revealed that the tapes were not originals and showed signs of tampering. The case has already cost the government some $15 million and has yet to come to trial. The trial, scheduled for spring 1988, promises to be as lengthy as the pre-trial hearings. 2 defendants, Juan Segarra Palmer and Filberto Ojeda Rios, have already been held without bail for 28 months on non-capital charges, longer than anyone in U.S. judicial history, and as the full scope of the FBI's operations is revealed, public disaffection with the program is growing. National outrage increased when the Puerto Rican Police Intelligence Division interlocked with the Bureau in a manner which should, by now, be quite familiar. Admitted in court that its massive surveillance efforts against the independence movement includes files on 74,000 individuals. The FBI's SAC in San Juan, Puerto Rico, who oversaw the planning and execution of this incredible preemption of legality, was former Los Angeles office COINTELPRO specialist Richard Wallace, held, promoted, no doubt, because of the success of his earlier operations against Geronimo Pratt, Bunchy Carter, John Huggins, and Gene Seberg, to name but a few. See Chapter 3. Less than 2 months after the Puerto Rican raid, Held was rewarded again, transferred to serve as SAC, San Francisco. Harassment of Central America activists. Nor have the FBI's COINTELPRO type attentions been devoted exclusively to individuals and organizations which might arguably be considered supporters of armed struggle. For instance, Christic Institute attorney Daniel Sheehan recounts how, in 1986, FBI agents paid personal visits to financial supporters of the Sanctuary Movement, an entirely nonviolent, church-based entity devoted to achieving the safety of refugees from the U.S.-sponsored wars and repression rampaging throughout Central America to spread the deliberate disinformation that the organization was terrorist-controlled and devoted to infiltrating Latin American terrorists into the United States. In the same vein, the Center for Constitutional Rights, CCR, and National Lawyers Guild have jointly released a list of nearly 200 documented instances of suspected counterintelligence activities being directed at sanctuary activists and members of affiliated organizations, as well as members of other nonviolently dissident political groups within the U.S. between 1984 and the end of 1986. The following examples are indicative of the whole registered trademark. 371. Copyright on April 2, 1986, two secretaries at the United Church of Santa Fe in New Mexico discovered that the door to the church's educational area had been broken into and the wood around the deadbolt locks gouged out. Inner offices were entered and an attempt made to break open the exit door. Nothing of monetary value was taken, although petty cash was available, but cabinets and closets were gone through and the church membership lists were left on a desktop. Although it was not officially a sanctuary church, many members are vocal advocates of sanctuary and lobbied to make Santa Fe a sanctuary city and New Mexico a sanctuary state. The incident was reported to city police, who shrugged it off. On April 6, 1986, the Dallas Morning News released a story about Frank Varelli, a Salvadoran who became a U.S. citizen and was hired by the FBI in 1981 to analyze information received from other FBI offices and the CIA about El Salvador. In 1982 he went to El Salvador to make contact with the intelligence unit of the National Guard. Then, assuming the identity of a refugee named Gilberto Mendoza, he infiltrated Dallas CISPs as part of an FBI-covered operation designed to uncover the terrorist activities of a number of Dallas organizations. Varelli, who had resigned in 1984, decided to tell his story because he was angry that the FBI had refused to give him back pay. On April 7, 1986, the apartment of two Brookline, Massachusetts art instructors involved in cultural exchange programs with Cuban and Nicaraguan artists was broken into. The intruders, who entered by breaking a window, took computer disks, a telephone answering machine and a beeper, but left all other valuables untouched. The police report on the incident termed it a teenager's prank. On April 14, 1986, 150 persons participated in a rally, an act of civil disobedience in opposition to Contra 8 at 26 Federal Plaza in New York City. One of the persons arrested recognized a member of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, TTF, who had been pointed out to him about a year ago at a John Brown anti-Klan demonstration, also in New York City. The agent was watching the participants. The arrestee said to the agent, "I know you're part of the JTTF. Do you think we are all terrorists?" The agent replied, "You may not all be terrorists yet, but I'm sure there is some Soviet infiltration here." On the night of May 21 to 22, 1986, in New York, the offices of the North American Congress on Latin America, NACLA, were burglarized. There were no signs of forced entry. Desk drawers were opened and even the contents of envelopes were examined. One wall was graffitied, but only $20 and a heavy toolbox were taken. On June 11, 1986, the apartment of a Brooklyn woman whose sister is active in Central America work was burglarized and ransacked. The intruders went through her files, and, ignoring items of value, took only a few of her earrings. On June 12, 1986, intruders burglarized and ransacked the apartment of a Michigan woman active in the Central America Solidarity Committee. They rifled her files and threw papers and books all over the floor. Items of value TV, stereo, and rent money were ignored. 372. Copyright on July 29, 1986, a Center for Constitutional Rights staff person reported that when her travel agent telephoned, although she was home and her answering machine on, no message came over. Instead, a man answered who said, "I'm her boyfriend and a policeman, I'll take the message." Copyright on September 26, 1986, the car of a man active in Witness for Peace was broken into. Items taken were a briefcase containing Nicaraguan newspapers, books, and files, a slide projector and slides of Nicaragua, camera, typewriter, and suitcase of clothing. 100 pamphlets on the back seat entitled What We Have Seen and Heard in Nicaragua were also taken. A passport, checkbook, and overcoat were left behind. Sent on November 17, 1986, Centro Present, a Cambridge organization that helps refugees from El Salvador, was broken into. A computer, disks, files, and keys to the file cabinet were taken. Registered trademark on November 30, 1986, offices of the International Center for Development Policy, Commission on U.S. Central American Relations, were broken into. Files were ransacked and documents stolen. One of the documents stolen concerned a covered Southern Air Transport flight which carried arms to the Contras. Southern Air Transport is a CIA proprietary. In early December 1986, the pastor of the Reformed Christian Church in Washington, D.C. received a call from his brother who had recently returned from Nicaragua. On December 14, 1986, the pastor discovered that his office in the church had been burglarized. Files were rifled, old tax returns and checkbooks taken out and examined. The only items removed were an old Walkman and a blood pressure monitor. Computer equipment and an expensive radio were left behind. A second break-in occurred on January 6, 1987. The burglar took a new blood pressure monitor and a Walkman. Copyright on the night of January 3 to 4, 1987, a break-in occurred at the Arlington Street Church in Boston. 5 locked offices were entered. Files and desk drawers were rifled. The burglars were expert lock pickers and apparently knew which offices to enter. The only missing items were a padlock and $5 in petty cash. The church's vote to become a sanctuary was announced in its newsletter on January 1, 1986 and reported in the Boston Globe on January 2. Sanctuary was also the subject of the January 4, 1987 sermon. The list was extended by a raft of more than 300 comparable incidents of harassment occurring between 1984 and 1988, itemized in a second report issued by CCR and the National Lawyers Guild on January 27, 1988. This time, the compilation was offered in the context of a finding gleaned from the heavily deleted pages of more than 3,600 investigative documents the Bureau was forced to divulge because of a successful FOIA suit brought by CCR attorneys that the incidents had been part of a massive and prolonged probe of more than 200 U.S. social, religious, and political organizations, as well as a large but undetermined number of individual activists. 373. According to Margaret Ratner, CCR Education Director, the FBI activity had constituted a sweeping and intrusive investigation spawning files containing reports of political beliefs of hundreds of individuals. The latter show that the FBI widely disseminated thousands of photographs of people who attended peaceful demonstrations, regularly recorded license plate numbers of cars parked near meetings and rallies, monitored radio stations, invaded campuses, and caused FBI files and indices to be searched on countless individuals and organizations. They also show that the FBI utilized wiretaps, undercover agents, and informants, in addition to the type of intensive physical surveillance that is normally associated with investigations of serious crimes. Anne-Marie Betrago, director of an intelligence analysis enterprise in New York called FOIA, Inc., followed up by noting that the files had been collected with the active participation of at least 52 FBI field offices, thus establishing clearly that what had happened was truly national in scope. At the center of the Bureau undertaking was the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, CISPS, an organization quite outspoken in its opposition to the Reagan administration's Central America policies. According to Buitrago, for 2 years, 1981 through 1982, the FBI tried unsuccessfully to substantiate a charge that CISPS was an agent of a foreign government and thus in violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. When this attempt failed, the FBI, with the approval of Attorney General William French Smith, mounted a foreign counterintelligence international terrorism investigation on the premise that CISPS might be a terrorist organization. Needless to say, the FBI never had nor ever found any information to support that premise, unless you give credence, which even the FBI did not, to a preposterous story, generated by a Dallas informer, Frank Varelli, that CISPS was running a rehabilitation and reindoctrination camp for Salvadoran refugees, some of whom remained in the U.S. to commit acts of terrorism. By mid-1984, finding no evidence to support its obviously fraudulent premise, the FBI, in order to keep the investigation going, reached into the bag of tricks it had developed in the Hoover era. Despite the fact that reports from the FBI field offices investigating CISPS made it clear that individuals and groups working with CISPS were legitimate and respectable, and CISPS activities demonstrating, lobbying, protesting, speaking, publishing newsletters, and occasionally conducting nonviolent civil disobedience were all protected by the First Amendment, the FBI developed 2 rationales that allowed the investigation to continue. These were the covered programs rationale. To explain away its negative results, the FBI reasoned that all peaceful legal activities on which CISP's broad support was based represented an overt program designed to cover a sinister covered program of which most CISP's members were unaware. The front group rationale. The old concept of front groups was dredged up to enable the investigation to expand beyond CISP's chapters and affiliates to any of the hundreds of organizations whose work brought them in touch with CISPS or its members. Since any group might be a cover, there were no effective limits to the choice of targets or the duration of the investigation. In fact, the logic of these rationales drove the investigation further and deeper. Failure to turn up evidence of illegality increased the pressure to expand the hunt for fronts and intensify the search for covered activities. The 2 rationales combined to spread the Bureau's investigative focus to at least 215 organizations other than CISPS. Included among these were not only such standard militant targets as AIM, the Blatt, and the Marxist-Leninist Party, USA, but many other completely incongruous groups and institutions such as the Mary Noel Sisters, the Muslim Students Association, Amnesty International, the Chicago Inter-Religious Task Force, the National Education Association, Wichita State University, Clergy and Laity Concerned, Vanderbilt University, the U.S. Catholic Conference, the Virginia Education Association, and the National Association of Women Religious. As concerns individuals, not only were mainstay CISPS organizers such as former Rocky Mountain Regional Coordinator Gonzalo Santos targeted for special attention, but also individuals with no tangible connection to CISPS or any other politically dissident group. A classic example of this concerns Paul F. Knitter, a theology professor at Xavier University. Apparently on the basis of the fact that Knitter belonged to a rather staid and mainstream Catholic relief organization taking Central America as one of its areas of concern, he became the subject of Bureau scrutiny. Although Cincinnati SAC Terrence D. Dinnan denies that his office opened a formal investigation of Knitter, agents repeatedly questioned the professor's colleagues and administrators at Xavier concerning the possibility of his having engaged in subversive activities during the spring of 1985. Xavier being a thoroughly conservative as school, Knitter was consequently subjected to considerable anxiety as to the status of his job, and admits that his expression of political belief was substantially chilled as a result. In the wake of these revelations, FBI Director William S. Sessions, a recent replacement for William Webster, who oversaw the entire CISPS affair before being promoted to head up the CIA, acknowledged that the investigation had not been properly directed in its entirety. Still, Sessions maintained that it had been warranted because the Bureau had a legitimate concern that CISPS and affiliated groups might have been guilty of violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act, complicit in terrorism, or engaged in seditious conspiracy. Ronald Reagan, of course, immediately weighed in with his full support for the FBI's conduct, terming it entirely justified. Neither the director nor the president cared to bring up the fact that the Bureau had felt similarly compelled to safeguard the national interest by undertaking dozens of huge seditious conspiracy investigations against leftist U.S. organizations since 1950 without ever finding a basis for charges or any other demonstration of substance. Nor did they so much as hint that even in instances where violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act by right-wing individuals and organizations were quite clear, e.g., Soldier of Fortune magazine publisher Robert K. Brown's running of Rhodesian National Army recruitment posters on the back cover of his publication from 1976 to 78, no comparable FBI investigation had resulted. Finally, they neglected to mention that where right-wing complicity in terrorism was amply demonstrated, e.g., former Major General John Singlaub's unabashed recruitment and fundraising in behalf of the Contra troops slaughtering Nicaraguan civilians, the FBI had failed to act in any way whatsoever. So transparent was official posturing in the matter that responsible journals of liberal public opinion such as the New York Times and Boston Globe, normally 376 abject apologists for the status quo, were forced to bemoan the recurrence of FBI excesses. The Globe, ignoring much obvious recent history, even took to momentarily pondering such improbable questions as how did the FBI go astray? Such editorialists needn't have searched far for answers. The philosophical basis for such behavior on the part of the FBI was lucidly articulated in a concept paper prepared by a Bureau task force in 1976, purporting to explain the motivations underlying the ongoing assault on AIM. Many Americans tend to overlook the fact that the United States has constitutionally guaranteed rights which are just as inviolate as those of the individual. To accept at face value, an AIM argument, that it is set upon by the CIA, FBI, and Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, as part of a government conspiracy to destroy the movement, and as a result, back off, would result in eventual abdication of this governmental responsibility. The government's right to continue full investigation of AIM and certain affiliated organizations may create relevant danger to a few citizens' privacy and free expression, but this danger must be weighed against society's, i.e., the government's right to protect itself against domestic threats. No more blatant expression of the state's prerogative to arbitrarily preempt or suspend constitutional rights of its citizenry or of the FBI's function in enforcing the political, social, and economic status quo can be imagined. No society professing to be, or even aspiring to be, free, open and committed to democratic ideals can afford to allow its police agencies anything approaching this degree of cynicism and duplicity, or such latitude in operational discretion. This is all the more true in a period when, once again, we hear the themes of national security, internal security, counter-terrorism, and domestic intelligence infesting our national political discourse. Despite all arguments, or wishes, to the contrary, systematic harassment and neutralization remain the prices demanded by America's political police of those who achieve, or even seek, oppositional political effectiveness. We may therefore anticipate that, if the present trend towards rekindling of social conscience and awareness, activism, and pressure for a positive change in the United States continues to build into the 1990s, there will be a corresponding upsurge in COINTELPRO-type activities. Impediments to change. In April 1984, the U.S. House Subcommittee on Civil and Constitutional Rights released a report, nearly 4 years in the making, on FBI undercover operations. Chaired by California Congressman Don Edwards, himself an ex-agent with a deserved reputation as one of the Bureau's sharper critics, the subcommittee produced what in some ways is a very insightful document. Overall, the report held that undercover operations carry with them the potential for serious damage, both to individuals and to the democratic institutions upon which our society is based. 377. In the course of these hearings, the subcommittee learned a great deal about the pervasiveness of such operations, and the very disturbing impact that they had had on the lives of innocent individuals. As the hearing process continued, the subcommittee's concerns were compounded by the realization that the technique posed a very real threat to our liberties. Many of the values reflected in our Constitution are directly threatened by these operations. The proper limit of governmental intrusion into individuals' sick lives and privacy, reflected in the 4th and 9th Amendments, the protection of privileged relationships reflected in the First Amendment, and the requirements that criminal investigations and prosecutions be conducted in a fundamentally fair manner, commanded by the Fifth Amendment, are all being endangered by the undercover technique as it is being used today. The report continues. The infiltration of government agents, or criminals who are financed by the government, into the private lives of citizens, the spectacle of the United States government spending large sums of money to tempt people into committing crimes, and the atmosphere of fear, suspicion, and paranoia which develops as the use of the technique expands, are all anathema to the values protected and cherished in our Constitution. Going into more detail, the subcommittee found that undercover operations are necessarily costly and often of long duration. The increased use of the technique is seen in the Bureau's own statistics. The FBI budget for undercover work has jumped from $1 million in 1977 to $12.5 million for 1984. Undercover operations have climbed from 53 in 1977 to over 300 in 1984. What was involved in this accelerating trend was the FBI's use of elaborate, lengthy, and deceptive practices carrying the need to avoid discovery which have resulted in severe harm befalling totally innocent citizens, either through a failure to monitor informants or as a result of careless, even callous, neglect or conscious design on the part of undercover agents. Worse. The subcommittee, in its review of undercover cases, has found that the undercover technique carries with it the potential for subjecting the innocent to opprobrium, prosecution, and even conviction. Because agents create crime, rather than merely detect it, they hold the power to create the appearance of guilt, emphasis added. The subcommittee also found that, once an undercover operation is unleashed, virtually any individual can be subjected to a full testing of his or her morality by investigators armed with the full panoply of power exercised by the FBI in its traditional sick law enforcement activities. Although guidelines and safeguards theoretically exist and are directed at several aspects of undercover operations to prevent abuses, the Bureau simply ignored them whenever it chose. Using Operation Corkscrew as an example, field agents did not even apprise the oversight body supposedly enforcing the vaunted guidelines and safeguards, much less seek approval, of changes in their pre-approved plan of action. More. 378. Operations such as Corkscrew are not aberrations, but in fact reflect a pattern of recurrent problems which are inherent in the undercover process. The failure to abide not only by the letter but also the spirit of the safeguards and guidelines in this instance led to a complete fiasco. Even where, as in other operations where allegedly legitimate, convictions or recoveries are obtained, and thus produce some measure of accomplishment, it is clear that the FBI and Department of Justice are incapable of adequately implementing their own safeguards and guidelines. All of this appears to add up to a significant insight on the part of the subcommittee concerning the real nature of FBI-covered operations. One might expect that, under such circumstances, some very far-reaching recommendations for corrective legislation might have been forthcoming. The subcommittee drew back sharply from doing anything meaningful, however, observing that, notwithstanding the foregoing, the subcommittee believes that the undercover technique, where used judiciously, can be a valuable weapon in the law enforcement arsenal in appropriate cases. Therefore, the issue for the subcommittee has been whether, and if so how, the citizens of this nation can reap the benefits of this law enforcement tool without subjecting themselves and the nation to the grave risks inherent in the process. Having thus set the stage for reduction of its own argument to a non sequitur, the subcommittee proceeded to recommend only cosmetic alterations of the composition of the Undercover Operation Review Committee, which it had already determined was incapable of regulating Bureau operatives once they were set loose as an antidote. Beyond this, it recommended that warrants be required before undercover operations are begun and that Congress should clarify against what sort of targets such sensitive techniques might be employed. That such gestures were virtually certain not to solve the problems identified as stemming from the Bureau's methods is clearly, albeit tacitly, admitted. The sufficiency of legal remedies available to third or innocent parties injured by undercover operations must be monitored to determine whether injured third parties are obtaining compensation for their injuries, and if not, whether appropriate amendments to the Federal Tort Claims Act are necessary. This last is suggested as the sole remedy for FBI misconduct, despite the subcommittee's open acknowledgement that Bureau personnel had been intentionally, even callously, inflicting great damage upon all manner of groups and individuals. In other words, the patently criminal activities of FBI personnel can only appropriately be addressed through civil, rather than criminal procedures. Put another way, the Bureau was left perfectly free to continue, and possibly even escalate, the very sorts of operations over which the subcommittee had ostensibly expressed considerable dismay. 379. Sadly, we have all become thoroughly conditioned to expect and even accept such shoddy performance on the part of Congress, at least where police and intelligence operations are concerned. The subcommittee has considerable precedent for having waxed eloquently indignant about excesses and abuses before turning the guilty agencies loose to continue business as usual. The outcome of the earlier mentioned Church Committee offers ample evidence of this. Worse in some respects has been the congressional aptitude for sitting on its hands while the FBI systematically squelches those, including both civilians and active or former agents, who have attempted to shine even a little light into some of the darker recesses of Bureau violence and illegality. In part, this still assumes the form, covered in Chapter 1, of agents taking as part of their official responsibility the discrediting of anyone challenging Bureau mythology. A very recent example occurred when Southern California's top FBI official Richard T. Bretsing denounced Willie Nelson, Robin Williams, and other entertainers for agreeing to appear at a benefit concert intended to raise funds for the ongoing legal defense of Leonard Peltier. After the attendance, and proceeds, from the October 27, 1987 event had been crippled by Bretsing's gratuitous, inaccurate, and highly publicized commentary, the Los Angeles SAC seems to have busied himself inflicting further punishment upon Nelson for having exercised his constitutional right to free speech in behalf of Peltier's constitutional right to due process by sending his agents to local radio stations, requesting they cease playing Willie Nelson's music. There has yet to be so much as a murmur of public protest concerning Bretsing's behavior from our duly elected representatives. What is perhaps a worse case has been going on for several years. In May of 1983, then South Dakota Governor William Janklow filed a libel suit contending that he was entitled to some $4 million in actual and $20 million in punitive damages from the author Peter Matheson and his publisher, Viking Press, as well as 3 South Dakota bookstores which handle Matheson titles. Janklow claimed that his character had been defamed by the best-selling writer in his exhaustive and extremely accurate study of the FBI's War on AIM, J.N. The Spirit of Crazy Horse. Although the suit was repeatedly dismissed as being groundless, Janklow managed to have it reinstated, dragging things out until a final dismissal in January of 1987. In the meantime, FBI agent David Price, now based out of Rochester, Minnesota, had entered a similar suit reportedly for $40 million in aggregate damages, arguing that he had been falsely portrayed as a racist by Matheson. Underwritten in part by the ultra-reactionary Heritage Foundation, and obviously receiving the tacit support of the Bureau, Price's suit sufficiently intimidated Viking Press to cause it to meekly withdraw the title from circulation, pending litigation. Thus, the public has once again been denied an essential glimpse of the FBI's real workings without any legal or scholarly determination of the merits of a book's content whatsoever. The suppression of Matheson's book was one of the motivations for this book, which relies heavily and intentionally on his material. These issues will not go away. The libel suit tactic, when undertaken by Govern. 380. Meant agencies such as the FBI, or its fronts, such as Price, cuts to the heart of the issue. Ultimately, the essential rationale for giving the press and book publishers the power it has is to create a countervailing force to the use of political power as well as the other pockets of power in our society, economic and social. Unless the press is able to speak freely about the country's enormous power centers, they will develop an arrogance of their own that would be intolerable. On January 16, 1988 Price's lawsuit was thrown out by the U.S. District Court in Minneapolis. In dismissing the suit, Judge Diana Murphy wrote, "As criticism of the government, the statements in the book are entitled to the maximum protection of the First Amendment. They cannot provide the basis for a defama 130 action. In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, meanwhile, has been thoroughly suppressed for nearly 5 years, and Price's attorneys intend to appeal the dismissal to the U.S. Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals. Plainly, in the case of the FBI, the arrogance at issue has already become intolerable, as the Bureau's campaign to suppress critical information over the past several decades indicates rather well. This appears to be all the more true when the sources of the Bureau's informational discomfort happen to be members of the club. This was a lesson learned very well by former COINTELPRO operative Wesley Swearingen, see Chapters 2 and 3, when he left Bureau service and attempted to speak candidly about what was being done in the name of law and order. Even after the Church Committee's COINTELPRO revelations, Swearingen remains bound by a set of security guidelines which prevent him from divulging his knowledge other than to respond to specific questions posed by an examiner for the purposes of legal deposition or testimony under oath. A more topical example concerns John C. Ryan, an agent with 21 years service and 2 commendations, who until very recently headed the counterintelligence section of the Bureau's Peoria, Illinois resident agency. Ryan's career came completely unraveled when he refused last December 1986 to conduct a local investigation of attacks on 11 military recruiting offices in the Chicago area. The target of the FBI probe was Silo Plowshares, a group in the Chicago area opposed to United States policy in Central America. He was headed for a quiet retirement, but 10 months before the big day, he was fired. Essentially, Ryan's offense was that he rejected the Bureau's classification of the pacifist Plowshares organization as a terrorist group and felt strongly that the FBI should not be involved in surveillance of peace groups. This transformation from a case-hardened G-man to an unyielding pacifist, as well as a growing tendency to attempt to communicate with those he was assigned to repress, rendered 381 him unreliable in the eyes of Bureau policy makers. He was therefore simply expelled from the FBI and placed under the same restrictive guidelines as those afflicting Swearingen. Meanwhile, as punishment is visited upon those few agents prompted by their consciences to break with Bureau practice, the shield of presidential protection is extended over those equally few who have actually been called to account for their misdeeds. In this connection, a classic case is that of Ronald Reagan's immediate pardon of SASW Mark Felt and Edward S. Miller, agents of the FBI's New York office, convicted in 1983 of burglaries committed in their investigation of weather underground fugitives. This was on a par with Reagan's 1981 commutation of the prison sentence of the former Democratic governor of Maryland, stripped of office in 1979 after having been convicted of mail fraud and accepting $380,000 in bribes, while refusing to so much as review a single case among the many COINTELPRO victims still languishing in prisons. In many ways, then, the prospects for securing justice with regard to what the FBI has done over the years or even bringing the Bureau under some semblance of democratic control are bleak. We are confronted with a resurgent FBI domestic counterintelligence capability which is no less vicious than it was 10 years ago, and which can now rely upon the assistance of a much more evolved and perfected local police apparatus. We are saddled with a judicial system which is heavily weighted in favor of law enforcement, and a judiciary which in far too many instances shares the reactionary sensibilities of agents and prosecutors, hopelessly biasing even this imperfect system's due process safeguards against political defendants. We are cursed with an executive branch which makes it a point of honor to enforce orthodoxy by often overriding whatever pittance of justice leaks through. And we are plagued with a legislature which, while typically professing to be appalled at these circumstances, has failed to ever do anything tangible about them. The entire semi-complex is bound up in the context of a public largely propagandized into believing that almost everything is other than it is. Such an assessment is, no doubt, both accurate and the stuff of agony and despair. Certainly, it would be understandable in the face of such adversity to simply throw up one's hands, admit defeat, and retreat into the supposed refuge of acquiescence. Yet the dynamics of institutional growth and consolidation to which the police establishment is as subject as any other organizational entity preclude this course. Unchecked, the FBI and its affiliates will inevitably continue to expand their power, spilling into all refuges at the expense of even the most basic human freedoms. The only true alternatives are to abandon ourselves to the totality of a police state, or to move forward in conscious, active opposition to it. Chapter 14. Moving Forward. Beaten one, who shall avenge you? You on whom the blows are falling, hear your wounded comrades calling, weakness gives us strength to lend you. Comtade, come, we shall avenge you. Everything or nothing. All of us or none. Bertolt Brecht. Never forget. Never forget what they have done. Christaberg, 1983. The idea of coming to grips with the FBI and its surrogates no doubt seems quite daunting. Despite the fact that a limited range of options presently exists, including conscious non-cooperation with any bureau investigation, the entry of civil suits via such socially responsible legal entities as the Christic Institute and Center for Constitutional Rights, and the maximization of FOIA requests by which private citizens may engage in some level of confrontation with the domestic counterintelligence apparatus, going toe-to-toe with it in the street promises little but horrible consequences for those who attempt to do so. Still, we obviously must proceed to bring the agency to heel, and there are strategies for beginning to achieve this goal. The first phase of any such effort is, however, predicated upon a certain alteration of the perspectives prevailing in most quarters of the American opposition today. This goes to the notion that the devoting of individual/organizational time, energy, and other resources to attaining curtailment of the FBI's operational latitude is somehow too reformist or too wide of the central issues to be systematically undertaken. What must be understood, and understood quite clearly by all concerned, is that only through such reform can the space be bought within which progressive groupings can hope to pursue successfully broader and more radical agendas of societal transformation. Until such reform can be achieved, and the FBI's license to attack political targets revoked, the Bureau may be counted upon to follow its 70-year tradition by neutralizing dissident political formations long before they manage to consolidate their potentials. In terms of issue orientation, it matters not at all what the focus of a given group may be. Whether one believes that the reallocation of the means of production to the working class is paramount, thinks that ending women's oppression is most important, wishes to see centralized government dissolved altogether, Con. 383. 384. Cites oneself to be a staunch anti-imperialist or follows the visions of cultural nationalism, each central issue represents a flat challenge to the political orthodoxy of the U.S. status quo. You and your organization are thus a matter of concern to the FBI and, therefore, subject to one or another level of intelligence and counterintelligence attention. In many instances, the same may be said even if the nature of your activism is less philosophically sweeping. It matters little whether your concern is with tax or draft resistance, seeing treaties with American Indians finally honored, combating the abuses of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, forcing open information in the governmental and corporate sectors, combating defense spending, fighting discrimination in jobs and housing, advocating consumer rights, securing gay/lesbian rights, ending environmental destruction, or humanizing penal and mental health institutions. You are a deviant who has thereby become a real or potential threat to one or another tenet of the status quo. And, as the histories of both the Bureau and American progressivism amply demonstrate, to the extent that you become effective at advocating and organizing around your agenda, you will be targeted by the FBI for systematic undermining and discrediting, harassment, and ultimately outright elimination by counterintelligence operatives. The first task is to understand this unpleasant reality. Avoidance of the facts, and consignment of those who speak of them to the realm of paranoia, a common phenomenon during the late 1960s, the very height of the COINTELPRO era, is not helpful. The reality of a nationwide, highly perfected mechanism of political repression, with the FBI as its hub, must be accepted for what it is, and assigned the high priority it deserves. Regardless of whether the various elements of American progressivism can otherwise so much as agree on the menu for lunch, they must in this case overcome their many deep divisions and face the fact that in this regard they confront a common enemy, occupy common ground and simply must act in concert to curb the ability of the FBI to serve as a political regulator. The most expeditious route to achieving the sort of united front against FBI repression which is plainly needed would seem to lie in the formation of some type of national council intended to serve only this purpose. All progressive, or nominally progressive, organizations should be called upon to participate by sending representatives. All such organizations should also be expected to participate at a more grassroots level by assigning a firm portion of their resources, human, financial, and otherwise, to combating police repression of political activism. The proposed council could serve as an overarching coordinative body, allowing for the emergence of a coherent, national anti-FBI strategy. This could also be the entity which oversees implementation of this strategy, develops an effective lobbying effort, disseminates information, raises funds, and directs overall energy toward individual local flashpoints. It appears probable that the initial objectives of such an amalgamation should be to undertake a massive public education campaign concerning the FBI and its affiliates. This book and others like it have been efforts in that direction. Sadly, they barely scratch the surface. Vast amounts of information concerning COINTELPRO. Moving forward 385. Type activities undertaken by federal and local police over the past 25 years is presently scattered across the country, and is generally inaccessible. A tremendous and ongoing effort is needed to bring this information into a clearinghouse operation which would make it available to all who have use for it. Such an effort should not restrict itself to the generation of document copies and movement films and literature, although these are sorely needed, and will inevitably carry the brunt of early dissemination, but should push its way into the mainstream media. 10,000 or 100,000 people from across the nation demanding that 60 Minutes air a particular program segment, or that the New York Times devote coverage to a given topic, has been known to have a certain productive effect. This is all the more true if 2020s can be convinced to scoop its rival news program, or if Mother Jones and Zeta magazines are fulfilling their potentials. The message to those in power in the United States must be that the body politic is increasingly less afflicted with social amnesia. We know what the FBI and its cohorts have done, and we will remember. An accounting is both overdue and inevitable. Particular examples drawn from the available information about how political repression has been carried out in the U.S. should be used as the basis upon which to mount the first concrete national campaigns to reverse the successfulness of FBI counterintelligence programs. In this regard, the cases of Geronimo Pratt and Leonard Peltier, both used by the Bureau as symbols of the high cost of unswerving resistance to the present social order, should be considered paramount. Continued, detailed exposure of the ways they were targeted for neutralization and railroaded into prison offers an exceedingly important lesson to learn, and their release from the cells in which they are currently incarcerated would be a severe blow to the FBI, not only symbolically but tactically and in terms of agent morale. Undertakings of this sort will naturally point up specific and glaring gaps in our information base. These, in combination with the damning information already known, constitute a logical basis for an urgent demand for the reconvening of a formal congressional investigation into the methods employed by the FBI counterintelligence operations past, present and projected. Converting this entirely legitimate demand into actual hearings will undoubtedly require a sustained and highly visible national campaign, i.e., demonstrations, letter writing, petition drives, etc., directed at Congress. It may well prove necessary to focus national attention on certain members of Congress who, as friends of the Bureau, would go out of their way to cripple or block such an investigation. The objective in such instances must be to unseat them, bringing national resources to bear in their local campaigns and getting the message across that there are direct consequences attached to championing the agents of repression. Integral to the call for any investigation of the FBI must be the unequivocal instruction to our elected representatives that a mere repeat of the Church Committee's halfway measures will not be acceptable. One way of approaching this is by insisting that any investigation begin where the Church panel left off, with the question of FBI complicity in the assassinations of Mark Clark, Fred Hampton and 386. Many other key BPP leaders during the period 1969 to 71. An even more salient area of exploration, it should be stressed, concerns the FBI's anti-AIM operations related to Pine Ridge, 1972 to 76, with special emphasis placed upon the assassinations of key leaders such as Pedro Bissonette, Byron D'Souza, and Anna May Aquash. A consistent theme underlying all demands for an investigation must be that we are entitled not just to know precisely what happened, and to receive Bureau assurances that it will never happen again, but where given agents can be shown to have been involved in murder, or in the cover-up of murder they be tried, and if convicted, sent to prison. The vacancies created in various penal facilities by the release of Pratt, Peltier, and other political prisoners/POWs will surely create room for the accommodation of such FBI personnel. Similarly, emphasis must be placed upon examination of instances of deliberate fabrication or withholding of evidence related to the criminal prosecutions of political targets. Orchestrating the false imprisonment of an individual is a crime very nearly as bad as murder, some might argue it is even worse, and should be treated as such. Close attention should be paid at the outset to known instances such as the introduction of Louis Movescamp as a prosecution witness in the Wounded Knee leadership trial of Dennis Banks and Russell Means, the use of Myrtle Pourbaix against Dick Marshall and Leonard Peltier, and the Bureau-contrived perjury of Julius C. Butler in the trial of Geronimo Pratt where the FBI has obviously engaged in such activities. It hardly seems unlikely that many other, lesser-known instances will emerge during any serious investigation. Again, where possible, individual agents, and prosecutors, who can be conclusively shown to have been involved should be routed straight to the nearest penitentiary. In instances where absence of existing legislation and/or the statute of limitations preclude outright prosecution, the culpable parties should be summarily dismissed from government service on the grounds of having engaged in conduct violating public trust. Another integral aspect of any demand for congressional investigation must be that it result in meaningful legislation to prevent any continuation or recurrence of the FBI's counterintelligence business as usual. It must be impressed upon Congress that the tuning of existing rules and guidelines, the formation of appropriate oversight bodies, or cosmetic reconfiguration of existing ones, and the like, have already been tried and have failed. They are thus, in themselves, not a successful agenda for resolving the problems at issue. It must be clearly explained that what is expected at a minimum is that the Bureau be bound hand and foot in terms of its ability to intervene ever again in the domestic political process. Legislation is therefore required making it a criminal offense for a government official to engage in any COINTELPRO-style activity such as spreading disinformation about individuals and groups, infiltrating provocateurs into organizations, badjacketing any individual, and so forth. Equally, the appropriate statutes must be revised so that criminal prosecution is required in any instance where an agent can be shown to have perjured him/herself, suborned perjury from another, tampered with evidence. Moving forward 387. Or withheld evidence of any sort. Such principles should also apply to prosecutors and local police. In order to get any sort of viable oversight of all this, it is essential that the FBI's present ability to classify and withhold information be sharply curtailed. Insofar as the Bureau's intelligence-gathering methods are precisely what is at issue here, the FOIA exemption allowing secrecy in this area must be dramatically diminished, or abolished altogether. Similarly, given that it can be readily demonstrated that the Bureau habitually uses informants, the FBI euphemism covering both agents provocateurs and wholly fabricated sources, for utterly inappropriate, and often illegal purposes, the FOIA exemption in this area must also be dismantled, a matter which pertains as well to much of the Intelligence Identities Protection Act. In instances where the Bureau wishes to contend that information must be withheld for reasons of national security, it must be forced to demonstrate the involvement of some hostile foreign power before a review board elected, not appointed, for this purpose. While the disclosure of actual national security information may well be considered a punishable offense, so too must be the deliberate miscasting of other information in this light. Another mechanism by which oversight of the FBI might be reinforced, and through which an ever greater degree of popular control over the Bureau might be extended, lies in the possibility of the permanent legislative establishment of localized entities such as the Commission of Inquiry into the Black Panthers and the Police in Chicago, 1969-70, and the Minnesota Citizens Review Commission on the FBI, 1977. Such bodies, equipped with subpoena power, etc., have always been in an ideal position to monitor the conduct of the Bureau on a more or less grassroots level. The creation of a regularized system of these commissions, reporting directly to the national, elected oversight or review board, would represent another giant step towards defanging the American political police. It may be anticipated that Congress will, in general, be less than thrilled at the prospect of following through on any such radical and sweeping agenda. The legislature will no doubt require considerable encouragement in this regard. Much support will need to be extended to those congresspeople who prove honest and courageous enough to stay the course. And, again, massive pressure will need to be brought to bear upon those recalcitrants who actively seek to block the process. Nothing less than a fully national and concerted effort may be expected to wield the clout requisite to force such an issue. It may also be expected that the FBI itself will fight back strongly against any such diminishment of its power and prerogatives. Organizers will be targeted as subversives and traitors. False information concerning their personal and professional lives will be leaked. Jobs will be lost, careers shattered, families destroyed. Homes and offices will be broken into, files rifled and stolen, rooms bugged, and phones tapped. Midnight raids will be conducted on spurious warrants. Passports will be revoked. IRS audits will be ordered against key extremists. Offices and domiciles will be firebombed. People will be accused, arrested, tried, convicted and 388. Sent to prison for crimes they never committed, and which may never have occurred at all. Others will be attacked and beaten, stabbed and otherwise maimed by patriotic thugs on city streets, in alleyways and along lonely back-country roads. Still others will be murdered by person or persons unknown. Still, horrible as these prospects may be, in the final analysis they represent no particular change other than the possible identities of some victims. What has been described is no more than normal operating procedures of the FBI where politically objectionable targets are concerned. The only real question is whether such atrocities will occur as part of a process which ultimately forces the Bureau to stop, or whether they are allowed to occur unhindered, while we collectively busy ourselves with other, more important matters, unless or until, of course, we ourselves happen to become targets. Objectively, the only way we will ever succeed in attaining any of our other noble social objectives will be through elimination of the force which systematically destroys us for trying. There is no real alternative but that the FBI and the repressive apparatus it has fostered must be, in its own terms, neutralized. It is clear that neither the Congress nor the courts can be relied upon as guarantors of political freedom and protectors or our rights. Both the responsibility and the power for ending the abuses of America's secret police lie with the people. At the 1980 Black Hills Survival Gathering, John Trudell spoke of this power. When I go around in America and I see the bulk of the white people, they do not feel oppressed, they feel powerless. When I go amongst my people, we do not feel powerless, we feel oppressed. We do not want to make the trade, we must be willing in our lifetime to deal with reality. It's not revolution, it's liberation. We want to be free of a value system that's being imposed upon us. We do not want to participate in that value system. We don't want to change that value system. We want to remove it from our lives forever. We have to assume our responsibilities as power, as individuals, as spirit, as people. To this we have little to add other than to echo Trudell's own conclusion to his thoughts: we are the people. We have the potential for power. We must not fool ourselves. We must not mislead ourselves. It takes more than good intentions. It takes commitment. It takes recognizing that at some point in our lives we are going to have to decide that we have a way of life that we follow, and we are going to have to live that way of life. That is the only solution there is for us.